Ooh. Okay. We'll do some stuffs first before we get into the, box opening. Give people time to arrive. Almost there. One more. Okay. Hi, Lord Kaiju. Hi, how are you doing? I'm hoping you get to sleep well. Oh, phew. Okay. So, I'm finding it hard to human. I don't know about you. I'm working on it. Getting back some of my fighting spirit. We'll see. Faithful, Mayhem, Dragonfire, Trapped, Glimmer. I think I'm just gonna... I could just take Trapped. It's the most... Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think those are the most powerful. I could just take Trapped to be in one color instead of committing to 2. Mayhem's pretty good, though, so we're just gonna grab that and see if people pass us into Arabella or something. Alright, Betrayer's Bargain is a nice follow-up to that. There's a Most Valuable Slayer or an Unsettling Twins that I would hope to wheel. I don't mind an Unwanted Remake in this type of deck. 2 Murders because play boosters. Alright. Let's see what we get. Glimmer Seeker's fine. I'm glad you are feeling more human. That makes me feel very good. I just want my friends to be okay. There's a Raucous Carnival, Friendly Ghost. This is the obvious pick, I think, and it's good that we're in it. There's a Meat Locker and an Unable to Scream and a Centipede apart from that. I don't think anything else here is really, you know, terribly worth discussing, but this is a nice 1, 2, 3 here. Or sorry, 2, 3, 4, I should say. Unnerving Grasp is really late here. Good morning, Shadow God. I think I'm going to take the Unsettling Twins to keep going with our particular thing. I don't mind the Vicious Clown because we have the Mayhem, but I think that might wheel more than the Unsettling Twins. But this is a late Unnerving Grasp and Wicker Folk. That Unnerving Grasp hurts to pass a little bit, but I think we just take this and keep going. I mean, what am I going to shift into? Blue-white? That's actually okay. Maybe we take the Unnerving Grasp. I have 2 good red cards now. I'm just going to do this. That helped good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Alright, I don't want any of this, really. I could just take the House Cartographer. I mean, Disturbing Mirth and House Cartographer are the two best cards. I could take a Living Phone. I'm just not a huge fan of it, even in this type of deck. Grab the Prize is fine. I could just take this. I'm a little worried that I'm not in the right colors at this point. Even though we have some, you know, powerful cards, I think I might be competing with someone for them. I think I'm going to take the Cartographer for that reason. I don't know, this pack could have just been heavily into one color and you just never know. But I don't think I'm going to miss these too terribly much. I mean, I'm going to miss the Grab the Prize a little, but not much. Okay, Saw Blade, Skin Ripper. We could be Mardu, that would be fun. Jump Scare would be my pick otherwise, over Cult Healer and possible Inferno in this. Black hasn't appeared terribly open in the past few facts. It's been like a teamer mostly. Well, I mean, blue-green. I think. This one's good, but I don't know that I want to, like, splash for it in this type of deck. Whichever way we go with the, you know, with what we have currently, the Naya. think I'm just going to take the Cult Healer and see what happens. Okay, MVS here. There's a Razor Trap Gorge if I wanted to do that, that black card. But I think where it's supposed to be. I think it was just that a couple packs that were meh. I'm going to take the Norn over the second MVS. The Terramorphic Expanse also good, but I'm going to make sure that I take some of those signals out of the pack. Here we do get to grab the prize, but we also get a Hushwood Verge if I want. And a Bedhead Beastie if I really want as well. What we're missing is 2-drops, which are so important for this. So, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to take this on spec. Wow, okay, lots of 4-drops. Huh. Okay, Raucous here over Soul Rager and the others. I mean, maybe we just take... Okay, I mean, Clown is good in this deck. Like, I would take Clown if we're seeing white. We're not really seeing white, so I think I might just shift into the red-green and splash the white. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Any tips for Cube? It's very swingy, extremely swingy. You should not be upset when things just go wrong. So many things have to go right to win a cube game. So, don't get down on yourself is my first bit of advice. I think, all right, let's take the Edged Cornfield again to make it easier to splash. So we can pretty well splash the white now, if we want. Or if the white becomes suddenly the better option, we'll do that. Sad I can't take a rare again. I mean, I got one rare. Okay. I can take the Playmate here. That's probably the best of these for what we currently have. There's also Coordinated Clobbering if I'm really committing to the green and the white splash. There's Emergence as well. I think we take the Coordinated Clobbering for that reason. I mean, it's possible to get past an Arabella and I'm gonna wreck this and like blah, but you know, me. Yeah, Orphans is good. So is Cheerleader. None of the rest of this really goes in anything. We can just take Terramorphic Expanse if we want. I think we just take this and see what happens. Like, there's just nothing in there that I really want to try. Razor Cannon Specialist, not really where I want to be, I don't think. I mean, the Frantic Strength I wouldn't mind having, so I could consider that. But right now I'm mostly hurting for Creech. I'm gonna take this, we'll see what happens. Okay, Glassworks, Exercise, Cheerleader, Keys to the House. Yeah, okay. Alright. I mean, Fungus and Emergence both good. Ticket Booth good. I'm gonna see what I can do with this mess. Another Glassworks. Oh, it trapped in the screen. Okay. I think I like trapped in the screen over that. Whoa! Not okay! I want all of that! God damn it. God damn it! I'm not gonna get this mayhem back because there's not enough cards. Bugger. Okay. Fine. Ugh, another Wicker Folk, but also a Savior of the Small. Too many 4-drops for this deck, but we can kill the Ripper and then that'll be okay, I think. Dang, okay. I mean, I think... Gross. We can splash the green if we decide it's worth it, but this deck is just so much better than the green version, so... Playmate here over Ticket Booth. I would like the Ticket Booth, but I think there's another one coming, and I would also like the Hardened Escort. Damn. Alright. That they were in the same pack. The Arabella and the Midnight Mayhem were in the same pack. God damn it. But yeah, so for Cube, yeah, don't get down on yourself is the first thing, because things can just go, you know, wrong and be upsetting. So I hear you. It's not... I mean, we can, you know, cube some more so you can see a little bit more about how I do it. Not that that's the right way. It's just sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't. But Cube is about practicing, and then that's the way you learn to figure out which cards are the most important and most impactful. Yeah, I'll put this in until we figure out that I can get rid of it. You may exile it. You can play that card from exile. I think we want that with 2 Arabellas. I think we want that. Because that combos really well. Another Orphans of the Wheat. Ethereal Armor. Let's take the Orphans. No rares opened that we can use, sadly. Alright, Fear and Turn Inside Out. Another Fear. I think I want this Fear 1 top end. And then maybe we can get a Turn Inside Out of Fear of Surveillance later. We'll see. Okay, Scorching Dragonfire over Vengeful Possession and Seized from Slumber. Oof, that's close though. I think we might need a Seized too, because we don't have anything that does... Well, you know, we've got Trapped. Okay. This is definitely better than Seized, but I was just... The other stuff we have, with the exception of Trapped, all has a damage limit, and if they are bigger than that, that's a problem. Ooh, that's another good top end. I think I want the Trapped in the screen number 2, though. God, I want that Glimmer as well. God damn it. I need the removal, though, I think. I think that's the key here. Ooh, damn. Okay. No, I don't want any of this. I'll take an uncommon for Vault Progress. Opus or Agent of I'm not sure. It depends on the rest of your deck. Alright, I'm probably gonna have to let go of 4-drop. At the very least. This is an interesting one. I have to hope somebody passes me another Mayhem. That would be super sweet. Probably cut the Cult Healer. Maybe cut the Fear. For now, I'll leave them in and we'll see what we cut. Huh. So many coins for back there. There's a... Whoa. I want to grab the prize. Do I want to Shepherding Spirits, actually? That's the interesting part here. Second Fear of Burned Alive. Yeah. A flyer would be nice, but... Ooh, Percussionist and the Turn Inside Out and the Jump Scare. Why are they all in the same pack? God damn it. I think I'm going to go for the Turn Inside Out over the Jump Scare. I want that Percussionist badly. Oh well. Only 4 enchantments, so this isn't right, but I don't think I'm taking another Unsettling Twins either. If I'd taken the like Glimmer that pumps, that mass pumps, I might do that, but not here. Wow. Okay. I mean, I think we found the lane. It's just it's just that the Arabella and the Midnight Mayhem were in the same, the second Midnight Mayhem were in the same pack. And I do think early on white, like in the first first or second pack, the white wasn't open, but yeah, interesting. Okay. So since people seem more interested in Cube, we will go Cube. For a little bit before we do the Collector Booster Box opening. Alright, we have 2 losses, unfortunately. This is a Sultai Poop deck, it looks like. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. Alright. It's a deck. But look, we already have 2 losses. It happens to everybody. Some things can just go wrong or right, and Cube is so powerful that that yes, you can win often against people who are less experienced with the cube, but this can happen, and going down a card in cube is so much more painful because everything is so powerful. Okay, yeah, I mean, the cards can just not align sometimes. That's what I'm saying here. And it's best of one, so you know, it's a little more arbitrary than one would like. I need to find a third land here. It doesn't matter what color, so I can go Sharp-Eyed into Sentinel. Or okay, I need a third land next turn. Okay. It's not our actual secondary color. Our actual we were only splashing that for the Scarab God. Our actual secondary color is black. Alright, let's do Sentinel, I think. We got a map token and a clue token. No attacks. Because they have a snaky snake. No lands, so I gotta draw. Try and hit my... Fuck me. Try and hit my land draw. Okay. Then we sit. Unfortunately, they'll draw a card off the Bank Buster, and then the Agent of Rafine will be live. Unfortunate, but what can we do? It's just... Sometimes you get bad draws. Okay, we're getting somewhere. If I Phyrexian the Agent of Rafine... I still have enough mana left to tear asunder the Bank Buster. Not the best use of tear asunder, honestly. I can also just Gargles. It's all pretty interesting. They have murder / other removal mana up too. I think we do this. At least we get an investigate token off of the Sharp-Eyed Rookie. No attacks. They're holding us off really well with the Ophiomancer. So there's removal. I don't have my earbud on. That's a thing that I shouldn't be doing. Okay. So. This is actually really hard. It's so unfortunate because the Ophiomancer is doing such a huge thing, and I need to kill the agent too. And we haven't found the removal that we have in the deck, so unfortunately, and I need to be able to do this. So I guess we do this. Alright, sucks not attacking with a Sentinel each time, but I don't think I want to trade it for the little Death Toucher. Hopefully the Fanatic survives and I can play Kogla and they won't have a counter spell, but there's so much counter magic in this, and they've had so much time to gain card advantage. I don't know that this will go well. Well, of course they're going to take Kogla now. Or Terra Sunder. There's a chance Tyvar can kill them, actually. Doesn't give trample, though, because they do have the Death Toucher. Interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay, let's think. Okay. Okay. Excuse me, cat. Get. Okay. Oh no, is Arena borked? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Well, I found my lands. Finally. Alright, so... I'm gonna take away the card advantage here. And no attacks for now. Because remember, I don't get Kogla back by killing the Observer. I only get a card that is lesser mana value then. I was really hoping to draw something good. 2 lands, not really my fave. Sadly. Cheating. At least it was only a draw plus like a little bit of damage. But I don't think we win this one. It was too long without, like, real mana, and we were down a card to start with. And what they drew was very good against us, sadly. I'm expecting whatever I... That's 2 lands we got from them. That's amazing. All All right. I am expecting whatever we play here to get countered. We don't really have an out. Not with hitting 2 lands off their deck and then 2 lands off ours. Sorry, 3 lands off ours. 5 lands in a row, so to speak. Not good. So the best play here is probably Keen-Eyed. We are going to die, unfortunately. I'm just having fun. Yeah. Yep. So, as we said, countered, and there's nothing, no chance. So you stumble on this, like we did. We had to maul, and then we stumbled on mana, because we didn't have a second color, until turn 4, and then that was our blue source, which was a splash in our deck. Sometimes it just doesn't align, so you can't beat yourself up for this. This is not your fault. This is not like a... The deck wasn't poorly built. The deck wasn't, but the alignment was awful. Like, Ophiomancer there held us off. That was a really bad card for us to see, because even if we kill... Like, we only had 1 removal spell, 1 interactive spell there that we had drawn, and we were down a card, and if we kill the Ophiomancer so that the death touch doesn't come back, then we're still behind. Because they also had a card advantage machine in the Agent of Rafine and the Reckoner Bankbuster. So nothing really we could do there. So sad but true. Sometimes they just align like that. Is the sad part. Okay. Let's see what we get this time. After finishing that off. And then we'll start with the box opening. Which we have right here. Woohoo! Go closer. My apple pear. Yum, nom, nom. Okay. Okay. Now that's a lot of good stuff that I like taking first. Terror, Meat Hook, and Mommy. Luminarch also really good. I think I like this Mommy best to start out with. Terror has to be answered kind of right away. Meat Hook Massacre is a really nice oh crap button. Hi, Floof. I think both of those are perfectly fine picks. I just have a slight preference for Mommy, which can really shut down a lot of decks. And help a lot of ours. Prime Titty. We try for a Bant ETB deck. I like Prime Titty, though. We haven't done Selesnya yet with this. Stoneforge Mystic is fun. Innkeeper's Talent is fun. I think I'm gonna go Prime Titty. Just like top of the curve here. Hi, Floof. Yeah, it's your floofty doof. You're your baby. He's in my lap getting his ears pulled. It's his favorite thing. Not hard, just caressed. I should clarify. All right, Lotus Cobra, Gilded Goose. Stormseeker's always fun. I think we go Gilded Goose here. Lotus Cobra's very close, though. Yeah, I think it's Gilded Goose. Just because it's on 1 rather than 2. Ooh, Atali. Okay. maybe we Gruul. Maybe Kogla and Yadaro comes back, or Molten Impact. We could splash this in a Gruul deck. Or depending on how much fixing we could get, we could splash the Atali and a Selesnya deck, but I think it's more likely to be that Gruul is the right way to go there. The fluffiest. The fluffiest of floofs. Yes, you're so cute. I can't reach the camera to like pull it down to show you. He's very cute. How dear Floofadoof. This is the ear caressing that he likes. Chin scratch. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a floofadoof. All right. Let's see what they're going to pass me now. I did pass a few, like, good, you know, red and green things, of course, along with the other stuff, because there always is going to be some good stuff here. And I think the color distribution is usually better than it is in play boosters. Ooh, War Leader's Call. Virtue of Loyalty. That's tempting. I mean, what if I let go of the green? What if I just go red? I mean, you don't really want to tally in a red-white deck. You really want to go faster than that. But I could just take the War Leader's Call. It's so good with, like, this rest of this, but, Dang. I don't know. If I'm in the red, I'm probably taking Royal Eruption. If I'm just, like, in the red-green, I'm probably taking Royal Eruption. But I think I'm going to take this and have some fun. See whether it works. Maybe we go Naya. Sentinel over Raptor. Maul is really good. Mana Tithe can be fun. This is better going wide, but I'm not seeing the go wide stuff now. Alright, let's just take this. Gargles, Resourceful Collector, Yorion, Den, Obliterating Bolt. God damn it. Jet Collector, I don't even have a black source. I like this card. Really like this card. It has wheeled before. It's been last pick before. I think Gargaroth is a good pick and Obliterating Bolt is a really good pick. But I could Yorion and then go full Naya and not have to cut shit. Just for fun. Let's do it. Retrofitter's the best with a War Leader's Call. But Amara's good too. That's a late terror. Do I need the Fountain Port Bell here over Innkeepers? Probably. I mean, Yeah. Wow. Okay. I wanted that Koglan Yudaro. Would have been nice. Okay. Shattered Skull. I think we take Royal Eruption. I do like getting the value out of the land, but I think we want to be able to do early removal here, too. Mana Tithe can get people. It does look like red is more open than anything, though. So I'm going to take the Raptor. I mean, we may just end up in Gruul. In which case I will have missed one good pick, I think. Dracosaur, Henge, Overlord. Jeez, Nantuko, Carnosaur. Right. I think Overlord is most necessary for this deck right now. I'm not even sure we're gonna be in. Like I said, it's we might not be in the white, but I'm definitely gonna want to ramp. So we're gonna grab this. Lutri copy Opus, yeah. Imagine that would go well. Okay, Forceful Cultivator. You know how much I love Burn Down the House. There's Clifftop Retreat in case I want to go the white. I think I'm gonna make sure that I get the green here and the land stuffs. What we didn't see are the early green ramp cards. After the Gilded Goose with the Lotus Cobra in the same pack as the Gilded Goose, we didn't see like any elves or like Paradise Druid or Llanowar Elf or Elvish Mystic or any of the others. So or the I don't know if the Druid with the Incubation Druid, I don't know if that's in there, but yeah. Forsaken Crossroads, Magda. Cold Steel Heart. Six. I think I'm gonna take the Magda here. Hope to wheel something or get some fixing. Otherwise, I need a 2-drop. And this is at least a 2-drop that if I get it early will help me ramp. What did you find? What are you eating, cat? I don't even know. Okay. All right. So here, by the way, is the pack that we're gonna, the box that we're gonna be opening. Okay. The other Magda. Then there's Toxic Deluge is nice. There's a Bivouac if we wanted it, but we're gonna grab the other Magda. I'm not gonna lie, this Magda I thought was this Magda. So we'll see how that goes. But now we've got both, so yay. The one problem is that one Magda doesn't necessarily like help trigger the other Magda that much. They're both dwarves, but like this one, so this one doesn't commit a crime, which would help this one. And yeah. It would be really nice. I mean, they both create treasures if they tap and the other's on the board. If this one's on the board. And they both yeah, no. Ooh, Embercleave. Okay. We can steal some games. There's a Nissa Who Shakes the World here, which would be my other choice, I think. And if I were heavily in... I mean, Embercleave is better in a go wide deck, but again, we're gonna take it here because it's just a very, very powerful card. Okay, Slick Shot, Show Off, Vorinclex, and Shivan Devastator. I think we're going to take the Slick Shot, Show Off here. Because we have a few non-creature spells that are worthy. I don't know about Yorion here, and I think this is worth splashing. I don't know about Emrara. I'm gonna take the Slick Shot and see what we can do with it. Alright, so now I take the Commercial District as fixing. Elvish Reclaimer is interesting too, but we take this as fixing, not only because it helps fix us for, you know, our two colors, but the more fixing you have for your two colors, the easier it makes it on you to splash a third as well. Ideally, you want, stuff to splash the third color, but there we are. Ooh, Llanowar Visionary, I think, over Titan. I really want this card, and I like Pillar, but this is a nice 3-drop that I really need. And I do already have some really good late drops, so. Henge is back, and so is Trumpet and Carnosaur. How frequently am I going to have something that makes Henge drop early? I don't think I'm going to be... I think the versatility on this, the fact that I can deal 3 to target creature or planeswalker is the what I should do here. I should not take the Great Henge. Alright, Clifftop Retreat allows me to help splash for the Elesh Norn. And I think that is worthy. So we have... okay, 6 and Cold Steel Heart. So Goose, Overlord, and Cultivator allow me to go fetch, and Fountain Port Bell allow me to fetch the white source that I need for Elesh and the War Leader's Call. I think I'm gonna take the Cold Steel Heart here. I think that's important to just get, a fixing source for there. And go from... Oh, we got the Nissa back. Nice. Dragon Wing Glider, also an okay card. Nissa's just... yeah, bonkers. Okay. Alright, so we need to hope to be able to upgrade this a little bit, but we're doing alright. Hey! Floof! You okay? He's going nuts. Alright, Veteran Survive... I'm not going to take that. I'm going to take this. This card is better. Not that I'm playing against the people I drafted with, which is part of why that doesn't matter, but, Wilmot Courier is not a bad pickup here. Ooh. I think we take Fable over Ketria. That's so close. I love me a Hellrider. I love me a Fable. And then this card is disgusting. I might be able to wield the Miglos. That tends to do it. And the Sharp-Eyed Rookie is also very tempting here just because it's a 2-drop and I need 2-drops. But here we go with Fable. Okay, Curator and Challenger, as well as what? Variant Catacombs can fetch Commercial District, but I don't have a need for this. Okay, but this can fetch Commercial District, and I don't have a... Do I just want the Ember Heart or the Curator? I'm not going to be targeting that frequently, so I think we just take the Curator here. Yeah, okay. There's a Copter, too. Okay, Ridgeline Crag, Vantasaur, Maze Mine Tome. I think we need these. I think it's going to be Ridgeline. It guarantees enter tapped, but it is a manland. I think that's still correct to take over Rootbound Crag. Wilmot probably doesn't belong in this deck. Especially if I can get another, like, ramper of some kind. We're counting this probably as another 3-drop, like 3 damage spell. Alright. Oh, Adversary, Rabbit, Battery, Hired Claw, Dryad. Interesting. Adversary is probably decent in this deck. Tribal, Royal, and Molten Impact. This allows the fixing a little bit and a little bit of ramp if you have the cards in hand. You have to have them in hand, but, Haste is also really nice. I think I'm going to try the Dryad here. Last time I tried the Bloodthirsty, I think, in similar circumstances. Okay, Showdown of the Scalds, Is Crashing Footfalls, like, at all decent in this? 4 turns on 1? I'm tempted by this and the Elegant Parlor. We have 1 source of white now? Yeah, I'm gonna take the Elegant Parlor. Showdown would be sweet, too. Tireless Tracker here over Titan. Yeah, Bomat goes bye-bye. We're a bigger deck than that, I think. Kolos? The Field of the Dead was in a different pack. Iron Crag is interesting as a ramp spell on 2. Nemesis is a fun 3-drop. We do have Cold Steel Heart. I think we probably want Iron Crag here. Nemesis is so much fun. Alright, Iron Crag it is. Uh, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28. There's gonna be a lot of cuts. Not very happy with this deck. Obviously, I would really like some more of the early 2-drop ramp or 1-drop ramp. But I've got a couple pieces. So these go here, and the Fountain Port Bell is there. I just would prefer they be creatures. The War Leader's Call is almost certainly not making it. Ooh, wow. Oof, there it is. All of this is good. I think I'm supposed to take Play with Fire. Oof, this is, God, I want that finisher a little bit, but I'm gonna think and I like Lelia very, very much. Whoa, okay. All right, let's go Hellrider. Let's have some fun. Oh, no, I need the 2-drop, don't I? Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is a good 2-drop. And I don't think we're wide enough for the Hellrider to do its best. It's still really good to get the last points of damage, but I'm gonna take the 2-drop here. And another 2-drop. I really don't target it that much, though. I probably won't run it. I do like this card. Do I like it better than the Rampaging Raptor? I think I just take the land to make sure my mana is really good. Ooh, the battery came back. The battery makes the mouse good. I'm gonna take the battery. We might play the mouse in that case. But only the battery makes it good. I don't think we have anything. The maps can target it. Oh, Showdown. Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't think I want to splash that. I don't know that we're going to run the white at all. I think it ended up filling out pretty well. Become immense. That's one way to target it, I suppose. All right. It's a pity the white wasn't really open, because we did get that Overlord of the Mistmoors, which I really like in this, with the War Leader's Call, etc. But the early green wasn't open either, so, the red seemed to be the only thing that was reliably open. I think red-green itself was also open. Green wasn't itself, and red was a little more. Alright. So, let's start the promised opening. I am excited to see what we get. How about you? Alright, so let's take a look at this. So this is our lovely booster box. Collector booster box provided by Wizards. Thank you so much, Wizards. This is so cool. I'm so excited to see what we open, and then I'm going to be using what we open in this for videos. I'm really excited. So I hope you are too. let me know what you are most excited to open. Because although we reviewed the mythics and rares that you can open in the set in the play boosters for your pre-release, we already reviewed those after we did all the commons and uncommons in a limited review. And talked about pick order. Those are the last 2 VODs on this on the YouTube that we did via Twitch and YouTube. We did not look at what you can open in Jumpstart yet, so I don't know whether those are going to be in here. I think they're completely separate, but there are other things that we might be able to open in here that would be from special sets of this stuff without the other. So let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm really excited. Okay. So, like I said, let me know what you're hoping that we open. If you call it, we shall see what we can do for you. Okay. Okay. So, we have 6 and 6 as normal. The double Wooburg Dragon. There's a double. Wow. Morning, Shine Grog. All right, pack 1. Here we go. Let's see if I can open these by hand. Sometimes I have to use scissors for it to be at all meaningful. Sometimes. Yeah, got it. Okay. All right, let's try and open it nicely so we don't damage the cards within. All right, here we go. So first we have a zombie token. So a lot of this is going to be filled, as we saw, like if you weren't here for the like limited set review. Foundations is full of not only let's go closer, sorry. When I pick that up, that'll probably be in focus, yeah. Not only classic nostalgic cards from Magic's history, but also some new cool wondrous things, okay? So let's take a look at what we have. Now, zombie classic, right? This is a very classic Magic card. 2/2 zombie. Since the beginning of time of Magic, we've had 2/2 zombies abound. All right. So, on the other side of that, because I don't want to reveal the next card yet, we have an insect token. These are newer. We didn't really have any insect token making things. Or 1/1 insects. Well, no, maybe we did. If anybody can anybody name a 1/1 insect from like Alpha Beta Unlimited, or even like the first few external sets like Arabian Nights, Antiquities, and what's it? We had the Hive, right? Didn't the Hive make insects, or did it make something else? Does anybody know? Did it make bees? I forget. But let me know, because that might be that it was like, oh, the Hive was a fun one. All right, so I don't know whether they're putting the rares in the front or the back. So let's check this one. Thanks, Daniel. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see. Ready? Okay, the commons are in the back. Big Fin Bouncer. This is one of the cards that I said was really going to be great and limited. You're a new player, Olga? No. Oh my gosh, being a new player is great. Being a new player is great. This set is for you. You have no idea. There's a cool, like, oh my god, I have to show you the, stick around. I have to show you the beginner booster box. So it's gonna be, like, the beginner box is just so cool because it's like everything you need to start off Magic. It's really, really fun. But let me show you, hold on one second. Let me just pull up in another window. Let me show you the Hive from the earliest days of Magic. So here it is. This is the Hive. Let's see. Let me show you Alpha. So it was creating wasps. Hey, Mullins. So it created wasps. 5 and colon creates 1 giant wasp. A 1/1 flying creature. Represent wasps with tokens. So let's see if the colorless insect artifact creature token, it's been errata'd. I've been playing since Revised. So 1993, you're probably a little ahead of me because Revised, I believe, was 1994. But I'm not absolutely certain. But yes, it's been errated to be an insect artifact creature token. It didn't have a type at the time. So let's look at it when I first saw it. This was the revised version here. If I can click on it again. Come on, you can do this. There we go. There's the hive, right? 5 and tap. Creates 1 giant wasp, a 1/1 flying creature. Represent wasp with tokens, making sure to indicate when each wasp is tapped. This is before we had official Magic tokens. We didn't get official Magic tokens for quite a while. So it turns it turns out that yes, we actually have had both 2/2 zombies in creature form and insects in token form since the beginning. It's really cool. Oh, so good. Now, this Big Fin Bouncer is one of the ones that I said will be fantastic in limited. It's a very good card because it is basically, so it's a bounce for 4 on a 3/2 body, which has always been good in limited. So, and this set looks like it's going to be perfect. And it's a shark pirate. We've always had sharks, so this is pretty cool. Official tokens were originally, so they had, I think they started around Odyssey, somewhere in there. I believe I have Odyssey tokens, Odyssey Squirrel tokens or something like that. There were unofficial tokens before then that I actually have as well, Squirrel tokens that I have, as well as like a set of other ones. But then Wizards realized they could monetize it, so yay! So yeah, so Big Fin Bouncer is really good. It bounces something. It's a 3/2. It's good return on investment. So it's really good tempo. Unlike Mana War, remember, it's return target creature and opponent control. So you can't bounce your own thing in order to get an enters the battlefield effect again. But it is still a really good card. And I love it in foil, and I love the art. And we've had sharks since the beginning, so that's really sweet. All right, next one. Dazzling Angel. This thing is going to be a house in limited in the gain life deck, because this is whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. And there are so many things with gain life synergies, like put a +1/+1 counter on this when you gain 1 life, or create a kitty when you gain 1 life. So this is a very, very important card for enabling the life gain deck. And it's also like 3 for a 2/3 flyer is a decent stat for a common. Additionally, and it blocks a lot of the early blue flyers. Additionally, this 1 life, even if you don't have the life gain synergies, it can change the tempo of the game. So that's pretty nice. And I'm happy to get that in foil. It's just really pretty. I don't know if you can see the glisten and gleam of this. This is so pretty. And we have had angels since the beginning. Yay! It's such a thing. Ooh. Full art refute. Counter target spell, draw a card, then discard a card. So it's just, strictly better than cancel, which just said counter target spell for 3, the same mana cost at instant speed. You also get to loot, meaning draw a card and discard a card. So that's useful. I don't, in limited, it's a little bit more useful than a cancel, but it's still something that people can play around, and it's a lot of mana investment to counter a spell. But we'll see whether it's actually better than I think it is in limited. So, oh, a Llanowar Elves! Classic! So very classic. These are so good to be able to ramp your stuff. And they have been around since the beginning. Let me show you. Let me show you. This is such a lovely look and nostalgic bit here. So I can type. I'm at an angle here. This is okay. Here we go. Llanowar Elves. Good afternoon, Nighthawk. All right, so let's go to revised when I would have first seen them. This is the art from Anson Maddox that I saw first. In black border, it was pretty cool looking. And here's the white border. Had white border all the way up through 7th. And then by 9th, it would have been black border. And they had new art for it in multiple sets. This one I was not a fan of. I'm sorry, Jerry. But they had some crazy cool art for it in 10th and 9th. And then they went back to some of the classics here for the, this is Beatdown here in Battle Royale, and the elves versus goblins. And then we had continued through this. They rather liked this one. So you can see that they didn't shift from it until here, Dominaria. Dominaria had the new elves thing, and I do like this one. This one's pretty cool too, I think. Which one's your favorite? Does Nostalgia have a big pool? Oh, whoa. Okay, that's when we can, that's like one of the like special foils we can open in this. So that's a thing. So yeah, let me know what your favorite art is for that, and we'll see if we can, we'll hope to open it. But okay, so Land of War Elves from the beginning. All right. I'm so old, I remember when they had different artwork. No, sorry. Okay. All right. That's the special foil, exactly, yeah. They're very rare, I think. Oh, yeah, that's your favorite? Oh, yeah, it's so pretty, right? All right, here we go. Thrill of Possibility. Basically, like, Sarkhan's Treachery or Sarkhan's Blah. This was always, like, sort of associated with that, where you discard a card, draw 2 cards. There have been different versions of this, and it seems to be the way Red Dart draws cards, obviously, is rummaging, discard to draw, and this one discards to draw 2, because it's the cost of a card here, so it's pretty cool. And that's been around for quite a while, and is a staple of Red, so it's telling you how Red draws cards. So, oh, here's the kitty collector! See? Whenever you gain life for the first time during each of your turns, create a 1/1 kitty token. So you can see how well these 2 cards synergize. The Dazzling Angel, which gains you a life when a creature enters the battlefield, and the cat collector, right? It's only when you gain life for the first time each turn, right? On each of your turns, right? Each of your turns. I should very, very much clarify that. If you gain life during an opponent's turn, it won't trigger. So when you play this, right, and this triggers, you'll get a kitty token. The kitty will enter, and you will gain another life, but you won't get another kitty, because this is only the first time. But this card is so much fun. When this creature enters, create a food token. So you get a food token so that you can then gain 3 life later that could also make another kitty. So really nice little pairing of cards there. Cat collector. Yes. Okay. Next. Imprisoned in the Moon. This used to be rare. She says, because she's old and remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay, so this is Imprisoned in the Moon. Again, this is a way that we discussed on the limited review, first look, that you can turn off a planeswalker, obviously, it just becomes a land. You can turn off a creature, it becomes a land. Or you can target a land and make sure that that land only produces colorless and no other colors. So if they have a 3rd color and they only have 1 land of that color, you can consider putting this Imprisoned in the Moon on that. Like, say they have, 2 plains, 2 forests, and a swamp. You can try to put this on that swamp so that, yes, they don't lose the total mana that they can pay. They can still pay 5, but they can't use anything of that to cast a black spell. So that's pretty cool. Ooh, Rexage! It is a classic. It is an elf that is like, I'm gonna destroy those artifacts and enchantments! And it's been around for quite a while, and it is a very good card for value, because there's a lot of enchantments and artifacts in EDH, in Commander, that you might want to destroy on the, the face of an elf. But it's an elf, which is a relevant creature type. There are kindred types in this. There's a lot of elves, and there's a lot of elf lords, meaning cards that pump other elves, make other elves bigger, and make them do other cool things. So, but this is also just good because it gets additional value, because when it enters, you get to destroy target artifact or enchantment. So it's so nice. And there's actually quite a few enchantments in this set, so that does make it pretty cool. There's an incoming ad break in like 56 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. If you'd like to avoid the ads, you can subscribe to the stream for free with Prime, or you can just, pay normally if you would like. Or you can, there's plenty of other cool streamers on. You can totally head over there if you would like to avoid the ads. But thank you so much for everything. Anyway, here we go. So, Secluded Courtyard, a foil Secluded Courtyard. These are super fun in not limited. Do not play this in limited. Is a trap for limited for the most part. Unless you literally were lucky enough to get like all elves and their multiple colors. But most of the elves in this and most of the kindred types are all going to be one color. So you're not going to need to cast an elf that is black, for example, usually. So this is not something that I would recommend running in limited, but it is a great commander card. So for example, if you have allies, they are 5 colors for 10 potentially. So you can run, right? This card and it will help you fix for all of those creatures. Pretty neat. Great card in Commander. Foil Mountain with Chandra. There she is. Pretty, right? And it's Kaladesh based, it looks like. You can see from sort of the symbols in the mountains and the town's nature. That's pretty cool. The city's nature. All right. Now we get to the rares and mythics and stuffs. So here we go. First one. Sylvan Scavenging. We saw this. This is pretty sweet. So if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you can put a 3/3 green raccoon creature token into play at the beginning of the end step. If you don't, you could just choose to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. If you would prefer the +1/+1 counter, you could do that too instead. Like, so you can just do this, even if you control something with power 4 or greater, and you would prefer the counter, just put the counter. You just get to choose one. So, pretty sweet. Pretty fun, and it's the raccoon. Okay. Next one. We're scavenging. We're trash pandas now. Next one. 1,000-Year Storm. This is a constructed card. Do not play this in limited. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, copy it for each other instance and sorcery you cast before this turn. You can choose new targets for the copies. This is a great one to play in your EDH stuff, your commander stuff. It is so much fun. And cubes love this card too. That can be really, really fun too to build around that. All right, next we have 9 Lives Familiar, the alternate full art. Look at that. It's my kitty. Actually, it looks like it's a longer hair or medium hair. Longer or medium hair cat. So it's not quite Haldir. Haldir's a short hair. But it is so cute. It is so cute. Now this in limited is more of a gimmick than anything. I think it's best in constructed, but it is so adorable. Curiosity stopped keeping score is hilarious. Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks. Look at that. That's just great. I just love it. I'm going to find a deck for this. I promise. It's going to be great. Somewhere. I don't know where yet, right? If it dies, if it had a revival counter on it, return it to the battlefield with 1 fewer revival counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So it keeps coming back and it keeps dying, and that means that it's good to sacrifice to things, right? If you have a bone splinters, meaning you sacrifice a creature and kill something else. So there is a sacrifice and exile in the limited format, so you can use it for that, but it feels like it's still a little expensive for 3 mana for a 1/1. But when you consider that it keeps coming back as long as it's not exiled, for 9 times, that's a lot of good blocks as long as they don't have trample. So it's possible that I'm undervaluing this in limited, but that art is stunning. Okay, our last 2. So we have one here. Oh, there's the Wrath. So this is an extended art version of the Wrath, a blasphemous edict. You can pay a black rather than pay this spell's mana cost if there are 13 or more creatures on the battlefield. Hopefully there are not going to be 13 or more creatures on the battlefield in limited, but this is a great constructed card. Each player sacrifices 13 creatures of their choice. What this gets around is it's not destroy, so you force them to sacrifice even if those creatures had hexproof, even if those creatures had indestructible. So this is a wonderful Wrath in constructed to make sure that your opponent's creatures die. There's so many things with ward and indestructible and crazy stuff here. So this is a really good Wrath for your commander decks. And oftentimes you actually in commander, it's far more likely that there are going to be 13 or more creatures on the battlefield. And you'll be able to get the reduced cost. In limited, the reduced cost doesn't matter as much. A 5 mana Wrath is normally all you need. So just to make sure that if they got out ahead or you're a more controlling deck, you can control the battlefield. So that's pretty sweet. I really am happy to pick that up. All right. What is our last pick here? What? Wait, hold on. Holy shit. Sorry. I'm not supposed to swear on this, or at least keep it PG-13. I think that one's okay. This is a special foil. This is a Tiny Bones special foil. And it is epic. Oh my god. That's cool. Look at the mana symbols. I'm gonna put that in a sleeve. It's gorgeous. Sorry. You don't like these? I'm sorry, Shadow. Oh, that's really cool. Sorry, I'm looking at it like angled toward me. It's just, oh, it's stunning. Bauble Burglar. Okay, so this card, whenever an opponent discards a card, exile it from their graveyard with a stash counter on it. During your turn, you may play cards you don't own with stash counters on them from exile, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. This is going right in my Tasha deck. You have no idea. 3 and a black, tap, each opponent discards a card. Each opponent. Activate only as a sorcery. If you are playing Two-Headed Giant this weekend, put this card in your deck. One of the two decks, please. It does each opponent. That is so much card advantage, even if you weren't getting to play those cards. Oh, this thing is so sweet. I'm so excited about that. That is so cool. First pack, we got a mana foil. That is so neat. Oh, and it feels so cool. The mana symbols are slightly raised. It's neat. I think it's not the supposed to alter the width of the card, of course, like the depth of the card, but oh, this is so cool. So obviously these two and this one are and this one, these are all new cards. This is the reprint out of the rares that we got. These are all new cards. So Thousand Year Storm is a reprint. This is a nostalgic awesomeness that goes in some cubes, is super sweet for like an instant and sorcery deck, a dedicated instant and sorcery stat deck. This is really sweet because I might want to put this in my +1/+1 counter deck. We'll see. It is the end step, so that's an interesting timing choice for that. But yeah, and you know how I feel about these. So that's really cool. Okay. All right. That is so sweet. Okay, putting those aside and going on to that's only the first pack. I'm so excited. This set is cool. All right. The green card is not a win more card. The green card can actually get you quite far ahead. I think it's great and limited. And I might put it in constructed. It's just the timing's a little not as powerful as some of the other cards that have been printed that put +1/+1 counters on things. But making a free 3/3, as long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater at the end of the turn, is still really good. All right, here we go. All right, I was able to open this one too. Okay, so the back is what we need to pay attention to first, and then the front is going to be the rare, etc. All right, so for the commons, we get Treetop Snare Spinner. I was more impressed with this card than a lot of the other commons that I saw. This is pretty sweet. Again, it can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery for 3 mana, and it's also Reach, Death Touch, 1/4. It does cost 4 mana. Normally we expect Reach, Death Touch, 1/4 to be at least like 3 mana, but because it has this other ability and can stop board stalls, I really kind of like it for limited. It's an upper low to lower mid sometimes, depending on how much reach, how vulnerable you are to flyers. So, Light Shell Duo is a reprint from Bloomburrow. This one's a new card. This is a reprint from Bloomburrow. Look at the adorable rat otter pairing. They're so happy. They're so cute. It's so great. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. So this card might be stronger in this format than one expects, just because it might be a little slower than usual. And this was still worthy in the format it was in. But I think there were a few better spells for it. We'll see. So I'm not sure exactly where this is going to end up, as I said in the first look. Hungry Ghoul. This is a new one, and it harkens back to a lot of the things that we have. Sacrificing creatures to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, or sacrificing a creature to give something +2/+2 until end of turn has been a huge theme for black all along. Again, it's a 2/2 zombie, very thematic, and it's gnawing on a bone because it's a zombie. I thought they liked flesh, but there we go. Maybe it's a zombie dog. But it's very hungry, so it's like, is there any more flesh on this bone? Anyway, okay, here we go. Firebrand Archer, another reprint from Hour of Devastation, I believe. Or Amonkhet, I'm not sure which. It was a fun one. It's a really good one for the non-creature spell type decks. Keep getting incidental damage with this 1 damage to each opponent. Again, in 2-headed giant, that's 1 damage to each opponent, so it's 2 damage total, so that's really worth it in one deck. Dismal Backwater, reprint from Khans originally, I believe. Sunblessed Healer. I like this card in Limited, as we discussed. When this creature enters, if it was kicked, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Doesn't have to be a creature. Still good stuff. 2 mana lifelinker for a 3/1. Like, that's nice. I like it. It does enable those decks. It's really good. Pretty sweet. Oh, thanks, Karma. Yeah, I'm really old and I've seen a lot of Magic cards. I'm sorry. So I'm very aware of what I've seen before. Oh, I'm sure that's the only one we're gonna get. It was just the first one. That was really sweet. I wasn't expecting to open one, honestly. I don't know how frequently they're... Does anybody know how frequently you're expected to open them? Maybe I should check. I think the box probably says. Hold on. Doesn't the box have to tell you odds? Like... 12 to 13 traditional foil cards may contain these cards: FDN 1 to 271, 282 to 487, SPG 74 to 83. Includes 5 cards. Japan Showcase card in less than 1% of boosters. That's the Fracture Foil Japan Showcase cards. So sorry that was blurred for you. It doesn't give the odds of the mana foils, but it does give the odds of the Fracture Foil Japan Showcase cards, because those are the most valuable. Okay. So, all right. Continuing, sorry. This is, yeah, okay. It's really, I'm just excited about this set because it's going to be around for a while, and it's got something for everyone, I think. I don't know if you agree, but I've seen stuff that I've liked for Limited that's going to make my Limited experience really, wonderful, because I'm primarily a Limited player and I'm also a Commander player, so I really like some of the stuff that I've seen for that. I'm less informed on Standard and Modern and so on, but I've been assured by some of my Magic Jank teammates that there are some cool things for those as well. So I'm excited. This is a cool set, and it will be legal for a long time, which I feel is really nice, because that gives you time to acquire, the cards and settle into a deck using those cards and know that they're not going anywhere. In my opinion, that's really nice not to have too much turnover that way. All right. Needletooth Pack, 4/5. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. This is a new card. It is gloriously colorful. I don't know if that's coming through. But it's a 4/5 for 5, which isn't the best ROI for green. But again, that 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. It doesn't have to be this one. It's if a creature died this turn, so you can save it until a turn that, you sacrifice something or you trade for something, and it's 5 mana for, at the very least, if you have no other creatures on the board, a 6/7. So that's nice. Okay. Is Duskmourn going to be draftable while Foundations 25 is out? Foundations is out, or do you mean Jumpstart 2025? I don't know. I think you mean Foundations. Foundations is going to be out. I don't know whether Duskmourn is going to still be draftable when it's out. I know it's releasing next week. Yeah. I don't think anybody's been able to confirm whether or not. People were leaning toward yes. Until the next actual, because this is sort of taking the place of a core set. So let's see. All right, Snakeskin Veil at uncommon now. It was common in certain sets. And here it is uncommon. +1/+1 counter on target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn for 1 mana. Oftentimes this is going to swing the course of a game because since removal is often at such a premium, if you can counter their 1 removal spell, you can gain enough tempo advantage to just crush things. It also puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, which we've seen there's a lot of +1/+1 synergies, which is probably why it's uncommon in this set as opposed to common. All right. Next, we have Meteor Golem. So yeah, this is a reprint. Meteor Golem is a reprint. This is a wonderful thing to put in your ETB decks, in the Flicker decks, for a commander. If you can just keep putting this back into play, you can keep destroying target non-land permanent an opponent controls. It's at 7 mana, it's a kill spell on a stick. So on a 3/3 stick, basically, you have a 3/3 that then kills something. But at 7 mana is a lot for that effect. In limited. So I don't think, I mean, depending on how slow the format, this will be, you know, and how much ramp there is. I've seen a little bit of ramp, but not really enough to justify this, especially in non-green decks. So I don't think this is really a limited card, but it's possible for slower games and like Two-Headed Giant, you're definitely going to want one of these. Okay, next. Ooh, God, that's gorgeous. So this is the Kaito Island. Look at that. Look at it. Oh my goodness. So this is based in Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty. Naked Kaito! I mean, there's a strategic little island, though. Strategically placed island. So no Kaito took us. So there you are. That is just lovely. Okay. They're so bright, sorry. All right, here we go. First rare. Phyrexian Arena, a reprint. Now this is fantastic, because the cost of 1 life for a card is always a price you're willing to pay until you're dead. At the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This is in addition to the card that you draw during your draw phase. So this is a great card. It's great in Constructed, and it's great, for example, Commander, and it's great in Limited, so you can definitely go for that. I have been killed by this card, but usually it's just so much value first. So these foil lands are gorgeous, aren't they, Daniel? Aren't they? Oh my god, so pretty. All right, so next we have Elenda, Saint of Dusk. This is a new card. 4/4 for 4, legendary creature Vampire Knight. Lifelink hexproof from instants, meaning it cannot be targeted by instants your opponents control. You can still target it with instants, but your opponents cannot, which means that a lot of removal is not accessible to them. For this card. It can be targeted by enchantments, it can be targeted by sorceries. So sorcery speed removal and enchantments can target it, but not instants. So as long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, meaning even if you just have 21 life in a limited game, Elenda gets +1/+1 and has menace. So it'll be a 5/5 menace lifelink as long as you have 21 or more life. It gets an additional +5/+5 as long as your life total is at least 10 greater than your starting life total. I wouldn't count on that being the case until you're already winning too much. But already at 5/5, you know, lifelink menace, it's a pretty good card in a dedicated life day deck. It's just like really nice. So that's a fun one. Why do they think hexproof? I mean, it doesn't necessarily make a difference in Constructed, but it does make a difference in Limited. What if you cast an instant at sorcery speed? No. As long as it has the type instant, this has hexproof from it, meaning it cannot be targeted by that spell. All right. So, Curator of Destinies, the Sphinxy. This is a new card as well. This can't be countered. 6 mana, 5/5 flyer, and it has Factor Fiction on a stick. Let's take a look at Factor Fiction, shall we? There's been multiple different arts for Factor Fiction. Let me go see. There we go. It's top one. Okay, here we go. So Factor Fiction, right? This one, I love the stories that Magic tells with its art. Hi, Christian Fisher! Yeah. Didn't know there was a new Elenda? It's a new one for you. Your instant identifies as sorcery speed. Speed doesn't matter as long as it's called an instant. Unfortunately. So if it identifies as a source... Oh, it identifies as a sorcery spell. Sorry. Identifies as a sorcery spell. There we go. Then that's fine. Clearly, you can call a judge over and that will be fine. All right. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. An opponent separates those cards into 2 piles. Put one pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So, this effect has been around forever, and we're going to look at variations on it. But this was the first version of it, right? And this is the invasion artwork. Then it had this artwork from, I think this was Jace versus somebody dual deck, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. Oh yeah, it says right here. Sorry, I'm trying to like tell you based on the set symbol, which I know. And they're like Jace versus Chandra dual deck. Okay, right there, literally right there. I could just read it off that. Here I am just being like, oh, I know that set symbol. Okay, so fact or fiction, right? Reveal the top 5. Opponent separates in 2 card piles, 1 pile into your hand, the other into your graveyard. Both piles are going to be face up. Now, there's been a lot of things that play with that since then. So there's a lot of different creatures that have had this on them or a variation on this on them. And there's been a lot of spells that have some version of this. Sometimes the pile is face down, as we see with the Sphinx. So it was very powerful when it came out first. When I was little. Okay, anyway. All right, so let's look at this Curator and what version it has of it. So, Curator of Destinies. Oops, let's pick up these cards. Curator of Destinies says, when this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Let's go closer, sorry. Can we go closer? We cannot go closer. Okay, is this big enough for you all? Hopefully you can read this. All right. It's a lot of text. It's a little... Okay. When this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library and separate them into a face-down pile and a face-up pile. You'll have seen this on... was it... the Theros Beyond Death card. 2 and a black and a blue with like a 3/2 that does the same exact thing. Let me think. Atrix, I want to say. Atris? Let me check. Hold on. Oracle of Half-Truths. Yep, that's the one. So this is where you've seen this before. So it's and like I said, but this harkens all back to Fact or Fiction. That was the first card that sort of started this thing of like make piles. So Menace 3/2, when it enters the battlefield, target opponent looks at the top 3 cards, only 3, not 5, right? And separates them into a face down pile and a face up pile. Put one pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Pretty cool stuff. So, Curator of Destinies does this sort of thing, but it's 5 cards, right? Separate them into a face down pile and a face up pile. An opponent chooses one of those piles. So you separate them, and an opponent chooses. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So there's so many variations on this, whether you pick the piles and the opponent chooses one of them, or whether the opponent picks the piles and you choose one of them. So there's so many different variations on this cool thing that Blue does that says, I'm going to give you like a part of my library and you are going to have a tough time choosing, usually, for what's the best for you. So either way, I'm getting cards, right? And the cool thing about this in this limited format is, in fact, that there is, a lot of stuff that you can use out of your graveyard, like Flashback or Threshold, right? So Threshold means that certain of your creatures gain extra abilities when there are 7 more cards in your graveyard. And then the Flashback means you can actually cast the cards from your graveyard. So it's like getting more cards than you just get in your hand if you can also cast the stuff that is put into your graveyard. So it's pretty cool. Okay, so next card, we have Coma World Eater. Okay. So, can't be countered as Coma never can. And it's an 8/12 trample ward 4 because reasons. When it deals combat damage to a player, create 4 3/3 blue serpent creature tokens named Coma's Coil. This booster pack cannot be countered, yes. So this is an extended art Coma, as you can see. Oops, sorry, we didn't go over the token yet. That's a goblin and a drake! Nice! Whoa, wait, hold on. What's going on with that drake's head? Oh, it's really pretty. I was misinterpreting it. It looked like a hammerhead for a second. But that's actually like, okay, head here, so mouth, and this goes that way. Okay. It had been, it's the shine blinded me for a second. Let's just call it that. Coma is not as good as the last Coma. The last Coma was pretty broken, though. This is still pretty good. Pretty good. It has Ward 4, so it's going to be good in this limited format. It might be good and constructed, too. Who knows? But it's an 8/12, because reasons. And there you go. Like, that's a little nutty. And hopefully with being an 8/12, it can actually connect with your opponent with that trample. And you can get those 4 3/3 coils. But yeah, that's a danger noodle if I've ever seen one. So this is a new card as well. All right, last one here. Are there ever 2 mana foils in a box? I'm so happy with my tiny bones, but I just want to know, are there ever 2? Has anybody opened 2? Or knows seen anybody open 2? Oh, damn. Well, that is an alternate art, full art, Omniscience foil. So, yeah. That's pretty. So this is the classic. It was priced so highly, and yet people still broke this card. So you may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana costs. And this is alternate art from Dominic Meyer. Meyer does such amazing work. A lot of geometric stuff and playing with colors in Meyer's artwork. This is so cray-cray. Wow. Okay, that's... Omniscience came, it is not used in as many decks that I know of, but maybe the reprint causes people to try and find new ways to break it. We might see this in Constructed. I'm not sure. I am going to sleeve that up. That is a very pretty version of that card. That is an extremely pretty version of that card. So this is a reprint, and it is pretty spectacular. Again, avoid it and limited. It is not worth your time. But yeah, whew. Cray. It lets you play. You can play another game with it. Is that a selling point? All right. So some really cool, exciting stuff in here, and a lot of really amazing looks at like what Magic has done over the years, as well as some great new cards, honestly, from this Foundation set that I'm going to look forward to playing. It looks like they've slowed the limited game down a little bit with it, since it's like more of a power level of a core set, which I really like. I really like slower limited formats, because they allow me to make more decisions and make each of those decisions therefore more important. So here we go. Here's our third pack. Oh no, you dropped 2 balls and broke both of them. I am so sorry, Shadow. I am so shy. Just know that all of these the VODs will always be on YouTube. So here, I'll like post the YouTube thing. YouTube will always have these VODs. They will always be free. So you can always watch them and don't have to worry about anything. And you can, like, I'm so sorry about bowls. I am so sorry. I hope it's okay. Hey, Snuggle Bunsies! More decisions doesn't make each decision less important. More decisions means that, sometimes, like, there just aren't decisions in shorter games at all. And so, like, you play what you can and it doesn't matter. but more decisions mean that each decision actually is about maximizing what you can do. After a certain point, OP, you're probably correct. But how fast things have been going, ending by turn 8, right? Like, like on average by turn 8 or before is like, with the previous few limited sets, like MH3 was the fastest, 1 was second fastest, Bloomburrow and Duskmorn are roughly on par, and then like they've just all been the fastest things. Yeah, more opportunities to tip the scales in your favor despite the crazy cards that are there. We don't have a giveaway going just yet, but I will have one later. Okay, again, let's do the token first, because I forgot to do that last time. Soldier token! Oh my gosh, okay, so I have a favorite soldier token art, and it's Magali Villeneuve's. Oh, and a bunny from Bloomburrow! Oh my god. So, yeah, bunnies are fairly, like, we've had some bunnies in the past, but like bunnies, like, the proportion of bunnies exploded with Bloomburrow, obviously, but we've always had soldiers. And so, let me show you my favorite soldier token. Let's see if they actually have it on Gatherer. I might have to... Oh, that was the one before. This was the unglued token, soldier token. That's so cool. But can we see others? Like, can we see... Well, let's go here. Okay. All right. Check this out. Double Masters, Magali. Yes, this is it. Look at that. Look at that! The money's multiplied even, yes. But isn't that a gorgeous soldier token? It was so good. So beautiful. Magali is one of my favorite artists working in Magic today. Just, yeah. Just so cool. Anyway, alright, sorry, back to this. But yeah, this is a soldier token. I think this is Greg Staples. Let me check. Yep, Greg Staples. And this is iconic as well. One of the earlier soldier tokens, pretty cool. And this bunny is just spectacularly adorable. Gina Matarazzo. I'm not sorry. I'm going to mismangle everybody's names. But Matarazzo did an amazing job on this. This is so cute. All right, so that's our token. Let's see what else we have. We have... Heir Apparent, a foil. This, as with any card that you get that says a deck can have any number of cards named Heir Apparent, you are going to want to keep because they tend to be quite cool to make decks out of. So this is pretty neat. Now, when this creature enters, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named Heir Apparent. A deck can have any number of them. So if you have this in play and you play another one, you get a 1/1. If you have those 2 in play and you play another one, you get 2 1/1s. Bunnies! So the bunnies are multiplying. Most families have trees. His has an entire forest. The flavor text on Magic has always been either wonderful literature or really clever puns and jokes, or really badass, awesome stuff, or very thought-provoking. So it's really cool that that's part of Magic, and I'm glad that they showcased that on this and didn't like leave it blank or anything like that. They wouldn't do that except for the more text-heavy cards. But even though this one was slightly text-heavy, you'll notice they worked it in. It was pretty cool. Okay. Here we go. Runaway Together, a reprint. This can be pretty useful and limited. We did talk about that. I don't want to bore you about that with it again, especially since it's a reprint. Bouncy, but you have to have 2 creatures. You have to have a creature out on your side and theirs. So there we are. Cathar Commando, also a reprint. Really, really, really fun. White has often had something that can, like a creature that can sacrifice, destroy an artifact and enchantment. There was a fox way back when, and before that there was a spirit, a kami during whatever it was. That was pretty neat. During like Champions, I think, or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff and history behind that card. Does what work in THG? Oh, Two-Headed Giant? 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. In Two-Headed Giant, you can choose, right? 2 creatures that your opponents, because you have 2 opponents, control. You do not have to, like in Limited, choose one of your own and one of theirs. Very nice. Yeah, good point, Karma. Really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Excellent. So, Fake Your Own Death, a reprint from OTJ. We've always had, Black has often had this type of effect, wherein you have an instant, it pumps the creature, and the creature will come back if it dies. So this one has the added effect of returning tapped, right? +2/+0, return tapped, and you create a treasure token. So it's an interesting one. One of the things that makes this very interesting, and I haven't seen that we're going to maximize it with this particular set, but you can in other decks, is if the creature is face down, you can turn it it will return to the battlefield face up. So if you have like a morphed creature or a disguised creature or a cloaked creature, it's a face down 2/2, you can turn it face up, right? Using this. So if you have like a 7/7 morphed thing face down, right? You can attack, right? Give it +2/+0 when it dies. Like it can trade with a 4/4, right? And then it returns to the battlefield tapped, but it returns as that 7/7 as opposed to just the 2/2, right? So that's pretty cool. And you create a treasure token. Pretty nice. Now these are, yeah, you used it with prototypes. Okay. These are like not the most powerful spells in Limited, because oftentimes, and especially with this set where I haven't seen a lot of morph cards at all, or disguised cards or cloaked cards, etc. It was much, and it's good with things with ETBs because it's entering the battlefield again. So yeah, that's a thing you could do. Like in the white in this, there's an uncommon that's a 6 mana 1/1 lifelinker that comes into play and makes 2 3/3 night tokens. So if you do this and you attack with that, it's 3 life points gained, and then you can put it back into play, and when it comes back into play, you get a treasure token and you get 2 more 3/3 night tokens. So that's something to consider with like ETB stuff. That's the only thing I've seen that it really synergizes with in this set. If it had been in like Murders at Karlov Manor, then you could totally just flip your creature, your disguised creatures, but or in Cons, you can flip your morphs, but yeah. All right, Scoured Barrens, again, a Cons reprint. Gaining life. Now remember, the gain life synergy is really, really important in this. So if you can afford to, slow your deck down a little bit, if you're in both of these colors, it's probably still worth running, right? To fix your mana, even though it enters tapped, because you can get, it gains a life, so it can offset a little bit of the tempo, but it also just fixes your mana. The thing that you consider if you're in a white life gain deck is that even if you're not in black, this still gains you a life. So depending on exactly how heavy you are in your life gain synergies, you might want to run this even though it's slightly off color. Even though it's a plains that enters the play tapped for you, you may want that life gain that badly to trigger those synergies. So worth considering. Angel of Finality. When I was your age, this was a rare. Okay, sorry. This was like, I think, Avacyn Restored. And it's a 3/4 flying angel, which is a relevant type. It's 4 mana 3/4, obviously. When it enters the exile target player's graveyard, this is actually important. A, it's decently statted as a flyer. It's like really decently statted as a flyer in this format, so it's a really good card. But it also exile targets player's graveyard, which stops Threshold and Flashback for a lot of cards. It's a good card in Limited. At Uncommon, it's crazy, in my opinion. I don't think downgrading this to Uncommon was necessarily correct, but power creep is a thing. When I was your age, we got a 2/2 flyer for 4, and we're so happy about it. Let me show you. It's Griffin. Hold on. Let's try this. Yeah, so like that, this wasn't even when I was your age. This is Innistrad, flying 2/2 vigilance for 4, right? Like, and what about the earlier ones? Like, here's like plane shift, right? 2/2 vigilance flying. You can make something white until end of turn. Masks. 2/2 fly. Sorry, this one's a 3/3 flyer. That's a lie. Let's move on. But it's not a 3/4 with an additional ability. So yeah. The Raj the Griffin, right? Sacrifice it to destroy target black creature. This was a 2/2 flyer for that. Sorry. I'm just going to like flying first strike 2/2, right? Yeah. Okay. So that was for Mirage and 6th. Yeah. I just want to point this out. So yeah. So Angel of Finality is a pretty nice upgrade to all of that. I can see why it's, you know, it's uncommon now, but like it does feel kind of weird. It's a gorgeous card though, gorgeous art. The angel is just so cool amongst the graves. Better the dead depart utterly than be enslaved to those lovely necromancers that we have in Magic. There's such a story behind the flavor text and the art. It's so cool. It's what Magic is all about, and I'm glad that they've stuck with that for this particular set. All right, next we have Slumbering Cerberus. This is a new card. This is a 2-mana 4/2 that doesn't untap during your untap step. However, Morbid says, at the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, untap this creature. So if you can pump this, if you can go 2 mana, play this turn, and then turn 3, attack with it, play a pump spell when something with 2 power blocks it, right? Such that this survives, that creature will die, and then at the end of step, this will untap and be able to attack the next turn. It also can trade up. You can just leave it back as a blocker in a more controlling deck and block something with 4 power, right? Or something like that, right? So it's a pretty cool card. It's also a doge, and it's very cute, and the flavor text is awesome. The plan seemed to be going perfectly until Mino realized the third head was no longer snoring. And look, the art. The third head is awake. Sorry. Really cool. Okay. So, next. Adventuring Gear. This is also a reprint. This is back from Zendikar. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, equipped creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and you can pay 1 to equip. It costs 1 to play. Now, you know, for the first few turns, you're often playing lands, so it is really good to be able to equip this and get, you know, massive damage in. Sometimes, though, it peters out when you just need it to work. You're like, please, I need to. But it does make land draws more impactful when you're not drawing actual creatures and spells in limited. So it's pretty nice. It's more helpful in something that has a lot of land fetch and ramp and things like that. So you can play those and pump your things like +4/+4 or something with trample, etc. So it's a good card. I don't know how good it's going to be in the limited format here. We'll see. Haven't seen Adventuring Gear in a while, I know. Zendikar, baby. So that's an old card reprinted. A Braid Full Art Foil. That is pretty cray-cray. I had not seen that this was new art. Wow. That's spectacular. So a Braid is a reprint. It's a beloved card. It does what Red wants to do. Red is really good at destroying artifacts. It has been ever since Shatter in the earliest sets. And Shatter Storm, indeed. To destroy all artifacts. And it deals 3 damage to target creature. I believe a Braid has been uncommon. Don't quote me on it, though, but I believe there was a set where it was. I feel like there was, but this could just be me being wrong. Let me just check. A Braid. Yeah, it was uncommon in its original set, which was Hour. As you can see here, right there. In Hour, it was uncommon. In Commander Legends, it was uncommon. But Double Masters, it was common. And then Crimson Vow, it was common. And then Bloomburrow, a Commander, it was common. I don't know what that is. Brothers War Commander. Okay. So yeah. Well, you need to get older. But yeah, this is a really pretty version of this card, and I believe I will be putting that in a deck. That is going to be really, really nice. This is, or at least in a cube. I have a peasant cube that this, and actually a chromatic cube that this could definitely go in. That's just really gorgeous and well done. You can see the sort of the motion in the artwork. It's beautiful. Wow. Okay, sorry. Back in my days. Yes. All right, here we go. Oh, the Liliana Swamp. The Liliana Swamp. That is amazing. There she is amongst the graves. Beautiful artwork. Look at that. Dang. So yeah, this is what black does. I mean, I really love what they did with the lands. It's the only one that like doesn't, I mean, these are for each of the planeswalkers. These are the planeswalker versions, like with like Chandra and Kaito and Lily. So it's more about what they do than what the land does, but to some degree, like Liliana has always been iconically just, you know, obviously she's the black planeswalker, full on black, just no compromise there, and this graveyard fits perfectly, as well as the tones and colors chosen here. Just beautiful. We got the Necromancer in her graveyard amongst her zombies and potential zombies. All right, next. New card, Kiora the Rising Tide. Great card for limited. Draw 2, discard, right? Enables your flashback and threshold synergies, which are really good for blue. And then when you have this threshold, which she benefits from as well, when she attacks, you get a legendary 8/8 blue octopus creature token, Scion of the Deep. She comes complete with octopus. Whee! So, yes, very blue. Very, very much wow, such octopus. Okay. Kiora's fun. All right, and then we have also a new card, Kaikar Zephyr Awakener. 4 mana, 3/4 flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose one. Exile another target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Or create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. So you can basically use it to flicker at end of turn. Like you can cast a non-creature spell to save other creatures from a wrath, for example, or a targeted removal spell. Put them exiled until the end of turn, then they'll come back and get another ETB effect. Or you can make a burb. So this is a really nice way to pay off blue-white spells decks and make lots of lovely things. Oh, sorry, not make a burb. It's a spirit. Sorry, make a spirit. Haldir, don't press buttons, please. don't press buttons. Come here, Floof, down. You can be on the lap if you want, but like not on the keyboard. Thank you. All right, here we go. All right, next one we have is. Oh, I want this. This is great. Celestial Armor. So this harkens back to, so this is equipment. It has flash. I mean, you can cast it at instant speed. This is the full art version of this, the alternate art. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. So it equips for free. You just attach it. That creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has flying. Card is nutty and limited. Take this card very highly. It is very good. It's also really good and constructed in like your creature-based white decks in Commander. It is so good because it allows hexproof and indestructible, and you can play it at flash speed. It's definitely going my Kiri equipment deck along with that Mithril armor, which does similar things from Lord of the Rings. This is super sweet. Yeah, I mean, I can't say much more about this. Like, obviously, you know, that we had the, there's another equipment that gave +2/+2 in flying that you could equip, and you could attach when it came into play. You just attached it to something, and it would re-equip for like 4 as well. But this one is a protection spell as well, which is super crazy. I think Maul of the Skyclaves is what it was called, the other one. +2/+2 and flying. And so this is another version of that, but it gives that hexproof and indestructible. which means it can't be targeted and can't be destroyed. So even a Wrath can't hit it because that indestructible is there. And targeted, right? -X can't hit it because of the hexproof, right? So that's pretty sweet. I like that. And the art is so spectacular. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Next one, we got Leyline Axe, also a new thing, but this is just like the ley lines, except it's an artifact. Ley lines have the ability that if you have them in your opening hand, you can start with them on the battlefield. And this is an equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has double strike and trample, which is Embercleave, its ability, which is really gross. So this is a free Embercleave early to some degree on the battlefield. Now, it does equip 3 just like Embercleave, but the thing about Embercleave is Embercleave gets cheaper and has flash. So, and it gets cheaper based on the number of creatures you control and is a nice surprise, whereas this will not be a surprise because you can only equip at sorcery speed, unless this is going in one of your constructed decks, in which case, like the equipment deck that we talked about here, the Akiri deck, that I have, this can, there are cards that allow you to equip equipment for free, like Sigarda's Aid and things like that. I think it's Sigarda's Aid, but yeah. So there's a few things there. I think this is going to be very useful. I think it's going to be fun in Limited as well, just because, again, Embercleave is still going to be a good card, even if it's not discounted too much. But Embercleave is better, in my opinion, than this card, but, I mean, Embercleave is still stupid anyway, so this is a good card. Nice new bit. Okay, what we got Spinner of Souls extended art foil. I like this card. I think this is a really good rare in Limited. And it's gonna go in my spider deck with Shelob. So there we are. It says 3 mana for a 4/3 reach, already decent stats for Limited. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So what this does is allow you to keep essentially drawing more creatures, which is one thing that green doesn't really do well otherwise. It just doesn't draw doesn't draw well, period. And when it does draws like this. This is very iconic, where you draw and you look for a creature. So if you were looking for a spell, that's kind of sad. You're putting those on the bottom of your library. So you have to, it's a give and take, which is a nice balance that they structured into the skills that this can and cannot have, right? This color, what defines this color. So that's really, really cool. Okay. All right. Next pack. I know we're moving slowly through these because I just want to talk through them and why they're so cool. I'm sorry. They are very, very cool. So I'm going to take a drink first. All right. Let's look. What do we have here? Another collector booster. Surprise! All right, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is number 4. Okay, here we go. Let's go look at that token. What we got? Another zombie. Okay, and a goblin token. Again, since the beginning, we've had those lovely goblins. The first goblin that I ever saw was this one. Give me 1 second. This was the first goblin that I ever saw. Here's the revised version of it. So iconic. It for me, these almost have like a flavor, like a flavor to them. It brings me back to that time. I remember the smell of the cards. I remember the feel. It's so fantastical, and it was unlike most of anything that had been done before. This little collectible card game, which used really cool fantasy art and just had this, this power. It was so cool. This is a 1/1 for 1. It's the goblins, 1/1 for 1. The other one I saw was the ones that you can pay 1 red to make them fly. And these are just like goblins have always done the thing, and they've always had such character. And here is a goblin token. 7th edition Raging Goblin for you. Yeah, I mean Raging Goblin. Yeah, exactly. Here, let's go. Let's go find that. Here it is. Let's go for the 7th edition version. There you go. Mons' Goblin Rages was your first two? Yeah. Yeah, the smell of the card has changed. The finish that they put on them now are yeah, Goblin Balloon Brigade. That's the one. That's the one I'm talking about. The finish on the cards now has a more plasticky thing to make sure that they have more staying power. I'm sure they were a lot more, you know, cardboardy, truly cardboardy, like papery when I was growing up. So they definitely had a different smell then. It's more preservative now, I guess. Like, so yeah, this one, Hasty. I remember the 6 art from this with the huge battle axe. Definitely raging. Definitely raging. And even Portal. I remember this art. This was spectacular. This was very old. I'm sorry, I'm very old. But yeah, this was great. Now it's the Mons, so the Goblin Raiders, yeah. Goblin Balloon Brigade, that's what it was. They can fly. This was also one of the iconic ones that I saw there. From up here, we can drop rocks and arrows and more rocks. Yeah, boss. But how do we get down? There was always the thing of like goblins were coming up with these crazy, like impetuous and plans, and there's just like some of the execution was never well thought out. So yes, that's amazing. This was very cool. You missed kobolds? Kobolds, yeah. So there was a land that made them early, right? But yeah, kobolds of Carekeep. Here's the token. But the kobolds all had, like, the lands made them. The kobolds all had like 0 power, and it was adorable. It won't be in the names, therefore, because it wasn't in the land, but it was just, oh, it was so good. So this, oh, yeah, there it is. Kobolds Overlord, yeah. 1/2 first strike. All your kobolds gain first strike with their 0 power. 1 for all for 1. We strike first, and then you're done. So yeah, kobolds are super sweet. They're still around. They've still got some cards that they're sort of printing with them, because there's like been the new legendaries, didn't you know? Like the here, give me a second. Rogak, right? Is that how I spell it? It's the H first. This is it. Yeah. Roga of Carekeep. This is the legend, right? And then you have Son of Rogak. Right, where's the other one? What's the other one? Yeah, Rograk. Okay, it doesn't have the H. But here's the new one from Commander Legends. Rograk, Son of Roga, right? First strike, menace, trample, 0/1 partner. Strength is relative. Son, relative. Dad pun. Yay! Sorry. Okay, back to this. Okay, so, but yeah, goblins have been around forever. It's just lovely harkening back to that. We got that lovely token along with the zombiesies. All right, putting that over there. Now we've got Gutless Plunderer, which has spectacular art. Look at the parrot. Look at the parrot on its shoulder. Look at that. That is priceless. I'm going to hold this close, and we're going to back up a little bit, because look at that. How is that not a perfect piece of art? Gutless Plunderer, with the play on gutless being cowardly versus gutless versus being skeletal with no guts. I love it. And it's just a decent card in limited. It's a new card, so it's pretty cool. I'm very happy to see that. Very loyal parrot. Yep, a little bit back that way. There we go. So yeah, Gutless Plunderer, cool new card. Oops, wait. Did I do the token? Okay. I don't know what I just flashed at you as the rare that we're really excited about, but hopefully don't tell me until, because I didn't see it. All right. Healer's Hawk, a reprint, really fun. There's so many plus encounters in this deck. This card can do a lot in limited. It's so much fun. Very cool, and it's got the lifelink that you need for that lifelink deck. Pretty nice. Now, Incinerating Blast, we've had better versions of this at instant speed, so it's a little underwhelming as a removal spell. It is new, but it does basically similar stuff to the Delirium one in Duskmourn, except it's a sorcery speed and not an instant, which is a little rough. But there you are. You don't need the Delirium to get the loot, the Rummage effect, whereas I think you do for the instant speed one in Duskmourn, but the cost of it being sorcery for 5 mana for a removal spell is a little painful. Now, they may have just decided that in this format, which is slower, it's still good enough for that. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm not super thrilled with that one as a limited card. Grow from the Ash is a reprint from Dominaria. This is one of the ways that you can ramp and fix your mana. The fact that it's in this, and it was very good in Dominaria in a really slow format, makes me hope that this, again, is another sign that I think that this might be a slower format. But again, this can fix your mana and can ramp you a lot if you have 5 mana and a little if you have 3. So it's nice and versatile that way with a kicker. All right. And green fetches mana and puts it into play. Basic lands. And that's one of the things that it does. And so it's really nice to see that come back here so that people can see it. All right. Evolving Wilds, gorgeous artwork. Gorgeous artwork for this one. Let me see if I can... I'm going to hold that one up again, too, because this is just something you have to see. How is that showing up? It's really prettier than I think it's showing up. I don't know that my camera can do it justice. It's just spectacular use of the light in this. Like, I don't know. Yeah, this is prettier in person. I promise. It's one of my favorite versions of this artwork for Evolving Wilds. It is really gorgeous. And again, this is a nice way to fix your mana in limited. It's so much fun. It's also another way to put a land into play and then put another land into play, because you sacrifice to put another land into play. So remember that we had that uncommon really orange slice. Remember that we had that landfall equipment that gave your creature +2/+2. When it was equipped to a creature, gives the +2/+2 whenever land entered the battlefield under your control. So this is a way to have 2 lands enter the battlefield under your control. So it'll get +4/+4. So that's always another thing to consider when there's other cards that synergize with it well. Same thing with this, right? If you had a creature equipped with that, and you had this at 5, you could put 2 basic lands into play, again, +4/+4, in addition to the one you played for a turn, in theory. So, and they don't come into play tapped on this one, notably. Very important. Okay, next. Evolving Wilds does come, the land does come into play tapped. All right, Essence Scatter at Uncommon. I'm so glad this is at Uncommon, because it does make, the presence of this card in a format does make the limited atmosphere a little bit less pleasant for me. And for beginners too, because they're like, well, can I even play my spells? And part of Magic is fun is playing your spells. And this is like, no. I am glad that they have it in the format, because it is what blue does. Blue says no. A lot of the time. Blue is like, I think not. And so they can still do that, but at least it's uncommon in the format. And it's going to get me a lot, I'm sure. Playing around it's going to be rough, but there we are. Essence Scatter, counter target creature spell, instant speed, 1 and a blue. There you go. Blue shall not be having any of that. All right, new card now. Dead Wings Scavenger. 2/2, flying. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Threshold, this creature gets +1/+1 and has death touch as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard. So whenever this enters or attacks, you loot, which not only gets you to fix up the hand better, craft your hand, but also puts cards in the graveyard so that your threshold creatures can benefit from that. And this itself is a threshold creature, so it will be 3/3 death touch at some point once you have 7 cards in the graveyard. Pretty sweet little card for that blue-black deck. It does exactly what that wants to do. All right, next. Garruk's Uprising, a reprint. Now, this looks great for what Gruul wants to do. It is... when this enchantment enters, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Creatures you control have trample. Whenever a creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. So it's a really good way for green to draw a card without sacrificing what makes green special, which is it can't draw cards really well. And so here it's like, if you have the 4. If you have the 4. So it is a nice card in limited, especially with the Gruul cards that I've seen in this particular format, limited format. It's also a really fun card to have in Constructed because, again, a lot of the time you're going to have really big, green plus another color decks that do crazy things, and this is something you want. Make sure that they all have trample naturally, and then also start drawing extra cards so you can play more of those big dinos in this case. So, Garruk doing those things. All right, next one we have Heartfire Immolator. I love this card. It's a reprint. It's a 2/2 prowess for 2. Great stuff, but you can also pay red and sacrifice it to deal damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. So if you play this out and then the next turn you play a cheap removal spell, right, for whatever could block it, it's going to be 3/3 attacking. And then let's say they have a planeswalker that's, 3 loyalty. You can sacrifice it post-combat damage after you deal damage in the second main phase and just kill that planeswalker. So that's pretty sweet. Or kill another creature. It's a good card. I like this card. I've always liked this card. I probably overvalue it, but still. It's a good card. All right. Ooh, Swampy. This is not the Planeswalker. This is Tiny Bones. I think that's Tiny Bones. That's gotta be Tiny Bones. And it's so cool. And then this reminds me of, Don't Follow the Lights. Sorry. Hey, Zombob! How are you doing? All right, so there's the little Tiny Bones. That's a really cool swamp. I love it. I love all the art so far that I've seen for the lands. All right, now on to the rares and mythics. High Society Hunter. Now, this one is an interesting one. So flying 5/3 for 5. Now, that 3 toughness on a 5-mana flyer in black is not ideal. We've got better stuff than that. And so I'm a little worried about this, but it says whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And whenever another non-token creature dies, draw a card. Drawing a card can be difficult to do in black or in the vampire decks, which tend to be some combination of Mardu colors, meaning black, white, red. So drawing cards is difficult in that. This is a good way to draw cards. I'm a little worried about that toughness in the Constructed. I think in Limited, it's going to be really fun. They just have to deal with it. There are, things like a Braid that we've seen that do deal with it very well and easily, but it seems a very powerful card. So I'm excited to see that in Limited. I'm not sure how excited to see it I am in Constructed. All right, let's see. Just been to your pre-release? Nice! Very nice. You must be way far ahead. It's only Friday right now, right? For us, 7:19 a.m. Ooh, the foil Celestial Armor. So we had the full art Celestial Armor, which was non-foil. And now we have the foil Celestial Armor. I have a couple decks this can go in, so I'm happy to have 2. This is so sweet. I won't talk about it anymore, but take a look at that artwork. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to put it up closer so you can absolutely see the stunning play of color in that. Look at those wings. Just stunning. Okay, sorry. I will now stop that. All right, here we go. All right. So there's our Celestial Armor. Whoop, crap. I'm flashing myself now. It was a blue card. That's all I know. Oh, Phyrexian Arena full art. Non-foil. Okay. Beginning of your upkeep, draw a card and you lose a life. This card's been reprinted a lot. So that's really nice because a lot of people will have access to it to build in their decks. That That elephant does not look like it's having a good day. It was the Sphinx, you think? All right, let's check. Okay. But yeah, we talked about Phyrexian Arena. Great card. Good card to have. Lots of decks want it. All right, next one we have is... Oh, Alicia Who Laughs at Fate. Very nice. So, first strike, 2/2. Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And at the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, not Alicia, notably. So you can play this post-combat after attacking. Return target creature card with mana value less than or equal to Alicia's power from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is nutty, and I think if you know, even first pack, if there's not something like crazy better, I think that the 2 colors isn't enough of a drawback on this. It's really cool. Oh, 1120 on East Coast of Australia. That makes a lot of sense. I hope your pre-release went really, really well. All right, and then you said Sphinx. Yep, it is the Sphinx. It is an extended art foil of the Sphinx, which we did talk about, so that's already set. Perfect. Okay. Cool Sphinx. Cool Sphinx. You had her. You had her? Nice. Played her post-combat and got a true drop back. Nice. Yeah. It encourages trading because you can just get it right back. Pretty neat onto the battlefield. Like, it's just such a strong card, it looks like to me, that I'm okay being in 2 colors for it early. Or at least trying. If the stuff isn't open in the draft, I will, of course, switch, but yeah. So, here we go. And it's good in Sealed, too, I feel, because, again, you could splash her and still get late game, get back a 2-drop, but just for the cost of attacking, so pretty neat. Okay. All right, here we go. So, let's look at the token first. Oh, a Knight token! A 3/3 Knight token! I am so used to Knights being 2/2s, but this is created by that new card, the 1/1 that produces 2 3/3 Knights. The uncommon in white. So this is going to be interesting. This is new, right? I'm so used to these Knights, these Kniggets being 2/2s instead of 3/3s. But there we go. That's the new Knight token that's produced by the new card. And then we have the lovely human token. We've had those for a while too. This one's a reprint from Woe, Wilds of Eldraine. So that's neat. What cards am I hoping to get? Well, I actually got one. Oh, that I'm two that I'm really hoping to get. Like, I wanted to get the Blasphemous Edict, and look, we've got a mana foil Tiny Bones. It is so cool. Sorry, yeah, anyway. I also got the full art of the alternate art of the Nine Lives Familiar, which just makes me happy. It's not like a phenomenal card, but it just makes me really happy. Okay, yeah. But yeah, Knights are like 2/2s or 2/2 Vigilance, so that's like been their thing in the past. So this is a new Knight, stronger, better, faster, robo thingy. Anyway, yes. So it is fun. All right, so let's see what we get now. As commons, we have Elfsworn Giant here. And as you can see, just like with the stuff they've seen, the 5/3, the power is what is like creatures with power 4 or greater are a huge thing in green right now. And this has reach. It doesn't trade very well with the flyers in the set that I've seen that would, I mean, it can stop their 2-power flyers, but it doesn't trade very well with a lot of the 3 powers in white. So, or bigger in black. So, whenever a land you control enters, create an elf warrior creature token. Though you can get more elves, so that's neat. Oh, let's see. I also really want, like, there's a couple, like, I want the dragon mythic that doubles damage. I really want the dragon mythic to doubles damage, and I also want that black vampire, the mythic vampire. Those 2 mythics I very much want. Sanguine Siphoner. This is a new card. Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. We've seen a very similar card to this that was a lizard from Bloomborough. But this one's a vampire, which again is a cool creature types synergy here. We've had vampires since the beginning. Let's go take a look at Sanger Vampire, because we can. Excuse me. He's on my keyboard again. Excuse me. Yeah. He's like, I don't want to move. Okay. So, let's go look at Sanger Vampire. Now, this is the first vampire that I was ever introduced to in Magic: The Gathering. And this was the version that I saw. It is pretty cool. So this is a 5-mana 4/4 flyer, which was huge stats for the time. And it was uncommon, but was eventually made into a rare. And it got a +1/+1 counter on it each time a creature died during a turn in which the vampire damaged it. This vampire, this Sanger vampire. It wasn't just any vampire, because they errated it here to make sure that you knew what was going on. But we all knew that at the time because there weren't really a lot of other vampires. So yeah. And that artwork is pretty Nosferatu. With the veins, with enzymatic, this is pretty crazy. Pretty cool. So, and so vampires have always had flying for a very long time, until recently, in which you'll note this does not have flying. Almost all vampires had flying for a very long time, and it was really, really cool. And then when they stopped doing that, I was like, wait, what? Some changes, and I've had to get used to. All right, Squad Rallier, also a new card. Look at the top 4 cards of your library for 3 mana, 2 and a white. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Now this can help you get out of board stalls and still get some stuffs. Some still have flying, absolutely. San 101 bouncy, the vampires. Some still do. It's just all of them used to. It used to be a thing about vampires. It was pretty neat. But yeah, so this is a cool card for getting out of board stalls. It's not like a super high pick, but it's a fun one. And it's a human scout. Dwynen's Elite. This is an elf, and it's one of the ones that is a reward for elf-based synergies, right? When this creature enters, if you control another elf, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. So if you can go Land of War elves into this, you've got a nice pool of elves going. So that's pretty cool. It is common here. It used to be uncommon. Marauding Blight Priest, Vampire Cleric. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So it doesn't matter how much you gain. It's the instance in which you gain life. Each opponent loses 1 life. So if you gain 1 life and then gain 1 life again, right? Each opponent will lose 2 life, 1 and 1. But it's not like if you gain 5 life, they're going to lose 5 life. Not true. So keep that in mind for this one. This one was a reprint from Zendikar Rising, I believe. So yeah, cool stuffs. All right, here we go. Savannah Lions. From the beginning, we actually get it in paper. The original 1 mana 2/1, which was an overstated card for that time. And this is not the original art. It's a beautiful new art. Not new for this, but like we've seen this one before. But it is new compared to the original. So this is Savannah Lions, and it is one of the more flavorful early cards that you can see. So here's the revised version, which was so iconic. It's so cool. So you have this lovely pouncing lion. 2/1 for 1. The epitome of value from back when. Now 2/1s for 1s have like 80 million other abilities, so that's fun. So yes, there's our lovely Savannah Lions at uncommon here, even though it has been printed at common in M25 and another one. What was that one? The Dominaria Remastered. Okay. So yeah. All right. So next one. Seeker's Folly. Oh, this is the Mind Rot / -1/-1 that I love for this limited format. As you can see, like with the past 2 creatures, right? Past few creatures, there are some creatures with 1 toughness. We've seen the Savannah Lions and a few more, like the Llanowar Elves before, and so on and so forth. There's quite a few, and a 3/1 earlier. There's quite a few that have -1/-1, but this gets even better because of the new combat rule. So I'm going to set this aside because I do want to illustrate that at some point. We are going to talk about the new combat rule at some point in this. Let me know when you would like to do that. And I'm also going to produce a video on it as well. So, next one. Inspiring Call. This is also a reprint, I think from Dragons of Tarkir. This is draw a card for each creature you control with +1/+1 counter on it. Those creatures gain indestructible until end of turn, instant speed, 3 mana. Pretty crazy in a limited environment that you have a lot of +1/+1 counters on, which is Selesnya does the really good at putting counters on things. So it's a good card in limited if you have those synergies. If you don't, not a great card, not gonna lie. Here we go. Does nothing. Vengeful Blood Witch. Now, this is a new card, really, really good in this new format. With sacrifice, there's a lot of things that sacrifice in black, green, and just black. But whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So this is target opponent. It's not each opponent. So it isn't, I think Zulaport Cutthroat is each opponent. But I'm not absolutely sure. But other than that, this is the Zulaport, because it's you control. It's not a Blood Artist, which is any time another creature dies. But yeah, this is cool. It's a cool one. And it's a vampire, which is a relevant creature type again. So it goes in your vampire decks and it has some fun. So it also goes in the life deck, gain decks in this one. Orzhov would really love this card. So pretty sweet one to pick up. Okay. Then we have, a mountain. And this is, somebody riding the Snorse. So it's an Outlaws person, I think. Does anybody know who this is? I feel like I read it once. Kellen, right. It's Kellen from Outlaws. Yeah, okay. Kellen was in Outlaws. Technically, Kellen's from WoW first, I think, Wilds of Eldraine. But yeah, that's Kellen. Pretty card. Very pretty full art land. All right, now we get to the rares and mythics again. Exemplar of Light. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this creature, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So again, gaining life when a creature dies, like you saw with that vampire, or gaining life with that other angel, the 2/3 flyer that we saw in the original pack, is going to be really, really just awesome. So you get a +1/+1 counter when you gain life. So you gain 1 life when it comes into play if you already have that 2/3 in play, and that's 1 counter on it, and you draw a card. Triggers only once each turn, but that's just pretty sweet. You can also put +1/+1 counters with other cards, like that Snakeskin Veil that we have. Kellen was riding the Snorse, but you said Kellen would just fly. Yeah, doesn't Kellen fly now? I don't know, maybe your wings get tired or whatever. I don't know. But yeah. I mean, who doesn't want to ride a Snorse? A snake horse. Like, who doesn't? I don't know. In the sunset, like, or sunrise, whatever that is. But yeah, this is a really cool thing. This might go in my my Flappy Sky Ladies, or otherwise known as my Angel Commander deck. It's actually might be that good. We'll see. But yeah, snap pick and nearly snap pick and limited. Ooh, a Chandra Flame Call Shaper rather. So this one is a Planeswalker. For those of you who are new to the game, Planeswalkers are pretty cool cards. I'm glad that they're including them in this set because they are kind of since Lorwyn, which was the first set in which Planeswalkers were printed. They are pretty much iconic to the game, and they're meant to represent characters that you can play with as equals, where they stay with you as long as they are loyal to you, and they come in with a certain number of loyalty counters, and they can add or remove counters, and they're pretty cool as partners. So they're very powerful cards usually. Not all of them. Let's talk about Reverse Tybalt later. But they can do some cool things. And now this one's a 7 mana comes in with 6 loyalty. You can add 3 red and exile the top 3 cards of your library. Choose one. You may play that card this turn. I don't anticipate you're going to be doing that frequently at 7 mana. I think at 7 mana, you're most likely to do this -4. This last one here deals 8 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers, just to protect things and kind of wipe the opponent's board. So this is pretty sweet. I play Draft the most, followed by Commander. Or Elder Dragon Highlander, whatever you call it these days. EDH. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token. So you can either go for the win there or be doing the damage. I suspect the damage is what's going to occur. But 7 mana for 8 damage divided as you choose among creatures and or planeswalkers is pretty sweet. So as a top end, I don't think it's that bad unless you have a really aggressive red deck, in which case 7 mana might be a little too much. I think this is a pretty sweet card for limited as well as Commander. So next card, here we go. Ooh, yay, kitty! So this is gonna go in my cat deck. This is Arabo, the first fang. Now, as you've seen with these Savannah lions here, we have had cats since the beginning. Kitty, kitty, kitty. So this is, see, it says summon lions, but this creature cat. Yeah. So we have cat synergies and all sorts of things in this. We have a lot of kitties in this. So you can have this kindred synergy. Other cats you control get +1/+1. Whenever Arabo or another non-token cat you control enters, create a little 1/1 putty tat. So this is 3 mana for a 2/2 and a 1/1 that gets +1/+1. So 2 2/2s for 3 mana. So across 2 bodies, which is pretty sweet. And then you can continue to get more kitties. And that is a swole cat. Chunk. Rawr. So yeah, that's a fun one. So this is the first fang. It said all cats in the multiverse trace their lineage back to him, from the meekest kitten to the mightiest lion. He been getting busy, in other words. All right, here we go. We have Sphinx of Forgotten Lore. This is a cool one. This is an extended art version of the Sphinx, which is flash 3/3 flyer. Whenever this creature attacks, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to the card's mana cost. This is nutty. This is absolutely silly and limited, and it's great and constructed too, in my opinion. You can flash it in on the end of their step, on their end step, and then attack the next turn and cast an instant or sorcery spell from your graveyard to get, you know, that value again. So it is pretty cool. So it's just great. Not as good as Snapcaster though. It's a 3/3 flying with flash as well though, which, you know, gotta factor that in. I like this card. I think it's great in limited. And I don't know whether it'll find a huge home in like standard, modern, etc. But I think in Commander you could definitely use it, because flashback on a 4 is not bad for the attack. Like, it's just sweet. I like this card. So, all right, here we go. Last one in the pack is Ho. Well, that's the, so it's not, it's, wow. So that's the anime art, the new anime art that they have for special guests. Think Twice. So that is really pretty. I don't know if you can see this as well as it's actually, but that's really pretty. Now, Think Twice was a common. It is in this set, I think it's an uncommon, when it's not this lovely mythic anime thing. So I'm not sure what the, it's a common in this one, you think? Okay. I'm not really sure. If you let me know what Think Twice has to do with music, I'd really like to know. Because usually Think Twice, I mean, it draws a card and has flashback to also draw a card, like draws a card for two mana, which can enable your prowess synergies, and just it cantrips through. It can enable the +3/+0 on that Cyclops that we saw in limited. And then you can do it again later, or if you mill this, you can still get value out of it from the flashback. But yeah, so think about the lyrics twice. Yeah, maybe. But so oftentimes what you'll see, and we're gonna go see those right now. I'm gonna sleeve this because I think people will love to see this kept in good condition, and I probably will give this one away at some point. But often they're performing an encore. Yeah. So, but often the art from this, often art that draws you cards and does that is talking about your library and thinking about your library. And so if we say like Think Twice, if we look at the other versions of the cards, of the card art, whoop, sorry. Good job, Wizards. I might go to the Scryfall here. We'll see. Okay, there we go. So you can see that it looks more cerebral than anything. In the original, it was common here. You can see Think Twice. It looks about the books and the knowledge, right? Here, this one maybe less so. Does less about the thing, but that's kind of the iconic art for it as well. See, this was the original. Was like Think Twice, like going back and do this, yeah. when read again backwards or upside down. It was more about that than anything. Oh, this is so cool. But yeah, so now we have this, like, this version is really, really cool. But I don't really know. I don't know what the music has to do with it, but I'm hoping you all have some ideas. But this is spectacular art, regardless of like whether I think, I mean, it's got the book, which is really nice, but then it's also got like people playing instruments coming out of the book. So I'm not sure what it has to do with thinking twice, but it is spectacular art, and the foiling is magical. No pun intended. Okay. So, next booster, here we go. Incoming ad break, really, really sorry. There we go. I can open this. All right, what we got? What we got? Let us see. Let us see. Ooh, right. So instead of a token on one side, we have one token here, which is the Elf Warrior. When elves have been around since the beginning, we talked about that with the Llanowar elves. Here, we have Vivian Reed, an emblem for the Planeswalkers. So some Planeswalkers, when they get to a certain amount of loyalty to you, they leave you with a gift. So no matter what happens to them, you get this bonus, this gift for the rest of the game. The emblems cannot be interacted with, so you're always going to have this once you get it. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and have Vigilance, Trample, and Indestructible is what Vivian gives you for her ultimate, it's called. So yeah, pretty amazing. Super cool stuff with Planeswalkers. Really, really cool. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so, next card. Here we go. Starting from the commons again. Let's put that up there. We have, ooh, Prideful Parent. So this is a great card in Limited. It's a kitty. It's a 3-mana 2/2 Vigilance that also gets you a 1/1 white cat token when it comes into play. So if you flicker it, you can get another one. And this little lion is making questionable choices concerning like its inheritance, shall we say. But it's just a wonderful card, and there's so many cat synergies. And the Go Wide pump spell, the charge, cares about you having a cat, and it costs 1 less if you do, so that's pretty sweet. But yeah, and it creates a token, which is also a nice thing in this set, so pretty cool for gaining life, etc. All right, next one is, so that's a new card. This one is also a new card, the Gorehorn Raider, 4+ a red. Gets you a 4/4 that if you played it post-combat and you attacked, when this creature enters, if you attack this turn, this creature deals 2 damage to any target. So it's not a great card in terms of Limited. We've had better cards than this for 5 mana, but as a finisher, like a top end, it's not bad because, again, you're often going to be attacking in red, no matter what it's combined with, what color the red is combined with, and this probably will get to do 2 damage to any target. I may be undervaluing this card. It's just, I think you're probably got some better stuff to do, and it's not a really high pick. It's an upper low pick for me. It's perfectly playable, just not exciting for what Magic can do. But it is a Minotaur, and I do want to talk about that for a second, because Minotaurs, the first Magic card I ever saw, absolutely the first card that I ever saw, was this card here. Looked like this. So this is the Heirloom Minotaur, and it's by Anson Maddox, and it is the artwork, and it is a 3-mana 2/3, which at the time was really good stats. This card could block, it could kill, it could do the things, and the artwork was just so iconic. It was, you could see the breath of air coming out of the Minotaur's mouth and nose. You could look at the gorgeous, like, ornate, I want to say, like, scrolling on its horns and on its face. It was really fantastical and cool. And I was like, teach me how to play this game. At camp when I saw some guys were playing this, and I was just like, teach me. And they said, but you're a girl. And I said, teach me. So it was fun. So that's my story with Minotaurs. Specifically Herlern right there. All right. So next one. Tolarian Terror. Okay, this is from the Dominaria United. And it has some cool synergies with spells. You just get to cast it earlier, and that often can be a huge threat early. I don't know that it's as well supported as it was in Dominaria United, but looks like a fun card anyway. And also the artwork is stunning. And it is a serpent, a water serpent, a blue serpent that has been around a long, long time. It used to be that these types of serpents couldn't attack unless the opponent controlled an island, which is interesting. Herloon Wrangler. I haven't seen that card in a while. All right, here's the next one. Bushwhack. Okay, this used to be uncommon. It was from Brothers War, but it's a lovely versatile card that can find you a land, a basic land, meaning it can fix for you, meaning you can find a white land or a red land or a blue land or a black land, or just a forest. Or you can just get another forest to play, right? And go from there, right? Target creature or right, the versatility of it is you can choose the other one. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. So it can be a removal spell or it can be a ramp spell. Well, a fixing spell where you can make sure that you hit your land drops or make sure that you are fixed for your mana colors. So it's really sweet. I like this card. The fact that it's common is pretty cool. All right. That's pretty powerful at common. All right, here we go. Goblin Surprise. I like this card. I really like this card. This is a really fun card. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn, or create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. Instant speed. The versatility again of choosing, right? And of being able to block with 2 1/1s when they weren't expecting it can change the combat math, or you can put multiple of these in a deck, create 2 1/1 goblins, then attack with 2 3/3s the next turn. By playing the other one. It's a pretty sweet card. It enables your prowess synergies. It's a nice aggressive card, and and it's so sweet. So I like this card. It is fun. It is very, very fun. And I believe it is a reprint. All right, next we have Perforating Artist. This is a new one. This is Death Touch 3/2 Rakdos and has Raid at the beginning of your end step. If you attack if you attack this turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent of their choice or discards a card. Now we've seen that before with the little goblin dude in OTJ, I believe it was. That kind of thing where Rakdos says, okay, you get to lose 3 life or sacrifice or discard. That's been a choice that Rakdos often provides. And it's a really sweet one. A 3/2 Death Touch doesn't really matter that much on this, but the other stuff is good. The other stuff is really good. It's losing 3 life, so the Death Touch doesn't matter, and it can't target creatures anyway. Otherwise, that would be pretty cray-cray. But it's a really nice thing. It wants to do what Rakdos wants to do, and it's a good new signpost uncommon. Okay, here we go. Elvish Regrower. Again, a new card. 4 mana, 4/3, and it shows you these elves. We've got a lot of elves that pull stuff back from your graveyard. When this creature enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. You always just call it Torment? Yeah. Torment, yes, that's the one, yeah. Well, that's mono black as well. Mono black just does that. So when this creature enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Now, we've had that sort of thing on a lot of elves before. Specifically Eternal Witness, and then the other witness that can eternalize, and so on and so forth. So this is just a fun one. And Golgari Finebroker, which is a Golgari card, so black-green, can also do this as an elf. It's just a cool card. You get a body, and then you also get a card back from your graveyard. Pretty sweet. This one's only permanent. Eternal Witness is any card, I believe. So, and the other one as well. So, and Golgari, I think, is a permanent, so I'm not absolutely certain. But yeah, so it's a good spell. It's like a 2-for-1 here, because that ETB happens. And again, if you can flicker this or bounce this and replay it, you could get that ETB again. So that Kaikar that we saw that can take this out and exile it, and then have it come into play at the end of the turn. Pretty sweet when you play a non-creature spell. All right. Blanchwood Armor, reprint. You get +1/+1 for each forest you control. This is one of those auras that, again, you want to prioritize the green, heavily green in your limited decks to play this. It can be very fun in an aura deck that is heavily green as well. That's a lot of +1/+1 because you usually have at least 3 forests if you're playing this in your deck, and by that time to equip it. So again, it is asking for a 2-for-1 because you are putting it on a creature that can be killed most likely. But if you can get in for enough damage before they find that removal spell, you're doing pretty hot. There's a Braid. Again, uncommon, but we've got that cool full art that previously. So I won't go into this more, but that is nice. I like getting foil of Braids. Ooh, there's that pretty island again with Kaito and the strategically placed island. So pretty. I love that island. Anthem of Champions. Okay, so the Anthem effect is named after Glorious Anthem. So let's go take a look at Glorious Anthem here. Glorious Anthem was mono white. So you can see we call them anything that gives like all your creatures +1/+1. We call them Anthem effects after this. So Magic has this cool tradition of naming cards and card types, things that do similar things. And this is one of them, Anthem. Anthems are when something pumps all your stuff, usually +1/+1, but it could be bigger. But yeah, creatures you control get +1/+1 is named after Glorious Anthem. Prior to this, there were some things that pumped all creatures of a certain color, but this was really the first one that pumped all your creatures. Because and this was the 7th edition version of it. It's really cool artwork. Unfortunately, the artist was not such a great person, so there is that. That card Zombub is not being printed anymore, but you can do Blood Moon. Blood Moon is there. So here's Blood Moon, which is another example of the ones before. No, not Blood Moon. Sorry. Bad Moon. I need Bad Moon. That's what I need. Bad Moon. There's a Bad Moon rising on the. Okay. Anyway, so this is Bad Moon. This is the first iteration of it. I love the skeleton moon face in there. It's so cool. This is so iconic. This is Jesper Meyerfor's art. So all black creatures in play gain +1/+1. It's all black creatures in play. And so it meant that if your opponent was playing black, you were pumping their creatures too. So Crusade was similar. And that's no longer being printed. But Bad Moon is still printed on occasion. As you can see, the last printing was Commander 2014. But yes, because apparently, and pumping just your black creatures is too much. No, there's versions of various things like that, but the Anthem was the first thing that pumped only your creatures, and so the fact that they're calling this Anthem of Champions is pretty sweet. It's harkening back to that. Creatures you control get +1/+1, and it's for a green and a white here instead of a white and a white. It's a cool enchantment. All right. So let's see what we got. Tiny Bones number 2. Only this is the regular version of the card. And I still, every time I do this, I'm sorry. And it's also true of our mana foil. But apparently the newly designed Tiny Bones is not much bones. It's fleshy. So that looks like flesh to me. Where are the skeleton? It's a tiny bones. It's supposed to be tiny and bony. Its only bones are here. And inside that, I see flesh. The fleshy bones. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting upset about this. Because I really wanted Tiny Bones to be a little tiny pile of bones. Like, honestly. Like, that was part of what the appeal was. Anyway. But good card. Maybe that's his disguise. Yeah. Tiny Bones in disguise. Okay. So that's really cool to get. The mana foil is my favorite thing I've gotten so far. So that's yeah. Anyway, here we go. So, Spinner of Souls. That's that same thing we had in foil just earlier. The 4/3 Spider. This is the full art version, alternate version. So again, I love that in limited, and I think it could be good in my Shelob deck. That's a spooter. Then we have, the Quilled Great Worm. This card is sick. This card is going to be stupid and limited. So basically, and it might be in constructed too, I don't know. But anyway, this is a 6 mana, 7/7 trample. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage during your turn, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Now they clarify it must survive to get the counters. That seems fairly obvious, but you know, it's good to have reminders for newer players on a set that's built for newer players as well as enfranchised players. You may cast this card from your graveyard by removing 6 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying its other cost. So let's say you attack with a 4/4. So you play this out. You attack with a 4/4. They only have a 2/2 to block it. That 4/4 is going to get 4 +1/+1 counters on it. Yay. So you're already 4 toward the 6 counters if this should die as well. So that's fun. Note that it's not this creature deals combat damage during your turn, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. It's any creature. So this is pretty sweet. It is a worm. Worms have been around for a very long time in Magic, and they are very iconic and cool. And yeah, let's go find some worms. So the first one that we were talking about the other day, because we have an updated version of it, what they thought it would look like in this current set, it turned into like a Triceratops. But this is the crawl worm. This is the original worm. So there we are. Six mana, 6/4. That's a worm. We've had a lot of worms since then. And they are really cool, and they are usually green. And they're just, yeah. Like let's look at the, like when we have, so you have Sandworm Convergence too. So this was from Amonkhet, or Our, originally Amonkhet. And Our? What? Oh, Amonkhet Remastered. Got it. Okay. So Sandworm Convergence. We've never heard of sandworms before. Ever. In any other form. But yes. Anyway. So we have this Quilled Great Worm, which is pretty sweet. I'm excited to get that. This is one of the ones that I was hoping to get in limited. We'll see if we can find a home for it in constructed. It's just nice. 4 mana 7/7 tramples are, sorry, 6 mana 7, 4 mana, for Jesus. Okay, we're getting too much power creep in my head. 6 mana 7/7 trample is already pretty sweet, but that it could recur, and that you already get this value having just played it and attacked seems pretty sweet. I like it. All right, next for this pack, final cool thing, Temporal Manipulation. The special guest, alternate art, foil, Japanese artist, Raita Kazama. Wow. That is really pretty. Now, as you know in Magic, taking an extra turn, pretty good. And this is a beautiful version of this card. So that's really nice. And it's the special, so this is one of the things you can get is the special versions of the cards from a particular set. So like the special finishes from them. So this is from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, this particular finish, like style on the exterior, right? The framing of it. They have some stuff from Kaldheim and Streets of New Capenna and Ravnica and stuff like that. So they have some really cool, and this one happens to be from, they chose to put Temporal Manipulation, which wasn't a card from Neon Dynasty, in the Neon Dynasty framing, and with alternate art by a Japanese artist. Really amazing. That's beautiful. I'm gonna put that in a sleeve. Okay, so that's beautiful. Gorgeous. Taking extra turns is fun. All right, very, very pretty, very, very nice. All right, next one, and I'm going to, it's getting warmer, so I'm going to take this off for now. Okay, so I am shedding. And I'm going to drink my tea. So, what do we get next? Let's see. Okay. Yay, that one tore easily. Yay. Okay. So far, pretty cool things to get here. This is so sweet. All right. So, let's go for that token first. Is... Oh! Okay, remember that card that we got in this first one here? We got this Sylvan Scavenging. There's the token for it. This raccoon, the create a 3/3 green raccoon creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. We're getting the Trash Pandas. This is so cool. So I still have my Trash Panda wearable blanket, which is really neat. So hopefully I can build a Trash Panda deck. I'm excited to do that as a Kindred deck someday. But this raccoon is really great. It has a carrot hanging out of its mouth. And then we also have the Elf Warrior token that we saw before. Pretty neat. Okay. All right. So first common we have is Sower of Chaos. Now this is a new card. It is not a super high pick. It's a 4/3 for 4, which again in Gruul, Gruul relies on having these 4 power creatures. This can say target creature can't block this turn, so it could end some games, right? It could be just a valuable mana sink to end the game at, toward the end. Toward the later game, because you're going to need some, 6 mana to do 2 things. But it's just a decently powered card for, an upper low pick in draft. Crypt Feaster, also a new card as far as I know. Yep, a new card. 4 mana. Look at this artwork though. I don't know. Can you see? Okay, I'm gonna make it go close because this is. Look at the brushwork in this. It's absolutely stunning. Is that what I want, or this what I want? This is what I want. Look at that. It's like a classical painting. Like it is gorgeous. And it looks even better in person. I don't know if you can actually see this really well, but this is stunning. Oh god, it's so cool. Sorry. Yeah, it's not coming through the like how crazy cool that artwork is, but like I promise you, if you have this in your hand in foil, it is something to, even non-foil, I'm sure it's gorgeous. But like the shine, oh god, that's stunning. You can see it good. Well, okay. But like the brushwork is like a classical painting. That the way this is done, with which more hints at the at certain types of brushwork. Like it's more like a Rembrandt than other types of. There's other types of classical painters, but more like a Rembrandt than anything. Where the more hints at these the textures and gets that in through minimal brushwork as opposed to sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about that, but it's really cool. It's a 3/4 menace for 4. And it has Threshold. Whenever this creature attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So it's a fun one. It's again like on a par with this. It's not like ridiculous. It's just cool art. So it's not a high pick and limited, but it is pretty sweet as a card overall. Okay. Next we have Courageous Gobbo. Let's go. Courageous Goblin. It's a 2/2 for 2. Whenever this goblin attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, this creature gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. So if you control this lovely, like if you play this and then on turn 4 you play this, right? Or turn 3 you play that 2 mana Cerberus, which has 4 power. This attacks as a 3/2 menace, which is not so bad. But if you look at the flavor text, it's hilarious. Yeah, what he said. So, yes. Courage requires a friend that is large for goblins. The rest of the time, it's just idiocy. All right. Bite Down. This is a reprint. This is a fantastic and among the best punch spells that exist. In green. So the way green usually does removal is it takes one of its creatures and it allows that creature to either fight, meaning deal its damage and receive damage back from another creature, target creature, or in this case, the better version, punch, meaning it just does the damage and doesn't take anything in return. But this one can target not only creatures, but planeswalkers, and it is at instant speed. So it is among the better versions of this. Now, we've had multiple versions of this, like Bite Down, Master's Rebuke, etc. So these are very good and very iconic green spells. So pretty sweet. Nice to see it here. So it's going to be a good pick in green. Now, it's somewhat situational, as it, you know, with red and green, you get situational removal because red does damage and most frequently does just damage, and that's a set amount. And Bite Down and green, like the Bite Down and Punch and fight spells in green, do damage that's limited to the creature that you have on the board. Or sometimes in your hand. There's some new ones that like deal with the stuff in your hand. So that's pretty cool. As of like Ikoria through now, there's stuff that does damage equal to the greatest power in your creatures in your hand or something like that. So it's pretty sweet. All right, so Thornwood Falls, again a reprint. Another of those gain life synergies. Then we have... Wait, hold on. And does anybody know if Thornwood Falls had this little red person in the first art? Or is that new? I'm going to have to go look. Thornwood Falls. I don't remember that. But I could be completely misremembering. Yep, it always had that. Okay. No, it didn't. Wait. Yes, okay, it had that in the... Okay, the cons didn't have that, but the Fate Reforged did. Okay. Okay. So this is the Fate Reforged printing of it, as opposed to the cons version. Okay. Cool. Next we have... Ooh, I like this spell Unlimited, and I love this artwork. This is really cool and iconic. So 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying at instant speed for 2 and a blue. When you do create these things, tap target creature an opponent controls. So it's a really nice combat trick. Right before you move to combat to declare attackers, you tap target creature an opponent controls and get 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying that can block things or that can get in the next turn as unexpected damage. So that's pretty neat. I just like this card. It's a great way to illustrate what blue does. Blue creates oftentimes little flyers, and it taps things. It has these tricky bits, and it's an instant speed, so you can use it to do all sorts of stuff. You can tap down something at the end of their turn so you can get in with all your creatures the next turn as well. Use it really aggressively. Okay, here she is. So along with the card that was the hey, Mythic Maria, welcome. Let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. How was your stream? What were you playing? I hope it was great. Everybody should definitely check out Mythic Maria. Super talented, super amazing, super kind, and just a pleasure to watch. But Sarah Angel is the counterpart to that Sanger Vampire that we saw earlier. Just like Sanger Vampire, it's a 5-mana 4/4 flyer. The difference between the Vampire and the Angel is the Angel has Vigilance, meaning attacking doesn't cause it to tap. But the Vampire had that other ability where whenever it did damage to a creature, at the end of the turn, if that creature was dead, the Vampire got a +1/+1 counters. So that was the difference. But let's look at what the Sarah Angel originally looked like. No, Sarah Angel definitely still needs to be... My cat's sitting on the cards now. Oh my god, there we go. Okay. So it's definitely still needs to be uncommon. This card is still a house. So this is what I first saw it as. This is Sarah Angel from Revised by Douglas Schuler. So this was the counterpart to the 5-mana Vampire, Sanger Vampire. And it should be fun. How they're... You can enjoy the cat butt. Well, not actually the cat thigh. I'm gonna irritate him until he leaves. Well, that didn't work. But yes, anyway, so this is the counterpart to that vampire. This card has been reprinted so many times. Look at the sets that this has been reprinted in here. We have Alpha, we have Beta, we have Unlimited, which just has the difference is this little beveled edge here, and sometimes a larger text font. box thing thingy. And then we have this, and we have 6th edition, we have 7th edition, which got new art. We have 8th edition, we have 9th edition, which again got new art, which is pretty spectacular. Greg Staples did an amazing job with that. Oh, he's just gonna lie on all the cards now. Hi, sweetie. You don't get to see any more of this pack, apparently, he's decided. The first Worlds was one with Stasis and Sarah. Yeah. Stasis was such a card. And this Vigilance, right? It said attacking does not cause this to tap. See, it does not tap when attacking, right? Which became attacking does not cause Sarah Angel to tap during revised, which became eventually a keyword in, I believe, 9th edition here, which became Vigilance. They actually gave it a name so they could fit more words on the 10 cards. So yes, so this was the original like vigilant creature. This was the original attacking doesn't cause it to tap, which is just really like one of the originals. There were more in like Fallen Empires and things, I think, but it's just such a cool card, and it's been reprinted so many times, and it's just such an iconic part of Magic that they brought it back for Foundations. Just makes me happy. So this is she. She is pretty amazing. And here's the flavor text: follow the light. In its absence, follow her. So Sarah Angel is just a really, really cool card, and it's been around forever, and it still should be uncommon because 4/4 Vigilance for 5, while we're getting to the point where that's not good enough to do too much, it's still good. It's still good enough to not be common. For the most part, as far as I can tell, and I think they agree with me given that they haven't made it anything else. So yes, so this is Sarah Angel, and now I'm gonna have to kick the cat off of his spot. Excuse me, kitten. He's gonna meep at me too. Come on, Floof. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I really need this face. All right, so that's the lovely Sarah Angel, and here we have it in foil, and look at how spectacular that is. That's still the Greg Staples art that you saw. Just amazing. No need for new art there. Okay. And Stasis was a card that made everything not untap, provided its upkeep cost was paid. So yeah, it was a pretty fun card. I still have, I believe, and I still believe I have a Vigilant deck that uses Stasis. It's this old 60 card deck from way back when. Your kitty's the same color? Yeah. He's a beautiful... Here. We'll come here. We'll feature him for now. Because he can have a couple treats. But yes, he's a large cat. He's not fat, the vet says. He's just a large cat. He's not Maine Coon size, but he's large. And he's very sweet. But he wants to be the center of attention at all times. And he's very playful, and he's very treat motivated. You're such a floof. So yes, we're going to give him a couple treats. Because he's been very good. He got treats before the stream, in all honesty, but... Here you go. No. He likes to eat them on the floor, because he's got an overbite. So he's not actually very good at eating treats out of your hand or fingers. So he's very fun. You had me down as chaotic good, but I played Stasis? Yeah, I mean, I only did it to people who pissed me off. All right, Floof, you want a treat? You gotta come up if you want a treat. There you go. Good boy. He climbed to my knee. It was very cute. When did I get into Magic? So I learned Magic at, I'm very old. Let me preface this. I'm very old, and I learned Magic in 1994 when Revised came out. I made some kids, there were some kids playing it at camp. The first card I saw, as we discussed earlier, was Herloon Minotaur, and I made them teach me because I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And I've had, been playing on and off and collecting on and off since then. So it is pretty neat. But yes, I'm very old. You have that from it was the first version of Azorius Control. Yes. Not good for keeping friends at the time. Yes, exactly. Very much not good for that. Ooh, Brazen Scourge. Okay, so this is a reprint again. This is a 3/3 haste. And this was a gremlin. We've had some gremlins during our time in Red. Red does produce good. This was from Ether Revolt, I think, not Kaladesh, I think. And 3/3 haste for 3 in Red. A little bit of a commitment to Red for that. But it was pretty decent at the time. I don't know how it will hold up. I think this is a pretty slow-ish format, so it may help make that the decks Boros and Gruul into a little bit of a better aggro theme. We'll see. But gremlins are fun. Gremlins. Okay. Ooh, Tatsiova from Dominaria. So this is the Simic signpost that they chose for this. It's a 3/3 for 5, and now that's not a good return on investment for either blue or green to some degree. But it does have this crazy ability for landfall. Whenever land you control enters, you'd gain 1 life and draw a card, which is a pretty sick thing because you're often playing lands in limited. And again, this is a constructed card too. You can absolutely run it in your Simic commander decks and be perfectly happy about it. I don't think it's competitive in anything else, but it's so fun. So this is our lovely Merfolk Druid. We've had Merfolk since the dawn of time as well. Let's go take a look at the Merfolk. My first Merfolk that I ever saw was Merfolk of the Pearl Trident. And this is what it looked like when I first saw it. Now, it's so evocative. Like, I know that we have, like, this is Jeff A. Menji's artwork, and this isn't necessarily the most realistic art that you can possibly find, but that wasn't really what the magic of Magic was at that point. It wasn't necessarily about art that was perfectly, like, photorealistic, or, you know, ridiculously true to life. It was more about the feel of it than anything. And so some cards were more realistic and others were less, but that didn't mean you didn't love those cards any less. So it was like that you loved those, rather that you loved those cards any less. It was just really, really cool to see. So this is Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, and I also saw this pretty early when I was little. This was one of the rares that I actually saw. And it was just so colorful, and it was by the same person who did Shivan Dragon, Melissa Benson. This artwork for Lord of Atlantis, right? And this was a powerful card. The Merfolk gained +1/+1 and Island Walk. So if your opponent controlled an island, they couldn't block any of your Merfolk, and your Merfolk were already bigger, which made that little 1/1 Merfolk, you know, Merfolk that I just showed you, it made that into a 2/2 unblockable. On 2, which is just, it's just powerful. And this is a lord. We refer to this type of thing as a lord. Anything that pumps or gives all these abilities to your kindred types, your typal, you know, decks, where you have a type that a creature that you do. So the Merfolk deck, the Elves deck, the Zombies deck, the cool things that they're bringing back, all of these, the Goblin decks, right? We had lords, we had these things, and we called them lords. And they summoned lord in the beginning, even though now it's creature Merfolk, right? So, and oftentimes the lords gave other Merfolk blah, and this one has been errated to say other Merfolk get blah. This says all Merfolk because at the time it wasn't a Merfolk itself. It was a lord. So it's pretty neat. So that's the Merfolk that I saw first, and Merfolk have always been a part of Magic and just a cool part of fantasy. And here we have Tatsiova Benthic Druid, who is a combination of colors, green and blue, and does some cool stuffs. But the artwork is stunning, as you can see, and just really, really neat. Okay, so Merfolk Magic. Here we go. We have, oh, a Tiny Bone Swamp again. There's the little tiny bones. And again, don't go near the lights. Sorry, don't follow the lights. That's what it was. All right, so now we get into the rares and mythics of this pack. Here we go. Ooh, Authority of the Consuls from Kaladesh. This was This is a very powerful card for tempoing your opponents, even in limited to some degree. So creatures your opponents control enter tapped, and that harkens back to an enchantment that used to be pretty cool. Let me see if I can remember what it was called. It was a white enchantment for 3 and a white that made all your creatures, artifacts, and stuff come into play tapped. And it was from a few different sets because it was reprinted. And I want to remember what it was, but I don't remember what it was. I think it had like Scheherazade on it. But like the Foglios did the art, I think. Does anybody remember what this was? God, it's been such a long time. Let's see if I can find it via the advanced... Kismet! Yes! Thank you. We'll see if I... Yeah, okay. Yes, Kismet. I believe that's correct. Yep, Kaja Foglio. All creatures, lands, and artifacts played by opponent come into play tapped. And this one has been errated to be your opponents. All of your opponents. And so this was a really sweet one. It kept its art, and it's just a classic. So it was a really fun one. So one of the things that white does often is tap things down or keep things tapped down, in addition to blue. But it does it in sort of a taxing way. It taxes you and it slows you down and taxes you by having them pay extra stuff in addition to other things. And this is just a really cool reference to that to some degree. Authority of the Consuls is, and Azorius does this as well in general, like it taps things down and they don't untap during the next untap step, or things like that. So that's what this does. It's 1 mana enchantment that does the creatures your opponents control enter tapped, but it has this additional thing. Whenever a creature an opponent controls enters, you gain 1 life. So it has additional synergy. In the set that it was in, the Kaladesh set, it wasn't as powerful because it just got this, because there wasn't much life gain. But it did, it tempos your opponent out quite a bit, like their creatures enter tapped, and you gain a life whenever their creatures enter. So it tempoed them out quite a bit. It changed the math of the game a lot. But what this does in this set that it didn't do in that set is this life gain matters. There are so many cards for which, life gain matters. So you get advantage for gaining life, that this card is actually going to be quite a bit stronger in this limited format and is going to be a really, really good pick for that reason. So it's also nice because this goes in a lot of in EDH decks, whether they're enchantment based or life gain based, or just, bent on slowing down opponents. It's pretty sweet. So that's Authority of the Consuls. There, I did it. I got one of the ones I wanted. This is one of the ones I was talking about. The 5 mana black mythic and vampire. 5/5 flying death touch. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. So this is Exquisite Blood on a stick. So on a 5/5 flying death touch stick for 5. So Exquisite Blood says whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life in an enchantment form for 5 mana. And this is that same thing, but also on a 5/5 flying death touch body. And what this means is there are certain combinations that this has. So Bloodthirsty Conqueror, I love this. I'm going to put it in a sleeve for now. Have fun, Shadow! We have lots of cards that Wizards was very, very generous and gave us lots of cards to open, and I'm going to be giving away things as well at some point. That flavor text, yeah. This town swims with such exquisite blood that, see, haha, they referenced the card. I will take every drop for my own. Really cool flavor text. Thanks for putting it out. So let me show you Exquisite Blood over here. So Exquisite Blood, here it is. The original printing was Avacyn Restored, and this is whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. That's the same text as on that Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Now, oftentimes creatures are more easy to kill than enchantments. A lot of people don't necessarily run enchantment hate where they do run creature hate. So it being on a body isn't necessarily the best thing for certain decks, but for my vampire deck, it's pretty darn good because I have a lot of vampires that gain life. Now, Exquisite Blood here, this was Avacyn Restored, but if you look at this, and then if you look at, so whenever opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Now look at Sanguine Bond. Here. So Sanguine Bond, the original printing M10 here. Whenever you gain life, a target opponent loses that much life. So if you have both of those on the board and you gain life or opponent loses life, that ends the game because it cycles through. It's an infinite combo. So these two cards, right, are a wonderful thing to do. You can also look at things like Veto, Thorn of the Dusk Rose. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So Veto plus Bloodthirsty Conqueror or Veto plus Exquisite Blood is an infinite combo as long as something gains life or loses life. Like your opponent, you know, as you gain life or your opponent loses life, then that's done. The game is done. So they are 2-card combos. Now, however you feel about 2-card combos, yeah, I'm not trying to make you feel one way or the other. But this is a cool, you know, interaction that Magic has, something that just goes haywire, right? So there's you know, things that do this that are pretty cool. You can even do like what's this? So the Orzhov guild dude, which was called oh god, the one of black and a white. It was a 2/2 and it had one of black and a white do this thing. I want to say Guild Mage, so it was going to be Orzhov Guild Mage. Yeah. Nope, that's the original one. I want the other one. Let's do all results for Orzhov. It might be in here. It might not. It might not have been called Orzhov. It might have been called something else. Yeah. Where'd it go? But this is a really cool tool, by the way. In case you don't know about Gatherer, this is Magic the Gathering Gatherer, and it allows you to search. Vizkopa, that's the one! Thank you! It wasn't called... I don't know why it was called Vizkopa instead of Orzhov, but there we are. Because they already had an Orzhov. So this is another way to do that. So basically, you can give target creature lifelink, and then whenever you gain life this turn, its opponent loses that much life. And then if you have the Bloodthirsty Conqueror, right? Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. It's another 2-card combo. So it's pretty cool. I don't know if there are any serialized cards. I don't believe so. I believe the special cards in this are the Japanese foils that are pretty cray-cray. But yeah, there are multiple special cards. We've already opened one. This is a mana foil Tiny Bones. So you can see the mana symbols that are raised on it, which are really cool. But yeah. Oh, the cycle was named after the home base of each guild. Thanks, Zombub. That's really cool to know. Oh yeah, okay. So, because Vizkopa was like a... Do we have a land? The Japanese Bloodthirsty Conqueror is so extra. Anyway, all right, sorry. So we have, so yeah, we have the Bloodthirsty Conqueror here. I did want to open that. That's a really nice pickup. All right, so next rare or mythic is Raise the Past. There's been some speculation that there's enough crazy 2-value things that paying for it to bring them all back from the graveyard is pretty sweet. Especially since there's a lot of, you know, Pyroclasm type, like mini Wrath effects in red. And the energy deck in Boros has been doing so well. So I think this might actually see some play in Constructed, in like Standard and Modern and stuff. I don't know about anything format beyond that, but there's been some speculation that this might be powerful enough to do that, to be the new like Avernus thing, or there was another one in prior that used to do that. Another white spell that brought back creatures with power 2 or less. But this is pretty cool. And I think in Limited it does have a home. I don't think it's as strong, but unless you're really building around it. But white does have a lot of things with value 2 or less that could be pretty sweet. So a nice card, extended version of that. And then we have... Okay, I got the 2 cards I wanted. There's the dragon that I wanted. Oh, is Shadow still here? Oh no, this is the one Shadow wanted us to open. Oh man. I'm sorry they're not here to see this. I hope they see the VOD. The VOD's available on YouTube. We are simulcasting to both Thing and Debt. It's both in the same booster, I know. And this is the alternate full art of the Twin Flame Tyrant. This card is so epic, and I'm going to explain why this is going to be pretty crazy with the new combat rule. So I'm going to put this aside after I sleeve it, but this is so cool. These are the two mythics that I most wanted. I wanted the Vampire and I wanted the Twin Flame Tyrant. This one I wanted most, that one secondarily. So this is so, so cool. And let me sleeve it up, and I'm going to put it aside just like this card for when I explain the crazy new change to combat, the new combat rules, because it's going to be very important to do so. Okay, so let's put that aside. That's so sweet. I'm so happy with this pack. All right, we still have this one last one, which is Homunculus Horde. I want some mythics for you, definitely. So Homunculus Horde is a 4-mana 2/2. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a token that's a copy of this. So the more double cards you draw per turn using Think Twice, for example, like we saw with our Japanese card. Let's go find that again. There it is. So if you're using Think Twice, right, with your Homunculus Horde, if this stays in play, obviously 4 mana for a 2/2, no good, no bueno. But if it survives to the next turn, and you can play a Think Twice, that's your second card per the turn on your turn, and then you get a copy of this. And then you can flash this back and get 2 copies of this. And suddenly the homunculi, or homunculuses, are multiplying and actually becoming worthy of the name Horde. So, yeah, that Think Twice is gorgeous. That is actually one of the cards that I plan on giving away at some point. Hi, Floof. Hi, kitty. So this is going to be a giveaway at some point. Because remember, we had all those giveaways from Vegas where I couldn't mail it overseas because it's just too expensive. But I can mail a card overseas. I can definitely afford to spring for that. So this is going to be one of my giveaways at some point. This is not going to be a card I keep. So, what? Oh, that was the last card from that pack. That's right. We were just finding the Think Twice. Okay. Okay, so let me put that away. We still have 5 more packs, so that's pretty sweet. I'm sorry we're going through these slowly. I just want to talk through them because, especially for new players of Magic, this set is really, really cool. And for enfranchised players like me, where we really get excited about things like this Twin Flame Tyrant, right? This looks really good for my, for actually multiple decks. For my Toralf deck, for my Dragons deck. It's just so good. For my, like, Spells deck, right? Like that card is a house. So let's see. So what do we get for tokens? Ooh, a 5/5 Dargon. We've had Dargons since the beginning as well, and the most famous one of all is something that is actually in this set. It is the lovely Shivan Dragon. Now this I first saw as this, and on my birthday, this was a $20 card at the time. On my birthday, my parents took me to a game store and they bought me this card. And it was like the best birthday present ever. Hiya, Swivel! So this was like just such a sweet, sweet birthday gift. I was so happy. It was such an expensive gift. Like, it made me so happy. It was $20 at the time. Now, oh, how the might, and look at that iconic art. Now how the mighty have fallen. It is an uncommon in this set. It is an uncommon. A 6-mana 5/5 flying dragon with what we call fire breathing, because this was an actual enchantment you could put on things that was called fire breathing. 1 mountain, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So 1 red, you go. Make bigger, better, faster, stronger. They massacred our boy. That card wasn't always bad. It wasn't. It was a good card. So yes, anyway, this is Shivan Dragon. This is one of the first dragons in Magic that was big and helpful. We did also have the Dragon Whelp, which was adorable. And here is what it first looked like. Very, very cute. The revised is still $10, yeah. Not the Dragon Whelp, right? So this is Dragon Whelp, which you could pump only to a certain extent, right? Or you had to sacrifice it at the end of the turn. But it was so sweet. It was fun. Yeah, Berserk and Shivan. Yes, exactly. So there were so many cool things, and we've had dragons forever, and this is a cool dragon, a 5/5. It's got a mouth on it. There you go. And then we also have another dragon, a 4/4 with flaming wings. Fear it. So that's our Dargans. Now let's go into the commons. We have this new little flyer, this Strix Lookout, which is it's a little owl with a little Amelia Earhart goggles and leather pilot cap, which I think is just fantastic. It also says wise, watchful, fashionable. Now this does some cool stuff. Now notice the draw a card, discard a card. So it loots for 2 and tapping. It flies with vigilance too, so you can get in for 1 first perhaps. But it is a way you could enable that drawing a second card for that homunculus. And again, there's a lot of other ways that you can benefit in this set, in this limited set, from drawing a second card per turn, and this would enable you to do that. So that's pretty sweet. We have Vampire Soul Collar, also a new card. It's flying, it can't block, which is a huge drawback. When it enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a 5 mana 3/2 flyer that can't block, but it's also a Gravedigger, which returns target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Now that's an iconic thing from Magic, and we will look at Raise Dead here. So this was a card in the original sets, and here's the way I first saw it. Raise Dead. Bring 1 creature from your graveyard to your hand, right? Now this, for 1 mana at sorcery speed, this was iconic for black. It was waves, just black was bringing back creatures from the dead, right? And so eventually that got to be put on a stick. So we have Gravedigger. So Gravedigger, right, first printed here in 6th. We have Classic 6th edition doing its thing. Was it first printed in 6th, or was Tempest before 6? I feel like Tempest was before 6, but maybe are these in chronological order? Maybe. Oh, thanks, Penty! Oh, wait. I have a Discord. You're welcome to join it if you want to chat. Okay, so this is Gravedigger. This is the Raise Dead on a 2/2 stick. So basically, it's a relevant creature type. It's a zombie. And I love this art. Look at him. He's just like, I don't know about you. But yes, anyway. 2/2 for 4, but it comes in play. You can return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And statistically, in Limited, that's been a really powerful effect to get a body and get your best creature that died back, right? So that's what black does, is it returns things from the graveyard. It returns things to life. And again, this is one of those cards. I'm not sure that I like this card, this version of it. It is 1 more mana, but that does matter. It's 5 mana rather than 4. It's flying with 3/2, which is nice, but can't block is a big thing in Limited for tempo. And so that might be a little difficult to justify. I'm waiting to see how good or bad this is based on how fast the format is. So it's going to be interesting. Enthusiast, you like how simple the cards are? Yeah, it does. It's like old core set. That's what it's, meant to reflect a little bit and replace. All right, so the next one is Aegis Turtle, is an 05 turtle. This was a reprint. This was a good one for certain decks. It's not like unplayable, because note that it has the stats of a wall, an 05 for 1, but it isn't a wall. It does not have defender. It can attack, and therefore it can wear the +1/+1 counters that, for example, white and green put on things. And it can also stop early aggression on the ground, or at least enough to buy you some time. So it's good in the more controlling decks, I feel. So it seems like it's got a use, even though it's not immediately apparent. Only certain decks want it, not others. It will be unplayable for certain decks, but it's not completely unplayable. So that's the Aegis Turtle. And we've had turtles. We've had turtles forever, too. They're pretty neat. There are a lot of go wide decks, which make it slightly worse, but it's better against the Gruul decks. because it actually has the 5 toughness, and most of them are maxing out at most of them are, you know, getting the 4 out really fast, which means that some more controlling decks like blue black or blue white, like the flying decks, can be a little bit disadvantaged, and so this can hold the ground a little bit against the Gruul decks, the 4 power, you know, specialty decks, for a little bit, at least while you get in the air and get some time to get your feet under you. So there is a purpose to this. Okay, so next, Sure Strike, also a reprint. Plus episode gains first strike until end of turn. We're going to talk about how combat damage is a little bit wonky in this. Now, this is going to get around a lot of that combat damage stuff, because the first strike is so powerful. So you're going to want to remember that this is a little bit more powerful than... I mean, it's always pretty powerful, but it's pretty nice here in particular. So I'm going to put that over to the side to talk, when we talk about the new combat rules. All right. Jungle Hollow, nice reprint there. We've seen those again, you know, looking at the lifelink. We talked about that for lifelink earlier. Lifelink decks, even if you don't have both of these colors, you may wish to evaluate whether it's worth putting in this deck, counting it as a tapped swamp, right? Just because you get that 1 point of lifelink to be able to trigger your lifelink synergies. Eager Truffle Snout is a piggy. It's a boar. All right. So this is one of the best like 3-drops that you can have in green to enable those 4 power synergies. It's a 3 mana trample 4/2, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a food token. So oftentimes you're going to get that life link as well, but it's just a really good ROI for the decks because of the 4 power. There's so many things that it enables as the 4 power there. So just a nice 3-drop in that. Now, again, 2 toughness, not great. We'd almost rather be a 3/3, but there we are. Truffle Snout is grown up. There were other boars and truffle snouts and stuffs before, so we have now come back to that. So this is a new card. Pretty sweet in this limited format, because it does what green wants to do. Again, a 4/2 normally is not that great because it often trades down, but this does have trample, so you are at least getting in for damage. And if you do get it, usually getting in for damage, and if you do get into for damage, then you get that food token, so it can enable your life gain synergies as well, and or just change the combat math over time. So, all right, here we go. Tragic Banshee. Okay, we've had Banshees before. They're pretty cool. Now this one also has Morbid. That whenever, you know, we saw that on Dinosaur, a new Dinosaur as well earlier. When this creature enters, you get something if a creature died this turn. So when this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. If a creature died this turn, that creature gets -13/-13 instead. So now that's known as Tragic Slip. That card was Tragic Slip, and it's on a body now. It's on a 5/3 body. She attended her own burial service, eager for company. So that's our Tragic Banshee. We have had Banshees before, but this is actually putting an actual card on a creature. Again, like we say, putting it on a stick. So this is Tragic Slip, which is this card here, which you can see as the special version for Wilds of Eldraine, I think, special guest, but I'm not absolutely certain. But this original Dark Ascension Tragic Slip, I love that art because he's tripping into his own grave. Linger on death's door and risk being invited in. Such a good bit of flavor text. They do such great flavor text on occasion. Have I considered using Spell Table to play against viewers for Commander? Yes, I actually use Spell Table to play again on the Commander shows that I play on, like Elder Dragon Hijinks and Girl Pod. You can find me on either of those shows on YouTube. But I actually am working on something of a Patreon thing to do Spell Table to play with viewers. It'll be very fun. But yes, this is Tragic Slip. It's just such a cool, iconic card. That's Dark Ascension. And it was reprinted several times, most recently in Commander Legends. So yeah. So yes, this is it's just such a wonderful card, and you can now see it that it's now on a creature. Now, a lot of the things that used to happen where we'd have special, you know, the creatures would do a little less and the spells would do a little bit more. But these days you'll notice that they're getting, you know, a lot of the creatures are 2-for-1s. Something happens when they enter the battlefield, and this is a particularly valuable one to hit if a creature died this turn. And it's really easy to make that happen in this format for limited, because there's a lot of sacrifice effects and there's a lot of trading and there's a lot of blah. You get the idea. So super sweet. That lovely little Tragic Banshee. I don't know how many, maybe 2 per deck that I want, just because they're 5-drop, but depending on how slow the format is, could be better. All right, and again, remember it dies to a braid here. There's a braid at least is uncommon, but there are, you know, things that kill this pretty easily, which is a little bit of a cost if you paid 5 for it and they kill it with a 2-drop. That's some incremental advantage for them. But if you killed something in the meantime, that's all good. All right, Empyrean Eagle. This is a reprint. Flying, other creatures with control with flying get +1/+1. It's a 2/3 in Azorius colors. This is what I was saying. This type of card is where that turtle is actually gonna shine. Like this deck might actually want an Aegis turtle, the 05, so that you can hold down the ground while you get in the air. Buy yourself some time to amass an air force, because an air force. Anyway, because the premium that you're paying for flying is in the form of being more expensive cards. So you need to buy more time to be able to get out there and get the advantage in terms of getting in with the evasion. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, Empyrean Eagle is a nice one. It often does crazy things when you have a really good dedicated deck to it, which means that it is not likely to be as good in sealed as it is in draft, because in draft you can pick the cards and make sure that you draft a bunch of flyers for it, as opposed to sealed where you get what you get. If you happen to get a pool with a ton of flyers and Empyrean Eagle, great, but it's less likely. Ooh, Vengeful Blood Witch. Okay, we've already opened one of these, but this is the full art. This is the full art. So this is like Zulaport Cutthroat, or so black has a lot of things that do this, where, you know, when a creature dies, in this case it's a creature or another, this creature or another creature you control. But when a creature dies, you get to drain opponent, meaning they lose life and you gain life. This is a version that is similar to Zulaport Cutthroat. And I will show you Zulaport Cutthroat again. Not again, but we did it on stream when we were doing the limited first look. But whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So let's take a look at Zulaport Cutthroat over here. So the best of these was actually Blood Artist. Let's take a look at Blood Artist first. So Blood Artist, look at this spectacular artwork. So cool. Whenever it or another creature dies, period, any other creature, you don't have to control it, target player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That has been the best version of this ever printed. It is pretty nutty. If you have a go wide board and you just flunge, throw them all at the opponent, it doesn't matter whether they, you know, get through for damage. If they're killed, you're still draining. So that's pretty sweet. Now, Zulaport Cutthroat was later made, and it says, right, whenever it or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Now, this was especially good in Two-Headed Giant, because in Two-Headed Giant, you have 2 opponents. And so each opponent losing 1 life and you gain 1 life means that the opponents lost 2 life and you gained 1 life. So that was really cool. So it helped speed things along, and it was really a good Two-Headed Giant card. Now, the difference between this and the card we're seeing now is that this one says each opponent. This one, this vampire, says target opponent, not each opponent. So that's actually a slight downgrade, because it's not as, I mean, it's not a downgrade in 1v1. Hi, cat. But it is a downgrade in multiplayer, meaning a Two-Headed Giant or Commander. Sorry, the cat's rubbing his face on the microphone. I hope you're okay with that. Hey. So yeah, so this is but it has a relevant creature type, which is a vampire warlock. The Zulaport Cutthroat was a human rogue ally, and while ally was and human were definitely relevant card types a lot of the time, cat ASMR, yes. While and the rogue can be if they do damage to an opponent, but it was lose life here, remember, so not damaging. This is more relevant. Vampire is a huge hugely relevant card type, because you can put this in a vampire deck and it can get bigger. So it's a pretty cool card, and to get it in full art foil is pretty sweet. So this might go in that vampire deck that I have. I have 2 vampire decks. I'm working on one right now, which uses blood tokens better. The other one's just a standard Markov value EDH deck. So yeah, anyway, Here is a beautiful island that we haven't seen yet. That's Zimone. That's Zimone. I recognize Zimone. I love Zimone. This is a really cool one. It's like Quandrix Island. That's cool. All right, that's really pretty. I'm glad we got that. All right, so first of our rares and mythics. Day of Judgment, a reprint. Wrath of God said, which was the original one. These are called wraths. We like I said, with the same thing with that the lords, right? And ways we term things in Magic. They're called often by the first instance of whatever card did that particular effect. And so Day of Judgment is called a wrath because it was modeled after, and what it does is the same thing as Wrath of God. Now, Wrath of God said, destroy all creatures, they can't be regenerated. Its first iteration said bury all creatures, which meant bury was the term for they can't be regenerated, because regeneration was a thing in the early days of Magic. It is no longer a thing because they felt it was way too complicated, which might be true, but I loved it. So I still play cards with regeneration in some of my green decks, etc. But this is Day of Judgment. It says, well, God, I know I love you, but you can't be there. Going. But yes, so Day of Judgment, and let's go look at Wrath of God, which was the first of those effects. All right, so here's Wrath of God, and the first way I saw it would have been this. This is Quentin Hoover, which was my favorite artist at the time. Quentin Hoover passed way too soon, so we missed out on seeing so many of Quentin's amazing artwork in the future. Like, just, oh, I was devastated, but Quentin Hoover was amazing and will be remembered for all of the amazing artwork. So here we have Wrath of God, all creatures in play are buried, right? Which later became, as you can see, here's the 7th edition, destroy all creatures, they can't be regenerated. And we've had sort of similarities for that art for a while. We have new art here, which has the Theros inspiration. That's Heliod, the god, the sun god on Theros, doing terrible things to people. But yes, so there we go. So wraths are very important in Magic because what it means is that some decks can come back after the opponent gets a crazy start. So you destroy all creatures and make sure that they don't do crazy things to you. And that's Day of Judgment for now. You don't think Standard has an unconditional 4-mana Wrath in a while? Yeah, possibly. There are a lot of indestructible creatures these days, though. That does mean that the Wraths will be a little bit less effective sometimes. But 4-mana has been out of Standard for a while, I believe. Yeah, and that can make Standard a little miserable if you're always worried. If the aggressive decks are always worried about a 4-mana Wrath. Magali Villeneuve, and so okay, I have a slightly sad story. So Magali Villeneuve is one of my favorites in Magic right now. Donato Giancola was the other. Donata is no longer going to be doing Magic, and that is a huge sadness for me. You can't see this very well, but this is Donato Giancola's art for Saisei's Ring. But yeah, that is that is my that is my sadness right now, is that Donato will no longer be making art for Wizards of the Coast and Magic. I am really broken up about that because Donato was, along with Magali, my two favorite artists working in Magic. There are so many other amazing artists, but though I'm just sad to see them go. So that's, yeah. And if you get to see Saisei's ring, like here, like this poster, there was a glare on it. But this is the artwork for that. I don't know if you can see how spectacular that is. Like this is, this is what I have. I have a poster of this, official from Donato's gallery, numbered. It is a numbered print. It's so beautiful, and you can look at it, and if you look at it, you see all of the different colors that he used in these tones to make the skin tone. It's mind-boggling. There's blues, there's greens, there's just the use of color is spectacular. It is so gorgeous. It is so beautiful. And if you had the extended version, you can see the blue tint that of like the background around here. It's and you can see the Donato right on the map here that was worked in. It's so gorgeous. And like one of the more recent ones, the 1,000-Year Storm that he did. Let me see if I can, yeah. Look at that. Wait, can I see a full art? Is that a full art? Yeah. Like, look at that. For double masters. Like the print of this is, you know, the way the swirls of the like, color, it's just, this is not doing it justice, but it's so gorgeous. So I am a little broken to know that I will not be seeing new Magic cards illustrated by Donato. We will still have these old ones, which I think is wonderful too. So, but yes, you can fall in love with the Magic artworks, and you will always have at least those. But yes, Day of Judgment here by Vincent Prost, I think. Hold on, yeah. So the next rare or mythic we have is Kellen, Planar Trailblazer. Now this is a one that harkens back to Figure of Destiny and the white card, 1 and a white from Murders at Karlov Manor that can essentially level up. There was a leveling up period in Magic, but they haven't done those recently. They've just done these where you can pay mana to make them something bigger or better. So it's a nice mana sink later on. You can play it early as a decent creature, and then you can put it up. I think it's 10th District Legionnaire or something like that, or 10th District Captain that does the same thing. This one doesn't seem to me to be as good as it could be, because you're paying 3 mana still for the 2/1, and just if it deals combat damage, exile the top card. That doesn't seem great unless you have like some way to give it evasion. The second one, the double strike, that's important, but that's a lot of mana to pay 1, 2, 3, 6 for a 3/2 double strike. Like, meh. So I'm not actually that impressed with this one, where I was impressed with previous versions of these things, like the Evolving Sleeper or whatever it was, or let me see if I can find them for you. I forget, like, is this one? Yeah, Evolve Sleeper. This is an example of one. Becomes a human cleric with base blah 2/2, but then you can start drawing cards with it later. And you can also let's see, you can also do Figure of Destiny, right, was the first one that really it was a Kithkin that really allowed you to just go ham, right? Becomes a Kithkin spirit with base power toughness 2, so you can pump it for the 1, and then you can pay 3 to make it base toughness power 4/4, and then you can pay 6, and then it's 8/8 flying first strike. So this was pretty cray-cray, right? Yeah, Jackalpup being the best possible 1 mana 2/1 for red. There's definitely like a bunch of like 1 mana 2/1s in red and white that all have like tons of extra abilities now. There's also I want to show you the level up things. Let me think about it. The like Lighthouse Chronologist, I think that was the name of it. Yeah, here's an example of the level up thing that they kind of gave up on. but it does the similar thing to this idea. Is a 2 mana. You could get the 1/3, and then you can pay the level up cost is 1 blue. So level 4 to 6. So if you play 4 blue mana, you can get a 2/4. But level 7 plus, if you can play 7, you can at the beginning of each end step, if it's not your turn, take an extra turn after this one. So yay. So that's a fun one. But yes, so there's a lot of cool stuff that is involved with this magic thing that allows you to have the flexibility of playing a card early and then having, if you have a lot of mana open or extra mana at any turn, you can actually absolutely get value out of that card, and if you have nothing else to do. Actually, the pulls that I'm hoping to get, I was hoping to get, I got a bunch of the stuff I was hoping to get so far already. First pack was this, which is the tiny bones that I wanted. And it happens to be a mana foil, which is so cool. And then I got Blasphemous Edict. I did want one of those. I got, in the same pack, I got the Mythic Vampire that's 5 mana, 5/5 Exquisite Blood on a Stick, and I got this. And that's basically all I was really hoping for, and I'm so glad I got them already. It's already out of the way, and they're going in decks, man. All right, so the next rare or mythic from this pack is Mossborn Hydra Full Art. Okay, now this card looks pretty sweet. Whenever a land you control enters, double the number of counters on this creature. It enters with a +1 counter. Okay, wait, I think I lost some. Did I lose anybody there? Sorry, it was saying how we're connecting your channels. But anyway, this one's cool. It enters with a +1 counter on it, and then you can play a land and double the counter, so it's a 2/2. And then you can play another land. You're here. Oh, thanks, Isaac. Appreciate it. So if you can, it's best in a landfall deck, obviously. It's the best in a deck that's going to be playing those Evolving Wilds, fetch lands, and so on. So you can start making into a real threat earlier. Oh, Crazy Dog, that's pretty cool. Doubling Season foil? That's crazy. Nice. Booster definitely worth it, yeah. In that case, Doubling Season is still, despite the number of cards it's been printed, still a super valuable card for so many decks. More casual decks, obviously, I think, but like super, super amazing. I have it in like a bunch of decks, actually. But yeah, so this one's a fun one. I think that it will be something that I will hold to play on turn 4 so that I can at least make it into a 2/2 to start with, unless I have a 3/3 via an Evolving Wilds on turn 4. But if you can actually play it in this set because there's a lot of stuff which add +1/+1 counters to things. So a 2/2 16 because they played the kicker card from Dominaria. Yes, yeah, we actually showed that the other way, right? So basically what you can do is you can play this on turn 3. On turn 4, you can play an Evolving Wilds into a fetch a land thing, so it can get quite big quite fast. So if they can't deal with it that turn, that's the thing, is if they have sort of ramp and stuff, this can get out of control. Some things have to go right to do so, but there you are. Like, that's sometimes just how rares and Magic go. And so I like that this isn't just like I automatically win the game, but it does have to be dealt with. So obviously the ROI for 2 mana 1/1, 3 mana 1/1, not no bueno, but the rest of it can work. Okay, so we have next a Banner of Kinship. Yeah, sometimes things can go very right, exactly. So this Banner of Kinship is, as this artifact enters, it's 5 mana. As this artifact enters, choose a creature type. The artifact enters with a fellowship counter on it for each creature you control of the chosen type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each fellowship counter on this artifact. So if you have 3 cats in play, this is going to enter with 3 counters, and your cats are all going to get +3/+3. Now this harkens to, like, we call these banner effects. Banner effects, so because we have a lot of like cards that do this, and Coat of Arms is one of the earliest. We don't call it Coat of Arms effects. I don't know why, but there we are. So this is one of the more recent reprints in Ixalan Commander. And then, but the original one here, we had Coat of Arms, we had 7th edition, and then we had Exodus, I think was the first one. So this is the original Coat of Arms. Each creature gets +1/+1 for each other creature in play of the same creature type. So this does some cool stuff. This one, Coat of Arms, scales to whatever's in play. It's not like it cares about what happens immediately when it's placed in play, like Banner of Kinship does. So if Banner of Kinship, you get it on 5 and your board is empty, it's an awful card. And that's why I'm going to say it's more of a trap than anything in this limited format. I do believe it has, value in, Commander if you want to, but, and maybe in some other constructed formats, but I don't think this banner, let's talk about more banner effects. Let's do, so we have Heraldic Banner, this one here. So we have Heraldic Banner, right? As this creature artifact enters, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color get +1/+0 and add 1 mana of the chosen color. So we have stuff that just pumps, stuff of a certain color and or does, stuff of a certain type. We have the Patchwork. Patchwork Banner here. Hello? Banners often add mana too, is the banner effect as well. Here we go. Choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1, and you can add 1 mana of any color here. So it's an interesting effect that you can make sure that you have your little things of a particular type can get buffed. Now it is possible that if you're in your draft deck, you get a good proportion of cards of a particular creature type that you might want to run this as a finisher. If you think you're pretty much guaranteed to have 3 of a certain creature type in any deck, this is worth it. Like, give all your creatures of that type +3/+3 can just be the end of the game. So it's an interesting card. It's going to be very hit or miss to some degree. Note it doesn't give trample, so that's important. So sometimes overrun in your green decks is going to be a lot better, and it's uncommon. So you're going to be thinking about that. But this is an interesting card, and it's really cute in this artwork. This is an extended version of the artwork. It's a neat card, and maybe your mouse deck wants it in like standard or something. I don't think so, but that thing is so cool, sick. I just saw Mythic Maria play it, so it was cool. But yeah, it's a cool card, and it's an interesting one to play, so think about it. But you're gonna have to decide whether it's worth it based on the proportion. All right, we got another High Society Hunter, the full art. We already discussed this one, so I'm not gonna go into it, but the full art is pretty epic. That is pretty epic. All right, but I don't want to bore you with the same things over again, so that is pretty cool. Let's move on. Some vampires. Okay. Next pack. And then once we end this box, we will be going into the combat rule, the new combat rule, so that you can be prepared. All right, let's go. So we've got our token is, a treasure token. This is one of my favorite treasure artworks because it's just so iconically treasure. Look, it's a thing with, it reminds me of Aladdin with all the like gold piled around. The treasure hoards, or like the original animated The Hobbit, where Smaug is just lying on a pile. And here's a food token, also iconic. Oh, that looks delicious. Although, wait, hold on, I'm gonna look at this more closely. Yeah, that's got lots of good stuff there. I'm hungry, very hungry. All right, but food and treasure tokens, iconic stuff here. This just, yeah, super amazing artwork on these that they chose. I love it. All right, so on to the commons here. We have Felidar Savior, a new card. So this is one of the ones that puts a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control when it comes into play, meaning that, having it bounced or flickered is a good thing because you can get that ETB again. Having 2 more creatures in play is really nice, and that's why that little common 2/2 cat that puts another 1/1 into play is a really nice card to lead into this. So you play the 2/2 and you get the 1/1 token, and then you play this, and now they're a 3/3 and a 2/2, and now you have a 2/3 lifelink as well. These are 2 other target creatures you control, so unfortunately if it comes onto the battlefield alone, it is not good. A 4 mana 2/3 lifelink is not a great ROI, but you know, it's still in desperation. It's still that. And it is a kitty, so it does have a relevant type. So, and it's got lifelink to enable your lifelink synergies. So it's a perfectly good card in limited. And again, if you have one other creature, it still will do that. It just can't do another if you don't have another. So it's on each of up to 2 other target creatures. You can't put 2 counters on one. So good to remember. All right. Next, Beastkin Ranger, also a new card. 3/3 for 3 trample is pretty nice as a ROI in limited these days. That's normal, and it also has trample. And whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1/+1/+0. Sorry, until end of turn. That can be really nice for the token generation decks. So, for example, if you go this into the little 2/2+1/1, it gets +2/+0 until in turn, attacks as a 5/3 trampler. It's pretty sweet. So either way, it's usually going to be a like +1/+0 because you're usually playing a creature per turn in theory, or you're playing some sort of combat trick, which means it gets through. So it's got a relevant creature type. Note the elf here, and it's got a lovely wolf friend because reasons. It's always nice to have friends, even the wolf variety, or especially the wolf variety. Okay. Goblin Borders, here we go. These are pirates. They are modeled after this is a new card, but it is modeled after the types of goblins from Ixalan. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if you attack this turn. It's a 3 mana 3/2, which is only okay, but like if it's a 3 mana 4/3, that's pretty sweet in the red decks. So it's just a useful card. It's not a high pick, but it's a fun one. Burst Lightning is a reprint. This card is epic. Take it. It's great. In limited, it's just such a good thing. It's just better than Shock because it has another option. So you have the option is that its fail case is a Shock. For 1 red, at instant speed, you deal 2 damage to any target. But it also has Kicker 4. So if you can pay 5, it'll deal 4 damage instead to any target. Which means that if you get low on life in limited against red, you're gonna have to be careful whether you don't hit 4, otherwise they can kick this and kill you. So it is a pretty cool thing. We have always had burn spells in red, the most iconic of which is Lightning Bolt. And that would have been the first one that I saw. So here is Lightning Bolt, and here's the version I would have seen, which is absolutely cool. Very, very cool. That, like, it's not complicated art, it's just perfect. It is iconic. And we did get new art eventually, and the other arts are pretty cool too. But this is Lightning Bolt. It is 1 mana, right? 1 red for an instant speed, 3 damage to 1 target. And they decided that was a little too good a lot of the time. So it's only been reprinted in a few sets since, and it got new art here in M11, which you can see sort of stuck around for a while. We did get new art again, I believe. Here's some new art. There was new art in the Strixhaven Mystical Archives. There was reversion here. There was new art in Baldur's Gate, which was pretty sweet. Hasn't she heard of knocking? It has reverted there, and then we go to this. There are a few other this is just, yeah, sorry. There's just Lightning Bolt is iconic. And so this is Bolt Lightning. Lightning Bolt, Bolt Lightning. Anyway, sorry. But a Shock came after that, which was 1 mana for 2 damage to any target, which they felt was slightly more reasonable. But yes, Burst Lightning is here. And this is a sweet, sweet card in limited, so definitely check it out when you can. If you're running your red decks, you definitely want to run that card if you got it. All right. Broken Wings is another reprint. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Now, it's a naturalize, which was 1 and a green to destroy target artifact and enchantment, but for an additional green, you get the option to kill a creature with flying, which Oftentimes, pardon me. Oh, phew. Oftentimes green has a huge problem with dealing with flyers. It has some reach creatures in it, which means that it can block creatures with flying, but oftentimes it has trouble with those. So sometimes this is a really good versatile card to have, that if you're playing best of one in arena, you might want this in your limited deck. You might want one of them just to make sure that you can deal with a flyer and or deal with any troublesome artifacts or enchantments, of which there are quite a few in this set. So we have Dragon Trainer. This is a new card. So it's a 5-mana 1/1. When this creature enters, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. So this is another one where if you can flicker it or bounce it and get another thing, you can get the value again of it entering. So it's a pretty sweet one. 2 bodies, 5 power for 5, 1 4/4 in the air, and 1 1/1 on the ground to like hold up the ground. So it's a pretty cool card, and especially if you can flicker it with the bird. If you run a Jeskai deck, the bird is blue-white, Kaikar, and it can, if you play a non-creature spell, can put this away and bring it back again at the end of the turn, so you get another 4/4 dragon. So pretty sweet little card. The artwork is very charming. I want a dragon of my own that I don't have to feed. It can go feed itself. Not on people. All right. Joust Through, new card as well. 3 damage, target attacking or blocking creature, you gain 1 life. So we've seen a lot of the cards with like 1 mana instant, 3 damage, target attacking or blocking creature. White likes to do that. It likes to punish people for attacking or blocking. So we've seen like Gideon's Reproach, which is 2 mana that does 4 damage, target attacking or blocking creature. We've seen various things like that, or destroy target attacking or blocking creature. We've had effects like that as well. But for 1 mana, 3 damage seems to be what White can do for to target attacking or blocking creature. We've seen Elspeth's Smite, etc. The you gain 1 life, though, is actually quite relevant in this set, because, again, life gain in White is a huge thing. And in White-Black, and to a certain extent in White-Green. So it does some stuffs. It does some stuffs. It seems to be particularly relevant in the set, because we've seen, like, you saw this vampire, right? This can, provided something else hasn't died, this can... take care of this high society hunter, right, on the attack. And that life gain can work in the life gain synergy. So it's a pretty sweet little card as removal. Sometimes it's going to be bad because they're going to have a 4 toughness thing and you're just going to be sad. I'm sorry. There, card of the hour. Overrun. This is the card I was talking about instead of that banner. If you're in a heavily green deck that can support the 3 green pips that this cat, takes to cost, there's a lot of, token generation and going wide and white and green that you can maximize, use to maximize this card and its effects. But oftentimes, even if you're not in going wide, this can still end the game, because +3/+3 and trample is pretty good. All right. Overrun, a reprint. This is the Carl Critchlow art, I believe. There was a Quentin Over art. No, there was a different art for this. Just I forget who did it. Oh well, there was another art for that. I like this art as I think best. It really gets the point across. They're like literally just like trampling the forest on their way. Okay, so then we have Twin Blade Blessing. Now this harkens back to Battle Mastery, except it has flash. Battle Mastery gave enchanted creature double strike as well, but this has flash and has 1 extra white pip to do so. So this is a really nice combat trick to just make sure that you win combat, and or get there, with a trampler, for example. Double strike trample tends to be pretty painful on something big. So it's just a fine thing. Again, it's an enchantment, an aura. So getting 2 for 1 is a little bit rough with this. If they kill it in response, this just goes to the graveyard and you get 2 for 1. If they kill it, when you put it on it, again, 2 cards down. So always important to remember the cost of having, these types of things in your deck, and make sure you play them wisely. You time them appropriately. All right, here we have a Nissa Forest. Nice. That's cool. Very pretty. That's gorgeous. Okay, so she's on Zendikar. Oh, no, sorry, this is Vivian on Zendikar. Vivian, right? Yeah, it's Vivian in the set. Vivian on Zendikar. Cool. All right. Or wait, is she on Ikoria? She's on Ikoria. These things were from Ikoria. I remember these. These aren't Hedrons. These are the spiky bits from Ikoria. Cool. Sorry. I'm just remembering now. It's so cool to remember, like, the worlds and what defined them. It is cool. All right, sorry. Here we go. First of our rares and mythics from this one, we have Lunar Insight. And we had a lot of discussions on this. This is harkening back to the art from Ponder and other things like that. So if we look at Ponder here, let's look at Ponder so we can get the art really big on this one. So if we go Ponder, let's go 10th edition had this as well. This is the art from the 10th edition as well. So this is the original, like, iconic... sorry, it's not the original art. The original art was from Lorwyn, and that had Merfolk on it. But this is, like, the one everybody remembers. It's a really epic piece of artwork for Ponder. And so you can see how that Lunar Insight was referencing it. It's pretty cool. I like this art. So Lunar Insight is draw a card for each different mana value among non-land permanents you control. So if you control a token, that's 0. If you control a 1-drop, that's 1, a 2-drop, 2, and so on and so forth. So we were discussing this at length on our limited first look, and those VODs are up on YouTube, so you can definitely check that out. It would be in this part 2 because we went through in the first look, we went through the commons and uncommons, all of the ones that were new. And then in the first look, we went through all the commons and uncommons that were reprints, as well as the rares and mythics. So this we definitely went over already, so I don't want to bore anybody with that again. But it's difficult to value this card in limited, to see where I would take it on a pick order in draft. Long story short. Okay, so Genesis Wave, also a reprint, best in constructed. It's going to be only really valuable late game in limited, and it's got triple green, and you just have to be very, like, it's going to be best at 5, I think. Probably the most ROI is look at the top 5 cards, put the next any permanents with mana value 5 or less among them onto the battlefield. But I think it's a little bit of a trap in limited, so it can go very well or very poorly. So yeah, it's definitely, I think it's a commander card. I think it's a constructed card. So there we go. Next one, Drake Hatcher. All right, this is a new card. This is the 2-mana 1/3 Vigilance Prowess. It's a wizard, which is a relevant card type because there's an uncommon that allows you to draw 3 cards for the price of 5, but decreased by 1 if you control a wizard. But it also says, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put that many incubation counters on it. Remove 3 incubation counters from this creature. Create a 2/2 blue Drake creature token with flying. Now, this is obviously going to be best in something that has, like, proliferate, meaning add counters to things. But, you know, Vigilance Prowess, it can definitely get through for some damage, and the artwork's pretty cool. It's an extended art version of this. So I'm not hugely a fan of this card in limited. It's good, but it's not the best the rares can be in this format. But it seems fine. It does mostly what the spells deck wants to do, so seems fine. Prowess always makes combat a little bit iffy, which is nice. Your opponent has to really think, do they have a spell? Do they not have a spell? All right, the Anthem of Champions. We already opened this in foil, but now this is the extended art version of it. And we discussed that, so I won't go into detail. Our home may have no walls, but it is far from undefended. Aha. All right, last card from this one is Sky Knight Squire. All right, this definitely, as a cat scout, is a relevant creature type, and whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature so it grows really fast. Again, this rewards you for that two creatures per turn, like with the common 2/2 that puts a 1/1 cat into play. That's 2 counters for this. As long as this creature has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has flying and is a knight in addition to its other types. So this grows pretty quickly and becomes a really, really relevant threat really quickly. This does everything that you want it to do in a cat deck or / token deck. It's just fun. It also gets +1/+1 counters, and there are things that, you know, +1/+1 counter matters decks in Selesnya is in particular. So that's pretty sweet. So good card. Good card. Morning, Lirazal. How are you? So that is that pack. Moving on to the next one. We have 2 more after this. It's also cat because Morton because cat. Yes. Hey, Magic Marker Studio. And Reverend Papa John. How you doing? All right, here we go. I'm going to need to take a drink of tea while you look at the Knigget. All right, now we do water. Because we're out of tea. Didn't expect such a rush. Okay. So this is Knigget for 3/3. Usually knights are 2/2 with vigilance, so this is a sweet change. And that's produced by the uncommon that we know about. So yes, that is in fact John Oliver on my teacup. Yes. It makes me happy. Very happy. So yes. So that's a cool token. We've already been over that, and then there's the human on the back. We've also been over that. So moving on to the commons. Here we go. Ooh, the Think Twice alternate art full art. Nice. Now this one's much more like what I think a Think Twice artwork should look like, and yeah, this is much more my style. Not that the anime art isn't fantastic. It's phenomenal. I just don't know what it has to do with the card itself. You know what I mean? And I love it when the card looks like what it says it does. So this is really pretty, and I'm happy to have it. All right, here we go. Fleeting Flight. We talked about this one, and it got better and better in my estimation the longer that we looked at the set. The more we found cards, the more this +1/+1 counter actually matters, and the gaining flying matters, because there's a lot of things with like crazy amounts of power. So this is pretty sweet. And then the prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to it, also pretty cool. Because there's some things that benefit from attacking, like raid and stuff, where, yeah. Anyway, Fleeting Distraction, reprint. That one was a new card. Think Twice is also a reprint. Fleeting Distraction is a reprint. Target creature gets one my so until end of turn, draw a card. The only problem with this one is, yes, it's a cantrip, so it can make sure that your prowess creatures trigger, and it can make sure that the Cyclops that's in the commons gets +3/+0 until end of turn, and it replaces itself. It cantrips, but this -1/-1 is not that effective. And the draw card, you kind of want to be playing this on your turn so that you can get the draw 2 cards turn synergies. I think like a 2 mana -2/-0 draw card might be even better, because the combat math is so different these days. We'll discuss that later. But yeah, we talked about that on stream. So Pilfer, we talked about this at length on stream. I'm not going to bore you with it again, how I feel about cards like this in limited. This is normally an uncommon. It was printed previously. Now it's a common. We'll draw attention to that, but it's adorable and tiny bones. Tiny bones. Okay, sorry. All right. Tranquil Cove, reprint. Pilfer, also reprint. We have Strongbox Raider. This is a new card. 4 mana, 5/2. Again, tiny butts, and a big power. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So this is a good way to get value out of attacking, and also to be able to get a power 4 or greater in Gruul out there, so that you get all of those synergies working. So for example, if you pay the little goblin on 2 that gets +1/+0 in menace, if you control power 4 or greater and you play this on 4, you can attack with that one and maybe get in for damage, and then you can also exile the top 2 cards of your library. Even if it trades, you can exile the top 2 cards of your library, and choose one of them until the end of your next turn. This is way red also draws cards, so I'm glad that they had that, like, exile and get stuff to be able to play until your end of your next turn. So it seems a pretty decent one. Again, also, if you look, that makes this the fact that it has so much power means that this Fleeting Flight, giving it flying, that's 6 damage in the air. That's pretty crazy. And it also means that it's a 6/3, which is slightly more relevant than a 5/2 for blocking. So so it is important to understand about that. And then you also can give you another trigger of the raid. So that's nice. It's a decent card. Pilfer, it's too complicated to go into again. You can find it on the there, but basically cards like this that don't affect the board. There are some people who value them more highly than I do, but especially in a set that has flashback and threshold, this is less valuable, because even though it may disrupt their plans, it doesn't affect the board. You're down a card, and they might have value in the graveyard to some degree. Yes, you can avoid putting the flashback card in the graveyard, but then they might all just get it anyway. They might cast it and then cast it with flashback again. Or, you can't prevent them from getting threshold that way. So anyway, yes, so strong box. And there's more to that, but we'll talk about that another time. Micromancer reprint. So this was it was Dominaria, United. And so this was best when you had Shore Up in the format. You could go fetch the Shore Up or the Cantrip for one. Like this, if this fetches up the Fleeting Distraction, it's just not as good as Shore Up was, which untapped +1/+1 and hexproof. So this was just a really nice card in that format. I don't know how good it's going to be in this format. So in order to take, you would take it pretty highly in that format because you could be sure to get a lot of like one mana instant or sorcery cards. But like if this can fetch up the Bolt Lightning, so that might be a case. If you have a couple Bolt Lightnings, this is a really good pickup to go find them. So maybe this is just enough to make it a higher pick than I'm currently valuing at, but like there were just so many more of them, and you weren't fighting over quite as many of them in the Dominaria United as you are now, because Bolt Lightning is going to be picked up so fast by so many people. So anyway, Rex Age full art. There we are. We already discussed this, but this is cool new artwork for it. Destroy some of those target artifact or enchantment and relevant creature type elf. And it's nice to have a really cool full art of it. Exsanguinate. Okay, this is a reprint as well. Each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. So you can finish off an opponent with this, right? If you have like, if they have 4 life, you have to pay 6, but it's a good way to finish it off or to change the combat. The math overall of the game. It's best in Two-Headed Giant and in, of course, multiplayers like Commander, right? Each opponent loses X life and you gain life equal to the total of this lost this way. So pretty sweet. And cool artwork. All right. Next we have the Mountain, again with the Kellen and the Snorse. And now we have the Rares and Mythics. Here we go. Drakaseth, Maw of Flames. There it is. Exsanguinate, I don't know what it is at these days, but it's definitely still a useful card, and many people will want it to be in their lovely commander decks. So Drakaseth, Maw of Flames, this is a 7 mana card that's often, if you can afford the pips, if you're of red, it's definitely worth it. So it can be pretty cool. So again, if you are in, this can just end the game if it gets to attack. If you play it and they kill it immediately, it's such a feel bad, but like if it gets to attack once, that's usually game over. So it's often worth a 7 mana investment in triple red pips. So it's a cool one in limited, and it's also a cool one in your dragon decks sometimes, depending on like what you've got. All right, next one is Scavenging Ooze. So good in this format. Not only does it stop your opponent from achieving threshold and it can remove their flashback cards from the graveyard, but it also gains life when you remove creature counters. So again, it can enable your life gain synergies. Scavenging Ooze has always been a great card, but this is a good limited format for it to shine in. This is the original artwork for it. Just super amazing. Always just such a fun card to play. You're going to want it in your cubes. You're going to want it perhaps in your commander decks. Pretty sweet card. Okay, next one. Drake Hatcher. We just got that, so we won't go into it again, but this is the full art version of it. I do love the little Drake on her shoulder. That makes me very, very happy. Like, unreasonably so. I want one. Anyway, moving along. Okay, next one. How many of these are we gonna get? Okay, so we have the foil version. We have the extended art version, foil, and then we have the regular extended art. Sorry, the full art and foil and the full art regular. That's a lot of... We've got 3 high society hunters so far. So, like, we formed a high society of our own, like a full high society. All right, that's a lot of those. So, and if anybody wants high... We'll be giving away some of these, okay? And then we have, finally, from this pack, we have Leyline Axe, the full art foil. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have some fun with that card. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure exactly when Shadow got... Oh, did you see we opened the dragon? Did I tell you? Like, you weren't there, but did I tell you we opened the dragon? In the same pack as the 5/5 vampire that I wanted. I wanted this most, and then I wanted that second, and then we got that. It was so cool. All right, Leyline Axe, pretty sweet one to open. Again, we went through this earlier, so I will not go into that. But that's nice. Well, what it is, I mean, if you look at it, it's 7 mana, so but it's a ley line, so you can, if you get in your opening hand, it can begin on the battlefield, and it's equip 3, just like what it is a colorless version to some degree of Embercleave. So that's pretty good. Oh, you mean the double? Oh, you mean that dragon? Okay, sorry. Oh no, that's not a dragon. You mean Progenitus? You mean Progenitus? Progenitus, I've got millions of. That's a reprint. That's not new. This is Progenitus. It's a Hydra. Nope. It's a Hydra. I have so many versions of this card. This is a sweet card to put into play, to cheat into play from your hand with, like, Elvish Piper. So you can pay green, tap, put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Or the 5 mana, 3 and 2 green, I think it is, or 2 and 2 green, that puts a green creature from your hand into play. That'd be another way to cheat it in. It's pretty cool. Natural Order would also do it. Yep. You still wanted to open it? Maybe we'll do a giveaway for a Progenitus. I think I might have one in the list cards over there that I was gonna give away anyway at some point. Okay, so that's our Lava Axe. Second to last pack now. Here we go. Booyah. All right, what are we gonna get here? Anybody want to call it? What, we got like 3 or 4 rares to get, right? So let me know what you think we're gonna get here. Tokens first. Insect, we went over that. Gobbo, we also went over that. Super sweet. What's a fracture foil? Oh wait, that's the Japanese one that you were talking. That's the like rarest thing that say less than 1% of packs have it. Oh, I'm never that lucky. I was already stunned with my luck to get the Tiny Bones mana foil and the Think Twice, which was pretty sweet. The Shattered Glass looking one, yeah. All right, so here we go. Commons here. Inspiring Paladin. This one's new as well, right? During your turn, this creature has first strike. So they're nerfing first strike a bit by like making creatures just not have it natively. They just have it during your turn. During your turn, creatures you control have +1/+1 counters on them have first strike. So remember that cat that grows and gets +1/+1 counters, and you can use this to give it first strike. Pretty sweet. Again, you can also that Felidar that puts +1/+1 counters on the next 2 creatures. This is gonna give you value for those +1/+1 counters. Here we go. Erudite Wizard. This is another new one, but this is like what blue does. It's a wizard, which is a relevant creature type because, again, that draw 3 card. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, +1/+1 counter on this creature. We've seen that before in on a body with a 3/3. I think in, I want to say Dominaria United, but I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, but it got +1/+1 counter. No, wait, it was Brothers War. It was Brothers War. So it was a 3/3 for 4 that got this had the same ability. But this is cool because there's a lot of looting effects like you saw on that owl and etc. So it's pretty sweet. Okay. Burglar Rat reprint. Again, this card normally is a little bit better than in this format which has again, since they're choosing, they can choose to discard a thing with flashback and get value. They can also choose to they also move toward threshold, so you could be enabling that. So yes, so it's a little worse than normal, but it's still fine. It still takes a card out of their hand, hopefully gets to disrupt that a little bit, and it's a good body to sacrifice because a lot of the removal in this requires sacrificing, or you can sacrifice creatures to draw cards as well. So, all right, Fanatical Firebrand, Hasty Bit, sacrifice, do 1 damage and target. This was from Rivals of Ixalan, I believe, and it's still a fine little gobbo. With Hasty Bits. Yeah. Wary Thespian from Mom, A March of the Machines. This was a fun one. When enters or dies, surveil 1. Again, this is a kitty. So it's a 2 mana 3/1, but you can surveil when it enters and surveil when it dies. Pretty cool. Good 2-drop. Battlesong Berserker, a new card. So this is a 3/4 for 4 mana that whenever you attack, target creature you control gains +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. So it's similar to the 4 mana 2/4 most valuable Slayer from Duskmourn, which gave something +1/+0 and first strike. I maintain that first strike is often better than menace. So we'll see which one we value more highly. But here with the new rule, it may be that that first strike is in fact better by a lot. I don't know. We'll see. But this is still a very powerful card. And I would definitely highly pick this card. This is great. It's fantastic. Because remember, it doesn't need to attack whenever you attack. So it's going to be similar to those the most valuable Slayer in the Duskmourn stuff. So good stuff. And +1/+0 gains menace is, you know, a nice potential for evasion and difficulty blocking. The problem is that there's seem to be a lot of like small creatures that can double block and things like that. And with the new combat rule, it might be better with the new combat rule than normal because you can assign the damage as you choose. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. Next. Rune Sealed Wall. We talked about this on the stream before. This is a new card. Defender Surveil 1/06 for 3 mana. It's an artifact wall. And this is, again, a toss-up a little bit on exactly where to pick it in draft order. But it seems like a pretty sweet little blocker early for those controlling blue-black or blue-white decks. So, and that Surveil is worthwhile for enabling Threshold and Flashback and just making sure you fix your draws. Okay. Badonk! Swiftfoot Booties! A reprint! Hexproof and Haste, equip 1 for 2 mana. In Limited, this tends to be a little bit less valuable overall than in Constructed, but it's still a really, really fun card. And so I don't know how much you should draft it highly, but it is a fun card. So there's Swiftfoot Booties. And then we have Frenzied Goblin, a reprint. This card was a house in the format it was first printed in. Whenever this creature attacks, you can pay red. If you do, target creature can't block this turn, which could lead to a lot of early damage, and then later on, it could just lead to a really bad set of blocks for opponent when you could just take out their best blocker and say that can't block. So it is a fun card. I like this card, and Goblin is a relevant creature type because we have lots of goblins and we have some Goblin Lords. So, next. Ooh! Forest. Who's that in the tree? I think somebody told me that was Loot. I think Loot is in the tree. Loot tree! Sorry, no, I'm just kidding. So yeah, anyway, I think that's Loot. I think somebody told me that. I can't really quite see it, but it is very lovely as a land. I love just the entire thing. So beautiful. Okay, so next we have Archmage of Runes. So instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. That's not as relevant in many limited decks as it will be in Constructed. But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card is super relevant. This has a huge butt, 3/6 for 5 mana. This is a good card, especially in any like deck that is prioritizing spells. So this is a great card and super sweet, and I'm happy to have it because I think I have some decks that it should go in. Because even at 4 mana for a 2/2, cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card is pretty sweet. So, all right. And it makes them cheaper, so that's sweet. Okay, here we go. Badonk. Ooh, Shakshay. Very Shakshay. Okay, so this is Valkyrie's Call. It's 5 mana enchantment, 3 and 2 white. Whenever a non-token, non-angel creature you control dies, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter at it with flying, and it's an angel now. Welcome, worthy one. This card is gross and limited. Take it, slam it. It's freaking fantastic. As long as you don't have like all angels. If you have all angels, don't do it. Don't do it. Trap. It says non-angels. So anyway, and if you only have tokens, which rarely happens, but yeah. This is a sweet, sweet card. This is wild, and yes, in limited is best way to say. This is nutty. Take it. It's so beautiful. I am happy to get this. I probably want to put this in a deck of mine. I'm not sure exactly which one right now, though. The returning to the card, like, it might go in the ETB deck, because then I can get the ETB again and then also put that +1/+1 counter and give it flying. I will have to think. The ETB deck doesn't have that many creatures. It has some. We'll see. We'll see. But there's got to be a space for that. But anyway, in limited, slam that. That's fantastic. And sealed will love it too, because you'll get time to get to there. All right. Next we have Zul Ashur, Lich Lord. 2 mana for full art. 2 mana 2/2. Ward, pay 2 life. So your opponent can't kill it unless they pay 2 life or trade with it with a creature. You can tap, you can cast target zombie creature card from your graveyard this turn. That is nutty, absolutely nutty in your zombie constructed decks. This is also good and limited because remember, we have so many zombies. So zombies are a relevant creature type. And this being able to cast them from the graveyard is absolutely nutty, especially since black has a ton of mill and blue has a ton of surveil to put cards in the graveyard so you can get value. So yeah, this card is nutty. And Zul Ashur, you should definitely look. Okay, there's so many cards with so let's look at Deathmark. So one of the cool things that Magic does is, right, it references cards. So you won't know what I mean if you look at this. This is from Cold Snap. This is the art from Cold Snap. But if we look at it, this Magic 2010, you can see that in 2012 it has a different set of flavor text. And look at the swamp in the eye and the pupil draining the swamp. That's so cool. Draining out of the eye. Oh God, it's so good. But look at the flavor text. One of the cool things in Magic is it develops flavor text said by certain characters, and those characters don't have cards until now. Zul Ashur, Lich Lord, let the final vision of doom be etched upon their unblinking eyes. That is this creature. This creature has never had a card until now. This is new. And you finally get to meet them and see what they do. And there are other references to Zul Ashur. Zul Ashur has a lot of different flavor text. You never noticed the skull symbol in the eye before? Isn't that cool? That is so neat. Anyway, sorry. All right. So yes. So that's Zul Ashur. I'm really happy to get that. That's a sweet thing for my zombie deck. Now we have a Bloodthirsty Conqueror full art. So I have 2 versions of this now. I have the foil and the regular, but full art. That's cool. That thing is that is a chunk with teeth. I'm gonna sleeve that one up in a second. And then finally in this pack we have Sear Slicer Goblin. Full art foil. Yes, that is a Sanguine Bond. No, it's Exquisite Blood on a body. We talked about it previously in this stream. We talked about Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood, and this, and Veto, and Viscopa Guild Mage, and all the ways you can have 2-card combos to make your opponent's lives living hell. So yeah. So this is Exquisite Blood on a stick. Yeah. So yeah, now we got Sear Slicer Goblin, 2 mana, 2/1. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. That's just a really nice effect on a gobbo. Gobbos just like to multiply, just like other bunnies, right? Only they're a little more explodey than bunnies. So yeah, there we are. Well, Bloodthirsty Conqueror and Veto are a 2-card combo, as is like Viscopa Guild Mage and like obviously the like Exquisite and Sanguine. So yeah, cray. And a few other cards, of course. But yeah, this is a cool one for the Gobbos. I like it because this doesn't have to attack to do it. And you can just attack with the 1/1 that we saw earlier, the really hasty bit, the Fanatical Firebrand will actually go very well with a Sear Slicer, of course. So yeah, we'll put that in anything. Yeah, Enduring Tenacity also does that. Yep. There's so many cards now that will be the life gain thing. life gain drain, etc. that are going to be in Magic. So, you know, lots of infinite combos there. So provided you can get somebody to lose one or you can gain one, that is the end of the game. So, I'm never usually a fan of that kind of thing. The combo like that where it's just a 2-card combo. It just feels like less of a game at that point when your opponent's just like, I don't care what you do as long as I find this combo. But, you know, it's a format that a form of Magic that a lot of people enjoy, and so to each their own, of course. Super cool Swords Duel. Oh, awesome! I'm glad you liked it. All right, so here we go. Treasure token, perfect. We talked about that before, and a food token, same one. That's really sweet. I love those artworks. Okay. Magic. Bake into a pie. My secret ingredient? Well, I can't tell you that, but here's a hint. It's not love. Still a great removal spell. Also produces a food which can go with the life gain synergies. Just a great card in limited. All right, here we go. Next one. Banishing Light at common here, which is kind of crazy, but this is a good piece of white enchantment removal. It's neat. So you can take that. It's a reprint. Just as the Bake into a Pie is. Refute. This is a new card. And kind of stunning in foil. But it is the one we got the full art of previously. It is a cancel plus a loot. Because the cancel was just not good enough. And and here you go. There's a slightly better cancel. I said no! Yeah. So, blue says no a lot, and I'm glad that people are understanding that that's what this color is sometimes about. And, sometimes it can be fun to play against, and sometimes not so much. It is cool bird art, right? Ooh, Goldvein Pick is back. Hi. From Kaldheim originally. And it's a really good way to sort of fix your mana ramp and do stuff in an aggressive deck. And the cat is rubbing his face on the mic, sorry. Excuse me. Hi. You're in the way. Good job. Okay. Anyway, Goldvein Pick. He's gonna come back for another round. Here he goes. Hi. You're very cute. Hello. You want to sit on the lap? You can sit on the lap. Come on. Yeah, Floof. Okay. There you are. Now settle, please. Good boy. Oh, no. Come on, settle. He's like, no, I shan't. You're gonna settle down? You just want to talk to them? Is that what you're saying? Yes. I am not nearly as enamored of your butthole as you seem to think I am. Okay. Here we go. Cats, the butthole cut. Okay. Here we go. Blossoming Sands, nice reprint. Again, the lifelink synergies are interesting. Infernal Vessel. This one's a pretty cool one, right? So it's 3 mana 2/1, not great return on investment, but when it dies, if it wasn't a demon, return it to the battlefield under zone of control with 2+1/+1 counters on it. It's a demon now. So it's a 4/3. So you get, essentially for the 3, you get a slightly undervalued 3, but you get a overvalued 4/3. So if it dies. So, and people aren't going to want to kill it or trade with it because you get a better creature on the return. So I really like this card in Limited. I think it's pretty darn good. Especially since, like, with their sacrifice effects that you can use to make it bigger on its own if they don't want to attack into it. Again, yeah, or draw cards, right? So, cool stuff. All right. Grappling Kraken. That was a new card, and this is a new card as well. 5/6, 6 mana. Whenever land you control enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. So again, if you have multiple ways of lands to come into play, it's pretty nice. The stun counter does really matter because, again, that means that it's not untapping without, again, starting that it's not untapping without that stun counter on it. It's just going to remove the stun counter. So even if they had a way to untap it, it's still gonna take that stun counter. So you have a little bit extra time. It's you know, a fine late game, you know, for the blue deck. I'm not super excited about it, but it seems okay. All right, next one. I think it's best in Simic, obviously, where you can find more land quickly with green. Ooh, Youthful Valkyrie, nice reprint. So many Angel decks want this. So many Angel decks want this. It's still a 1/3 flyer and limited, so it does stop some of the early aggression in blue in terms of flyers, or in white. But if you don't have a lot of Angels, it may not be as worth it to run. However, one thing to consider is that even if you don't have a lot of Angels, it still wears +1/+1 counters unbelievably well. So there are a lot of +1/+1 counters in green and white, so it might have a home no matter what. So it's often best to take early, and if you have, you know, multiples of them, they help each other out. Seems good, right? So Youthful Valkyrie, sweet one. And then we have, oh yeah, we get back that that one enchantment that gets Angels, yeah, into play. Here is that iconic Shivan dragon we were talking about. Now, how the mighty have fallen to one little uncommon pip here. Uncommon. All right. Set symbol uncommon. Okay. Then we have a plains. Ooh, with a Ajani on it. That's gorgeous. Oh my god, that's so pretty. I will take 50 of them, please. Wow, that is just stunning. Oh, I want more. Okay, anyway, that's beautiful. Now we're on to the rares and mythics on our last pack before we discuss the new combat rule for you. Before you go to your pre-releases in theory. Ooh, a foil Arabo. That's going to go on my deck instead of the extended art, I think. Shiny bits make me happy, and they make kitties happy. So I feel like we should use the shiny one. Beautiful card, great card, and we've already gone over it, so I won't touch that. All right, and next one, Electro Duplicate. So it's 3 mana, 2 in a red. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token. It has flashback for 2 and 2 red. I mean, this does enable your prowess synergies. It does mean that you are casting instant sorcery spell or non-creature spell for your Cyclops that gets +3/+0 whenever you do that. It has flashback, so you can cast it again. You get the ETB off the target creature you control, but you do have to have a creature in play, so it's a little bit more iffy than it first appears, just like Mirror Image is, or what is it, Mirror Image that I'm thinking of? 2 and a blue. No, it's not Mirror Image, it's something else. Anyway, 2 and a blue to copy something, like stuff like Molten Duplicate. Yeah. There's it's still good. You know, you can make it happen, but some things have to go right a little bit. So, seems decent, not great to me. Sky Knight Squire, again, we have this in foil, so we've already seen it. It's the one that puts +1/+1 counters when other creatures come into play on itself. So pretty cray. Infinite with Kiki Jiki. Copy of target creature you control, except it has haste. And wait, why is it? Oh, but Kiki is legendary, right? Anyway. All right, so we've seen that Squire before. And Ashroot Animist. Oh, this is that lizard. So this is a really good way of enabling the stuff in are you thinking like Splinter Twin and the other stuffs? Like Pestermite? And stuff? Ashroot Animist. So this is the, you called this card? You called that we would open it? That's awesome. I'm gonna put it aside for you. Okay. So, trample. When this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X until end of turn, where X is this creature's power. So, This is a great card in limited for what red green wants, and otherwise known as Gruul, wants to do. It's a 4/4 trampler already, and then when it attacks another target creature you control, so you do have to be attacking with 2 creatures in order to get this benefit, but gains trample and gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is this creature's power. So this creature at the base is 4/4, but it could be bigger. Dual caster mage, meaning double the spell. So yes, so this is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. La. Okay, so yeah, I'll put this aside. So this is a fun one. It's not. It just does what the Gruul in what this wants to do because it's already 4 power, so you get the 4 power synergies, and then it just makes something big attacking with it, and it's a 4/4/4 with trample, which is just the stats you want in limited. It's nice. All right, here we go. Here's the foil full, the extended art Elenda. Saint of Dusk. So we've already opened one of these, so I won't go into it more, but there it is. There's the extended art foil, and that concludes our beautiful collector's box courtesy of Wizards. I hope this was a cool journey into like Magic's past and the nostalgia, as well as oh yeah, she's gorgeous, Elenda. As well as the like a look at the new wonders that you can see in this set. They've printed some crazy cool new cards. Now, let's go really quickly into, because this is like something that I want to go over multiple times, and now that I have the physical cards, it can be really cool to set up. Let me get out some dice so that I can also indicate this. All right, give me a sec. All right, we have plus and minus, and we have, okay, that should do it. Okay, so I've got some dice that will give us, these aren't going to be counters, these are going to be indications of damage. So we'll be looking at that. Amalia got banned? Oh no! Oh god. I didn't know that. Oh, that was because of the infinite combos with the wild growth walker and stuff. And things like that. Yeah. All right. So let's see if I can illustrate this rule a little bit better for you. Oh, thanks, Nix. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad it was helpful. I just love Magic, so and like opening cards and seeing these new cards and seeing cards that were reprinted and yeah. Anyway, they're really, really cool. So let me talk about the new combat rule before you all go to play pre-releases tonight, or if you've already been, I'm sorry, this might be a little bit too late, but we did talk about it during the first limited first looks so that you could at least be a little bit prepared. So let me pick a few cards. Let's try the 4/4. No, trample is going to make things complicated. Let's try I want like a 4/4 or a 5/5 that doesn't have flying. Okay. Okay. I just need something simple for Pete's sake. Let's take a few of the small things too so that I can illustrate this. Turns out everything in this has abilities and stuff. Okay, here's a 3/3. Let's put a night token into play. That's fine. And then let's grab another. There's so many cool things to do with this, and okay, here's another 3/3 and a 2/3. Oh gosh, there's so many things. Okay, so all right, so let me see what I have so I know what I can show you. A couple 3/3s. Here's 2 2/3s. That's pretty good. Okay. And then I need a 5/5 or something. Or a 4. No, that has flying. They all have flying. Jerks. Okay. Why? Can you just give me... Okay, here's at least a 4/3. Oh, here's a 5/5. Great, that's perfect. Okay, let's talk about this now. And I need a combat trick. Just because. Do we have a combat trick that is interesting here? Well, that's going to be interesting. What else is going to be interesting? I just need like a plus, like I need a giant growth. I didn't get a giant growth, did I? I don't think I got a giant growth. The horror, I didn't get a common. Okay, we're almost there. Sorry about this. This was harder to find than I thought it would be. Yeah, we can try the fake your own death. That's fine. I mean, at least Snakeskin Veil. We'll try skin. That's a fine one to do. All right, for lack of a better one, we'll do that. I really wish I had a giant growth, but I can sort of illustrate that later too. Okay, so let's focus on this pretty intensely. Okay. All right. So let's say that we're in the current combat rules before, before the release of Foundations. The current combat rules are as follows. Let's say my Tolarian Terror, I'm the attacker. My Tolarian Terror attacks. And let's say that my opponent blocks with... Do I have any 2/2s? 2/2s. Okay, anyway. Let's say my opponent blocks with these cards. They double block, and let's make this in focus. Give me a second. Okay, that's gonna have to be the best I can do. Sorry about the glare. But my opponent is blocking with a 2/2/3s. Ignore all the rest of their little abilities. 2/2/3s against a 5/5. Now, the current blocking system and like combat, the way combat works is the first thing that we do post declare blockers, right? The opponent goes, I'm blocking this with both of these, a 2/3 and a 2/3. It's not going to kill the Tolarian Terror on the face of it, but it will eat up all the damage if they're worried about damage, right? For more realistic sake, let's just say this is a 3/3 and a 2/3. Okay? Actually, let's do that. Okay. So we've got a 3/3 and a 2/3, and they're blocking the Tolarian Terror. In the normal way of combat, right, what's going to happen is this is going to die, and one of these is going to die, right? And so the declare blockers, you declare 2 blockers on this. The next thing that happens is I declare the blocking order. I declare that I want to kill one of these, assign damage to one of these first. So let's say that I care more about this 3/3 than this 2/3. I would assign damage first to this, then to this. That is the order of the blockers that I choose. Once I have prioritized the order of the blockers, both of us get a chance to play combat spells, tricks, instant speed stuff to do. I get priority first as the attacker. If I'm fine with trading a 5/5 for a 3/3, I can just let this go. Right? I would do 3 damage to this first. I have to assign deadly damage to this, lethal damage to this, before I can assign damage to that. Okay? So I only have 5 damage total to deal. So 3 damage goes to this, and 2 damage goes to that. This will die, and this will not, and this will die. As it stands. If nobody plays anything. Now, if under current combat rules, right, if I have something I want to do, let's say I play a braid targeting this 3/3, right? If nothing else happens, this will die, and this will still be in combat blocking this. This will assign 5 damage to this, this will die, and this will live. Okay? But let's say I try and go for the Abrade on the 3/3, and they play Snakeskin Veil, targeting this. They put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's 4. So this right, is dealing 4 to this and 1 to this. And it's still dying. So it's still trading for this creature, but it's also trading for this spell. Right? So the math is 2 for 2, right? This stays alive. So there's a lot of things that can happen during combat to change how this goes. But the one thing that isn't changing is that I still have to do lethal damage to this before I can touch that card. Okay? Because I've ordered it first. Now, the change. Okay. The change now is the following. I attack with the Tolarian Terror. They declare both of these as blockers. I do not order the blockers. There is no point at which I say this first, this second, or this first, this second. I do not order the blockers anymore. The step where I get to play combat tricks and they get to play combat tricks still happens. So I can still do an Abrade on this. They can still do a Snakeskin Veil on this. You still get to play those tricks. But once all of those tricks are resolved, I, as the attacker, get to choose how I want to deal the damage. Okay? So, if I go for the Abrade on this, and they go for the Snakeskin Veil, they have a 4-4 and a 2-3 against my 5-5. Right? I only have 5 damage to deal, but I can deal it however I wish. So let's look at what that looks like here. Right now, right, the Abrade is doing 3 damage, is trying to do 3 damage to this. It doesn't work, right? Instead, we actually put a +1/+1 counter on the Knight, right? The Abrade fizzles because it no longer has a legal target because this has hexproof. So these two have resolved, and I now have this facing me. Now I get to choose how I want to assign the damage. Do I want to kill the 4-4 and do 1 to this, or do I want to do 3 to this and 2 to this? Or do I want to deal 3 to this and 2 to this? And here's where that matters. Here's where that's really important to remember. I no longer have to deal lethal damage to this because I ordered it first, or lethal damage to this because I ordered it first. I can deal 3 damage to this and 2 damage to this and let this creature die. And then post-combat, I can play Seeker's Folly. Creatures my opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Both of them will die. Because this has 3 damage on it and has 4 toughness effectively. This one has 2 damage on it and has 3 damage effectively. So this is extremely important. It makes cards like this so much more powerful because I can distribute the damage amongst the blockers however I wish. I do not have to assign lethal damage to anything if I don't want to. I don't have to order the blockers, and therefore I do not have to assign lethal damage to either of them in order to do damage to the other. This is also interesting. Never blocking again. Yeah. So what this does is it means combat tricks. So let me illustrate this again, right? Let's say Tolarian Terra attacks, right, into these two. Let's say, and I don't have the card, I'm sorry yet, but let's say that I play a Giant Growth, which gives 1 thing plus, the blocker plays Giant Growth, which gives 1 thing +3/+3 until end of turn. Let's say they target this creature here. Okay? That means that this is a 5/6, and this is a 3/3. Under previous combat rules, if I had assigned this first, right, this would be a blowout, right? If the attacker had assigned this first and they giant growthed it, this would have to try to do lethal damage to this first, right? And could not assign any damage to this. So both of these creatures would live and this would die. Under the current combat rules, I can assign damage how I choose. So giant growthing this does not mean that I can't kill this. Do you see? I can now choose how to assign the damage, and I choose to kill the 3/3, because at least I can kill that. I cannot kill this. This is a 5/6. I only have 5 damage on my Tolarian Terror here that it can deal. So that's the new combat rule. It is very important to remember that this is the case. It's going to take a lot of adjusting for me. And what that does is it nerfs combat tricks, because whereas a giant growth in the old system where this was ordered first, this was ordered second, could save both of them and completely blow out the attack, right? Now that can't happen. Now I am still going to lose one creature no matter if I give this giant growth until the end of the turn or not. So combat tricks to some degree are nerfed. You're welcome, Ice Prophet. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad that it's helping. The other thing I want you to see, I really, really want you to see that First Strike is still very, very powerful. So this Sure Strike that we have, target creature gets +3/+0 and gains First Strike until end of turn. That's still really powerful because First Strike has always worked in a different way. What First Strike does, as you all know, who have been playing for a long time, but as you may not know if you're fairly new, is First Strike adds retroactively an additional combat phase, the First Strike phase, such that a creature with First Strike will deal its damage prior to any of the other creatures. So First Strike will still work as it always has worked. If you First Strike this, it's going to kill this. During First Strike damage, this is never going to get to do its damage. Unless I pump it somehow, right? Yeah, very impactful, yes. Constructed as well, very impactful. 15 years of, yes. This has been around since you've ordered blockers since Magic 2010. You've ordered blockers for that long, and prior to that, damage went on the stack, which was totally different anyway. So this is a long-standing way Magic has been played, and I, who really love combat tricks and working out the best way to get advantage from them, it's gonna really change my playstyle a little bit, because again, most combat tricks without that First Strike are gonna be nerfed. Especially this fake your own death. If I fake my own death on this Inspiring Paladin, gets +2/+0, when it dies, blah, they can choose not to kill this so that I don't get any ETBs back, right? They can choose just to kill that. So this is really, really important to understand that it's very different in combat now. And I think they may not have printed cards that take that into account yet. The idea of this card, like with single blocks, this card is still powerful, obviously, right? Because you're not like changing. It's only with multi-blocks, sorry. Like more than one creature blocking. It can be all the way like to like 1,000,000 if you have like a ton of tokens, right? The only way this matters here, but like this really does nerf combat tricks for multiple blocks. Like if multiple blocking was already a bit of a problem with being potentially blown out by, an Abrade. If you didn't have a response, Abrade would eat this, it would kill this, and then you just eat that for free, right? Or vice versa, right? You were already double blocking was a risk, but it's an even more of a risk now because the attacker still gets to choose how to assign damage. The only way it's a little bit less of a risk is that First Strike, okay? But even if you do the First Strike, they can still abrade it in response, right? If they're happy with this trade. So there's a lot of really crazy things going on with this change in combat. So the next thing I want to talk about is how much this strengthens this. So anytime, right, you have a replacement effect to damage that deals +2, like we had with like Torbran, I think it was, or like anytime a red source would deal damage, you get +2, or in this case, right, replacement effects that like deal double that damage instead. Okay, so let's talk about that. I need another big creature. Let me see if I can go find one. Okay, let's try. Let's try the 4. Okay, let's try the 4/4 Elenda, okay? And let's pretend that we have Twin Flame Tyrant on the board. Twin Flame Tyrant reads, if a source you control will deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals double that damage instead. So let's say Elenda then attacked into Inspiring Paladin and Erudite Wizard. Okay? Under the previous rules, I would order the blockers. Let's say I would order Inspiring Paladin first and Erudite Wizard second. Okay? Elenda has to assign lethal damage to this before she can deal damage to this. Okay? Lethal damage to this is 3. Right? Lethal damage to this is 3. So if Elenda deals 3 to this, and then her remaining 1 to this, and that's doubled, this will take 6, and this will take 2. So Elenda will die, right? Only having killed this under current rules. This will not die because it has 3 toughness. And it's only taking 2. Because 1 doubled is 2. This is taking 6 damage. Which it's very dead. Right? But Elenda does not have trample, so none of that is going to carry over to this. Right? So. And even then, even with trample, it would be still 3 and then 1. Right? For 4. But yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. So, okay. So, under the current rules, that's completely different. You're not ordering the blockers. You do not have to assign lethal to one and then to be able to assign damage to the next. So Elenda can assign 2 here and 2 here. When that's doubled, it's 4 damage to each. And in this way, doubling effects or +X effects, because you can distribute the damage how you want, are far more powerful. Does that make sense? Am I explaining it in any clear way? I hope I am. I'm trying so hard because I really want you all to understand how this is going to work in Limited. Is this going to be on the exam? No, there's no test. You can always, and that's actually really important for anybody who's still confused. And I understand there's a lot going on here with this shift, right? And there was a lot going on in combat, period. Like, if you're new to the game, this sounds like a ton of like things to remember. Call a judge. Judges are there for you. These people are amazing. They are kind. They are there to make sure that your magic experience is good, is educational, is fun. So they are there to make sure that they can help you understand how this is going to work. So it's just really, really cool. So to have judges, and honestly, they should be paid but aren't. Sorry about that. I know I'm supposed to be a Wizards ambassador here, but I do think Wizards should pay its judges. It does give them some things, I know that, but like but I really feel like they deserve to be honored. Anyway, call a judge. If you're confused about something, call a judge. So they'll explain how it works to you. So, and you can call a judge prior to making a move, and you can step away from the table and say, okay, I'm planning on doing this. How is this going to work? Okay. So you can totally get this. That's going to be fine. Do not worry. Have fun with this. If you make a mistake, don't worry. Just play Magic and just enjoy. Okay. But that is how the new combat works. It is really important to understand that that's the new rules, and it will be in effect in theory in your pre-release. So, and certainly when Foundations is coming out. So, make sure that you understand what's going on there. And yeah, so this, I believe they're using this for pre-release. I believe that is the case. That's what I was told, but I don't know for sure whether certain game stores have another policy or not. But what I do know is that certain of these combat tricks were not printed with this new rule in mind. This gets so much worse when that is the case. I mean, it's +2/+0, but they can choose just to deal all the damage to the other creature if this would give you any advantage on the board. So it's a little rough. But again, cards like this now get quite valuable, right? Especially if you think your opponent's, first off, it's already valuable in that it's a mind rot, but it has the versatility of also being -1/-1 until end of turn. And there are a lot of creatures with 1 toughness in this in limited on the common and uncommon slots. Additionally, right, because of this gets so much more valuable for potentially wiping your opponent's board rather. So yeah. So I did want to illustrate that. So it's just, this is the new combat rule. Hopefully that helps you understand how the combat tricks have been slightly weakened overall, except for the first strike, which acts as it always has, and the doublers or replacement effects of like doing X+1 or X+2 or triple or so on have been how do I say, embiggened, bettered, improved, made more powerful. So yes. Oh, thank you so much for the biddies. Really appreciate it, Ice Prophet. Thank you so much. It should be active on the pre-release, but it's officially a new rule on 5/11/24. Oh, interesting. Oh, sorry, 15/11. So November 15th. So it's not an official rule at the pre-release? Interesting. Are we sure? Oh, that's going to be really important. Okay. Okay, what I need you to do then is I really need you to ask at your store, at your local game store. I need you to ask whether this rule is in effect. I need you to ask, because I have had mixed messages in terms of whether it will be active or not active. So ask at your local game store, ask the judge first, is this rule in effect? And let me know how many people said yes and how many people said no. But that is the new rule. Hopefully that is helpful as an overview for what it's going to be like. If not at the pre-release, then at the actual release of the set. And yes, and in the meantime, so Ashroot Animist I'm going to be saving for Shadow God. And then, yes, and I'm going to be eventually giving away that anime art thing. And I also have another giveaway. So let's pack this thing up. Pretty sweet, super cool cards that I opened that, anything that doesn't go in a deck is going to be given away, most likely. And then we'll go from there. So, let me show you and set up the current giveaway this is the last giveaway from MC Vegas. It has, okay, so it has a Card Monster, collector box, which is really cool. It is a magnetic box with a display part for your piece for your commander deck commander, or like another thing that just indicates what your deck is, what deck is in the box, which I think is really cool, a little window for that. The next thing is a set of Magic the Gathering sleeves, beautiful Plains from Theros Beyond Death sleeves, and then a set of 2 of the arch enemy decks from Duskmourn Commander. It doesn't have all of them. This is US only, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Magic Worker Studio. I would have loved to meet you. My Discord's open, and I always I can check the Discords when I'm at cons so that I can go and find you. But these are the arch enemy cards. And this is just 2 of the EDH decks. Duskmourn EDH decks came with arch enemy cards that went with them. But this is just 2 of them. And I'm hoping somebody can enjoy these. These are the schemes for the arch enemy, so you can have all of your friends take you on and you can play these cards, right? This is a scheme for the arch enemy stuff. You can look up how to play arch enemy online. It's pretty simple. It's about how you use these schemes, and they are pretty cool. Plots that span centuries. When you set the scheme in motion, the next time you set a scheme in motion, set 3 schemes instead. Oh, so we could set time bends to my will into play, and my followers ascend, and your own face mocks you all at once. That'd be cool. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so arch enemy, pretty cool cards. And so those will be given away with this as well. So let me set that giveaway up so you can enter exclamation point ticket to be entered to win. Let me just make sure that I get it going here. Boo. And this is only US. I'm sorry. I'm going to set that, make it very clear. So let's copy. Okay, so all right, so starting it now. So enter exclamation point ticket if you'd like to be entered to win these cool things. This is a really nice box too. I don't want to open. We opened the other one. I could get that to show you at second. Oh, also you get tokens and stickers from me. I don't know if that's a draw these days. I'm like, oh, maybe not. Okay, but you get a Headology Magic sticker, big sticker. You get a Monarch token, which is super sweet. And it has a sticker from my emotes on the back, and a horse token that also has a sticker from my emotes on the back. So that's going to be pretty sweet as well. In my opinion, I'm sorry, I like these tokens. They were printed for me, and they were, yeah, the printer was great. And the artwork is stuff I did when I was little in high school. So we have a thingy. So yes. So this is US only, and I am sorry about that. I just can't afford to ship this stuff overseas. But again, the cards giveaways that we'll do, I probably can afford to ship a few overseas, so that's pretty sweet. And that'll happen at some point soon. Yes, brilliant. I'm gonna keep these out for now. Okay. All right. So, enter exclamation point ticket if you'd like to be entered to win. For full disclosure, subs do have 2 times the chance of winning, but everybody can enter. You don't have to be following, you don't have to be subscribed. All you have to be is in the United States so I can ship it, or have a friend in the United States that I can ship it to. You just have to have a United States shipping address that I can send it to. So, that would be lovely. Okay. So, sorry, just checking messages from students. Okay. Whew. All right. So, hopefully this will be a good stream for lots of people. Got to see some cool openings and got to hear about the new combat rule. Hopefully that will be helpful to you in your future foundational endeavors. We have more stuff to open that I'm going to do at some point soon, and then also we will I think there's some giveaways that are supposed to be happening. I think in person I might take one of the play boxes to a game store and then give those away. We'll see. Could be fun. Sire of 7 Deaths. Ooh, I know that one's a big one. That's a pretty cray card. Absolutely. I need probably one for one of my Eldrazi decks. It'll be good. All right. So, I'm going to do this drawing in about like the 5, I think. I need to go rest before I teach later on today. I'm only going to get like 3 hours of sleep, but I can sleep after I teach as well, so it'll be okay. Hopefully. My schedule is just a mess. We'll see how this day goes. You needed another channel target for Cube? Nice. That's a good one. Not too expensive on the life too, but it also has lifelink, so it can regain you the channel damage. Thanks, Grixis. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you to say. All right. So, let me think. Is there other stuff I have to tell you? Oh yeah, be safe. I love you all. I think, if anybody has anything they want to discuss, we can set up a Discord channel for you, in order to, make sure that you still feel that, you are included and loved and, important, and that you as a person matter. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and I just hope that you're okay as can be under the circumstances. So yeah. All right. So we're just about to get to this giveaway. At the 5, I will close the giveaway and do the drawing, and then I will be messaging you. Make sure your Twitch DMs are open so that I can message you after the stream ends. Thanks, Shadow God. And then we will make sure to, yeah, okay. I'll send you the request for where you would like me to send the thing. Yay. All right. 3, 2, 1, a little behind, but close giveaway. Draw a winner. Magic Marker Studio, congratulations. You won the giveaway for all of these things. Yay, the tokens, the sticker, the monster collector box, the sleeves, and the arch enemy cards. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, let me take a picture so I remember, and I will message you after the stream ends, and I will ask you where to send it. Yay. Okay. That will be sweet. I'm excited. Giveaways make me happy. And I should, since that's the last giveaway from Vegas for now, I should be able to send them out at some point soon. I was just waiting until they were all given away so I could just pack them up all at once and send it. Oh, I'm sorry, 10 seconds too late. I'm so sorry. Through Twitch DMs is usually how I do it, because that's what I have as your Twitch DM. If you would prefer to contact me first via Discord, you're welcome to. But usually I just message you by Twitch DM, because that's the information I have to contact you. But yeah. Okay. So let's go raid somebody awesome. In the next stream, we're probably going to be doing some cool stuff with Cube and stuff online. We'll probably also be doing some more openings. And we will be making sure that we get all these things to be as fun as possible. Hopefully these cool foundations cards and new stuffs and cube and draft. We've got so much to do. Like, there's so many cool things happening right now. Like this I love cube. Cube is really fun, and obviously we have a cool Naya decks that technically it's Gruul splashing probably just LH, but we may not splash it. But yeah, so this looks like a really fun deck. It's missing a few pieces. Like, we would have preferred a few more early ramp cards in green as the creatures, as opposed to like the Cold Steel and Iron Crag, but we'll see about this. Could be very, very fun. Yeah. So we can mess with that later. And or play some more Duskmourn. So you're hoping I do. I'm sorry. Yeah, we really wanted to do the collector booster box opening and explain those combat rules. So we had a great booster box opening. It was super fun. And you can find the VOD on YouTube. Here's the link. You can also find other box openings on there, like edited drafts, VODs, the VODs that we did the first look for the limited, so you can be prepared for your own drafts coming up and get my perspective on that. You want to watch other people's perspective on first look, limited, and draft, like set reviews, limited set reviews. You want to get multiple perspectives, because not everybody's going to play the same way. People are going to value cards differently, and based on your play style, you're going to want to go with whoever values it, and it gives the explanation that sort of gels with your play style. So those are on YouTube if you'd like to check them out. If you'd like to subscribe, it's super sweet, it's free, and it helps out the channel. It means I can like make more videos. So that's cool. All right, anyway, all right, so let's go and raid somebody awesome. Let's go see who's online and see whom you would like to raid. Let's grab that. So currently Numot the Nummy's on, Defor is on, just Lolaman is on, actually doing a Foundations Limited set review with Mike Sigrist, who is a pro player. Florida Moon is on doing SNC drafts. Lord Tupperware's on doing Cube. You want to do Nummy? We can do Nummy. Okay. Let's do Nummy. Nummy is really, really fun to watch. Everybody's going to love that. What I will say is that Lord Tupperware and Numot are both doing Cube. And DeFore is ranking up in draft. Florida Moon and Meebo are doing New Capenna drafts. Amazonian is doing Brawl, as far as I can tell. So there's a lot of options for you to see some cool people right now. So those are just who's on and who's doing cool stuff that I recognize. I'm sure there's lots of others that are doing cool things. So let's go to Numot, who is one of my favorite people to watch draft. You cannot go wrong with Numot. And so we're gonna, and just amazing cube drafter as well. Just really one of the most familiar with cubes and best at drafting them and playing them. So let's raid there. And yeah, I cannot wait to see you again soon. I love you all. I hope you are healthy, safe, have a good support network around you, and just, yeah. I hope you have somebody to keep telling you how amazing you are and how much you are valued. So we will talk again soon. And I love you all. And check out the sponsors when you get a chance. Magic Jank, Fractal, super amazing. And we will see each other again soon, I hope. Oh, I have 69 viewers right now. Nice. Sorry. Me. Or at least that's what it said a second ago. All right. So I will see you again soon. Have such a lovely morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second preference, whatever time it is to you. And I will see you again soon. Yeah. Love you.